Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Savior King, the Master Tactician and the Queen of Liberation in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 16. The crowd cheered loudly as Lysithea threw one final miasma spell. Dimitri winced sympathetically as Mercedes was knocked flat, even at quarter strength, deliberately suppressing the vast majority of her power in order to safely spar against others. The diminutive white-haired girl hit hard. He'd been rooting for his classmate, but he'd had a sneaky suspicion that Lysithea would overwhelm even her not insignificant magical resistance. "Oh, merci," Annette said in sympathetic disappointment, watching Lysithea help her friend back to her feet. "You gave it your all." It didn't stop her from clapping for her rival classmate's victory. It was a week after Flane had been rescued, and something akin to normalcy had fallen over Gareg Mach. Classes resumed, and a series of weekly tournaments had been announced to build up anticipation for the Battle of the Eagle and Lion. The champion would get a gold purse and a corresponding weapon forged from good silver. Those who placed second and third would get smaller but not inconsiderable prizes. Lady Rhea was sponsoring the events, providing all of the rewards from the monastery's own coffers. It was both a test to see how far the students had come in their studies, and a light-hearted attempt to return to normalcy after the attacks on the building. To that end, it was most certainly succeeding. All three of the houses were in a flurry of training and enthusiasm as they aimed for the glory of first place. Today was the Black Magic Tournament, including both members of the Knights of Sirios and his various classmates. Unfortunately, Dimitri had suspected there was little chance of a Blue Lion's victory this time. Lysithea had conquered every opponent she'd faced so far, and now she was off to the semi-finals. Her classmates were cheering her on enthusiastically from the opposite side of what was usually the training grounds, but had now been repurposed into the tournament house. Even Bernadetta was there in spite of her fear of crowds, bouncing on her heels and clapping happily as Lysithea bowed and walked off the floor. "Man," Sylvain groaned, rubbing the back of his head. The white-haired girl had trounced him quite thoroughly in the second round. Who would have thought that such a cute little girl would be such a powerhouse? Anyone who paid any attention to her, Ingrid suggested in a rather snarky way. Sylvain gave her a wounded look that she'd long since become immune to. "She's incredibly studious for her age, isn't she? I don't think anyone else in the tournament has shown off as many different spells as she has." Annette groaned and slumped back in her seats. "Thanks, Ingrid. I'd been trying not to think too hard on the fact that she knows the one move that takes away my advantage of being more resilient than her, and a dozen other things that I hadn't had the time to read about, that she somehow did." "You're faster than her, though," Ingrid pointed out, squeezing the Orangette's arm. "Don't give up before you've even stepped onto the floor." "A little faster, maybe, but she hits harder," Annette moaned, throwing an arm over her eyes. "Wait a gonna do?" "Well, if you go into the fight like this, you'll definitely lose," Felix grumbled from his seat behind her, crossing his arms. His new silver sword was buckled to his hip, a visible sign of his triumph in the sword tournament the previous week. Of his opponents, only Petra had given him serious competition, which won her his respect. Dimitri had seen the pair sparring a few times afterwards. "Give it your all, Annette," Dimitri said, giving her a smile. The announcer was calling for the final match of the round, between Laurence and Hubert. The Black Eagles cheered loudly. After Linhard and Dorothea both lost in the early rounds, the taciturn teenager was their last chance at victory. "We'll be cheering for you either way." "He's right, Annie," Mercedes said warmly, stepping around some of the third-year students to reach her seat next to her friend. Annette immediately gave her a tight, comforting hug. The older girl smiled and patted her shoulder. "Don't put yourself down too much. You'll surprise Lysithea, I'm sure of it." "Thanks, merci," Annette said, looking a bit more confident in the face of their reassurances. She settled back into her seat, Mercedes wincing a bit as she did the same, and they all turned their attention to the floor where Laurence and Hubert were circling around each other. Dimitri couldn't help but look across the stands to where Claude and Byleth were sitting. The relative distance made it difficult to parse their exact expressions, and even then Claude's body language was completely relaxed. He was sitting with one leg over the other, beverage in hand, with his expression set on the field. However, as if he could sense he was being watched, he lazily raised his glass in Dimitri's direction before taking a drink. Byleth was leaning forward in her seat, hands clasped together, watching avidly in spite of her reserved posture. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He'd rather hoped to catch her laughing or cheering with the same enthusiasm Aloise's terrible jokes had inspired in her. The starting bell snapped his attention back to the floor. Lawrence had made the first move, and it was immediately obvious that he wasn't much stronger with magic than he was with his lance, and there was absolutely no comparison between him and Lysithea. He had a good sense of battle ebb and flow, and rather pompous demeanor. He wasn't a fool, but near as Dmitri could tell, the man simply wasn't very strong. Hubert, meanwhile, while often overconfident, had plenty of magical power to speak of. And despite everything Claude had ever said, he wasn't the only ruthless student in the monastery. Dmitri winced when Lawrence collapsed onto his knees, mire dissipating as the damage was done. The crowd gasped, and Leonie leaned forward on the seat in front of her in visible alarm. Lawrence staggered to his feet, a visible limp in his step, before coughing violently. That move is meant to poison enemies, and he used it on another student? Even at restricted strength. Ingrid said, disappointed and revolted. Can't they can foul on that? There are no fouls in a real battle, Sylvain reminded her, though he was scowling too. As long as he didn't draw blood, it's acceptable. That's just nasty, Annette said, wrinkling her nose. Why would he pull that out in a friendly tournament? It's such a low blow. Vestra takes great pride in dealing out low blows. He loves reminding everyone who will listen that doing so is his job as Edelgard's retainer. Felix answered, rolling his eyes. It would serve him well in a real battle, which I'm sure is what he'll say. Of course, the real reason he's doing it is to prove a point. Dmitri scowled, watching while Lawrence threw a fireball at Hubert's face when the latter walked up to finish him. He was tempted to say that served the black-haired mage right. Goddess, it's true that he will take on tasks that El could not or should not in time, but that gives him no cause to treat the rest of his fellow students with contempt. Gloucester is going to lose, Felix said, rolling his shoulder. Frankly, I don't think he would have won even without the cheap shot. Ingrid sighed heavily. And you wonder why some people aren't interested in training with you. What? Felix snapped defensively. It's true. Has he ever physically or magically outperformed his classmates? Ever? He might have, and we just weren't around to see it, Mercedes suggested kindly. Felix snorted. I doubt it. He can build up his strength, if he applies himself with all his concentration to bettering himself, but right now, he's the weak link of the Golden Deer. Even Victor is more useful in a fight than he is. Dida didn't say anything, but the way his lip twitched suggested he actually agreed with Felix. Dmitri sat back in his chair and returned his attention to the fight, and as Lawrence staggered under another blow, tried to retaliate, he thought that he, too, might see it. He hadn't given it much thought when he won the first tournament back in the third month. He had trained with the lance most of his life, after all, and he was stronger than Lawrence could hope to become as a matter of course. But now that he thought of it, Raphael was stronger, Ignatz and Leonie were faster, Bernadetta was faster and she had the crest of Indec, Hilda was strong and could fight with lances as well as axes, Claude and Byleth went without saying. Honestly, that only left Flane and Cyril, and he hadn't seen either of those two fight personally. Dmitri wondered if Lawrence was aware of this, even subconsciously, and that's why he so aggressively insisted that he was a better leader than Claude. But that was mere conjecture. There was a thud as Lawrence finally fell down, and the victory bell rung loudly. There was applause, of course, but it was markedly less enthusiastic than what Lysithea had gotten. Hubert either didn't notice or didn't care, because he roughly pulled Lawrence to his feet and walked off without a word. Is it petty if I hope that he gets blown away in one move next round? Sylvain muttered. It was a mark of how angry that cheap shot had made Ingrid that she didn't even pretend to chastise him. Then I guess we're both petty, Annette answered, scowling fiercely as Marianne hurried over to give her classmate a checkup. Dmitri, again, looked back across to the Golden Deers section. Claude was as unreadable as always, but he didn't clap for long. Byleth, meanwhile, had stood up halfway when Hubert cast mire, and the prince was fairly certain that if he was standing closer to her, he could see indignation in her face. Dmitri shook his head. Getting a little presumptuous there, are you? He thought wryly, before saying, "Well, let's put that aside, shall we?" The announcer loudly declared that the tournament would resume after lunch, which would go on for 1 hour. After all, Annette needs to eat well and prepare herself for her next fight. Annette moaned at the reminder, though there was excitement in her eyes as well as trepidation. Dmitri led the way, standing from his seat and making his way through the crowd as people began to disperse. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Flane tugging on Sitha's arm while the bishop was trying to say something to Lady Rhea. He resisted her only for a moment, before letting her pull him up and after her new classmates. Dmitri couldn't help but smile a bit at the sight, and, not for the first time, wished that he'd been blessed with at least one sibling. He remembered how lonely the castle often felt as a child, and how blissful the year with Elle as his constant companion had been. But the world had not let him keep her at his side, and now he felt the silence of the castle halls all the more keenly. It made him grateful for his friends, grateful that his uncle, for all that the man had no sense of priorities, was alive and present in his life, for whatever that was worth. It hurt to be alone. The warm smell of grilled fish and onion gratin soup hit him the moment he stepped into the dining hall. Excited babbling quickly filled the room as everyone streamed in. Extra tables and chairs had been drawn up for the knights and staff who were participating in the tournament as opposed to being out and about on duties. Ingrid dragged Dmitri into a conversation about saving money for weapon repairs. The blacksmith was a hard but friendly woman and she gave them a discount, but now that their armory was bigger, Ingrid's thrifty instincts were kicking into high gear. "She's worrying too much," Glenn said fondly. "Tell her she's freaking out over nothing. Half of those weapons are almost brand new." "I will once she's calmed down a bit," Dmitri responded silently. "I don't have a death wish." That made his father chuckle softly. Picking some food at random, Dmitri retreated to his usual seat at the table and smiled encouragingly at Annette, who looked pretty green at the gills even as she put a light plate down in front of her. "You're going to do great, Annie," Mercedes insisted with a smile, sliding a glass of water over to her best friend. "Don't be afraid." "Yup. You're gonna go and fight the scariest girl in the Alliance knowing that the honor of our house depends on you. It's gonna be great," Sylvain said cheerfully. Annette blanched, and Ingrid smacked their childhood friend upside the head without even having to be asked. "Ow. Shut up," Felix grumbled, glaring at him. "You deserved that." Dmitri gave his classmates a bemused smile, his eyes drifting across the room without really looking for anything. Over at the Black Eagle's table, Edelgard was talking animated to Hubert. Her expression was obscured from him, but the way she was rapidly moving her arms suggested she was irritated with him. Dorothea picked up seat and turned it so she was facing Edelgard and had her back to Ferdinand, who was obviously trying to talk to her. Caspar was chatting with Linhard, while Petra was eating a little off to the side from them. By contrast, the golden deer looked cheerful as ever. Lysithea was basking in Hilda and Cyril's attention while eating quite a bit. Bernadetta and Marianne seemed to be engaged in conversation, and a rather animated conversation for them at that, seeing as the former was gesticulating with some energy while latter watched attentively. Raphael was clearly trying to convince Lawrence to eat something he'd never tried before, while Ignatz was staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Claude was talking to Byleth, and unless Dmitri missed his guess, trying to get her to laugh again, seeing as he said something that made her double up and clap a hand over her mouth while her shoulders shivered. Then something happened he wasn't expecting. Captain Gerald walked into the hall and grabbed a chair off of the wall. With little but a nod toward a very surprised-looking Eloise, he walked over to his daughter and said something Dmitri had no hope of hearing amidst the general chatter. Byleth jerked her head up when she saw him, and she nodded vehemently before standing up and pushing on Claude's shoulder. The brunette flailed a bit before shuffling his chair over a few inches, the rest of the deer doing the same one by one. Gerald grinned, set the chair on the floor and sat down in the newly created spot next to his daughter. Dmitri smiled softly at the scene, both admiring it and feeling achingly wistful. There was also an irrational stab of jealousy that rose as quickly as it was shoved down, since he could only dream of doing the same. "Dmitri." He jolted in his seat and turned sheepishly toward an indigent-looking Ingrid. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought," he apologized, rubbing the back of his neck. "What is it? Shouldn't we start talking about strategies for the Battle of the Eagle and Lion?" Ingrid asked in turn, mopping up the remains of her first bowl of soup with a bread crust. It's in 3 weeks, after all. Dmitri took a drink cold cider and swallowed thoughtfully. We can start planning for some possible eventualities, yes, he said. I'm just not sure how much we can plan this far in advance. We don't know where the battle is being held yet, after all. We can consider what the others might plan to do, Ingrid persisted. Claude pulled a fast one on you during the mock battle. What do you think he'll do this time? Hard to tell, Dmitri responded evasively, feeling a little defensive. And honestly, I think trying to predict a trickster like him is an exercise in futility. Claude isn't just a troublemaker, as he likes to portray himself, he's genuinely clever. He leaned back in his chair. And we can hardly forget about Edelgard and the Black Eagles. What exactly are they going to do for the battle? Ash wondered, ID tapping his fork against his glass. They're a classmate short with Bernadetta's transfer. I know that's not a huge gap in their team, but it puts them at a disadvantage, doesn't it? Plus Bernadetta's pretty good with a bow herself. Either Monica will take her place since she's rejoined the Black Eagles, or one of the lower-ranked Knights of Sirios will sub in. Sylvain supplied. Then he shrugged and smiled a bit. The way I see it, the only way we'll put Claude off his game is if we force him to adapt to our strategy, rather than trying to figure out what he plans to do. So we just have to do something he doesn't really expect, like, perhaps, rush forward and aim to get more kills before he can spring whatever trap would give him the victory. He grinned proudly for a minute. That expression slowly slipped away as he realized that literally all of his teammates were staring at him. What? He asked, chagrined. It's not that bad an idea, is it? No, it's a good one, Felix said flatly. What's weird is the fact that you're the one suggesting it. Hey. Dmitri burst into a fit of laughter before he could stop himself, shaking his head. Ash snickered a bit himself before hastily apologizing to a pouting Sylvain. Mercedes put a hand over her mouth while Ingrid rolled her eyes in spite of her lips twitching upwards. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Glenn miming whacking his brother over the head while his father leaned against the wall, watching the display with a familiar twinkle in his eyes. Edelgard prefers to lead with overwhelming strength, Dmitri noted when he caught his breath again. I think, between all of us, we can come up with a plan for that. He smiled. The Black Eagles prefer to fight on foot, after all. That sparked a spirited discussion about formations that Ingrid led with great enthusiasm, Ash occasionally offering suggestions while Sylvain played up his sulking. While they talked, the green tinge slowly but surely left Annette's face the more she contributed, by suggesting what sort of terrain they might have to deal with and what might happen if the battle became a free-for-all melee. The topic proved absorbing enough to last them through the rest of the lunch break. The bell rang, and while Annette jolted in her seat, she didn't look quite so sick as when they arrived. It's nice to watch a fight with low stakes after last week, Ash said, quietly enough that Dmitri almost missed it amid the cheering for the semi-finals. Hubert had just defeated his opponent, leaving him to be the final opponent for whoever won this round. Ash? He inquired quietly. The silver-haired boy jolted, as if he hadn't realized he'd said that out loud. Oh. He glanced over his shoulder at the people behind them, including knights and older students. Satisfied that none of them were even slightly interested in what he was saying, he shrugged uneasily and said, You didn't see how they were keeping Flame down in that labyrinth. Or the traps, or the mercenaries. I almost got skewered twice, trying to make my way through some of the back passageways. It was dark, it was like an enemy could appear from anywhere. He sighed. I know that being a knight means I'll have to see more things like that, but it was really terrible. I'm glad we're putting all of that behind us for now. He paused, clapping loudly for Annette and Lysithea as they entered the field. I understand, Dmitri responded after a moment, watching as Lysithea's arrival caused a number of people to stand up and cheer enthusiastically. She had made a huge impression over the course of the tournament for demonstrating all that she was capable of. It's alright to feel that way, Ash. Honestly, I'm glad of it as well. Oh. I am glad to hear that. Ash clapped along with the crowd. Though between the passageways to the Holy Mausoleum and that underground chamber, I wonder what else is beneath the monastery that we don't know about. Or aren't supposed to know about, Dmitri thought but didn't say. Either way, further conversation was interrupted by the starting bell. "Go Annie!" Mercedes cried as Lysithea opened up with a basic fire spell launched right at Annette's chest. The orangutan threw herself to the side, narrowly missing, and retaliated with wind. It blew up quite a bit of dust, and Lysithea barely flinched on the impact, but this was just the beginning. It was fascinating, at least to Dmitri, who had absolutely no talent for magic whatsoever, to watch two talented magic users spar. You'd think that it would be quite different from physical weapons just due to its nature, but in truth there wasn't that much of a distinction. One tried to overpower their opponent while taking as few hits as possible. Magic just provided many more esoteric ways to strike your opponent. Perhaps that was why magic channeling weapons were comparatively rare. They weren't easy to make and more difficult to spar with, since one couldn't innately control their power output. Both Ingrid and Annette's earlier analysis was about right. Lysithea was stronger than Annette, but the latter was faster, but not by much. Lysithea seemed to be aware of this, too. She was watching where Annette moved through the first half of their duel, waited for her opponent to attack, then dodged, then she broke out the Luna spell. She aimed not where Annette was, but where she anticipated the other girl would dodge, and managed to catch the orangutan in the side. Mercedes gasped as Annette staggered, dropping to one knee, and the crowd went into an uproar. Both Cyril and Raphael jumped to their feet, cheering for their classmate to draw the fight to a close. Dmitri didn't need to be close to know that Claude was smiling smugly, and quite possibly proudly, while lounging on his chair, clapping. Byleth was clapping as well, leaning forward in her seat and watching the fight avidly. Annette had not given up yet, after all. She could see that Lysithea was running on fumes, after all. Annette being faster on her feet was not for nothing. She could chip away at the girl and do more damage over time. And while Lysithea was powerful beyond what someone her age could reasonably be expected to do, she was rather on the frail side in comparison, and when Annette stood up again and threw another spell, she stumbled back when it hit and clutched at her chest, shoulders hunched. Dmitri frowned, unable to help but worry at the gesture. That was a stronger reaction than she should have had. These tournaments were meant to be safe. Was Annette miscalculating how much power she was using in the heat of the moment, with defeat seemingly moments away? He looked across the field again, trying to determine if any of her classmates were seeing this as well, but his attention was snapped back to the field by a blinding flare of light. Let it not be said that, for all that he annoyed her with his teasing, Lysithea hadn't picked up on any of Claude's flashiness. In order to win, she threw Seraphim at the floor, causing a blinding light to fill the immediate arena. Then she charged Annette down and threw a fireball into her chest, finally knocking the other girl flat on her back. The bell rang, declaring the victor. Lysithea smiled, pained, at the cheering crowd for a few seconds before collapsing bonelessly to her hands and knees. Dmitri instinctively jerked to his feet, unnecessary though it was. Both Manuela and Hannaymen were on the floor in an instant, while Annette quickly rolled over and put a worried hand on Lysithea's shoulders. Across the hall, Byleth jumped up and stared for a second before roughly pushing her way through the cheering, clapping crowd toward the stairwell. Marianne and Cyril had both stopped clapping in shock, while Claude sat upright, visibly alarmed, which said a lot coming from him. "What happened there?" Mercedes asked worriedly, her hands clasped together in prayer. "Is Lysithea sick? Did she get hurt? I didn't see Annie make any mistakes." "I don't know," Dmitri admitted, watching Manuela pick the white-haired girl up and carry her off the floor. Annette, her defeat seemingly completely forgotten, hurried along behind her with Hannaymen at her heels, the latter trying to make her slow down and listen to him. "I think it must have been some sort of accident. She's in good hands, though." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Byleth disappear down the stairwell to see her student. "I'm sure she'll be fine." "Why'd she collapse?" Felix wondered, frowning. "She didn't take more hits here than in any of her other fights, did she?" "I don't think so." Dmitri tried to think back, but all that came to mind was her blowing away her first few opponents. She had virtually controlled the battle in her previous engagements, a smart strategy for mages in general, so it didn't necessarily mean anything. If Claude looked surprised, he doesn't know why it might have happened either. There's a worrying thought. Was she just tired? Dida suggested cautiously. Annette gave her far more trouble than her previous opponents. Perhaps she overexerted herself. So badly she collapsed? In a mock battle. Ingrid frowned. I wonder if Lysithea has health problems that she's been keeping quiet. She really should have been fine. They all paused when the announcer spoke again. Apparently Lysithea had fallen to a severe bout of dizziness, so the final match would be postponed for half an hour while she downed an elixir and lay down to recover. That might explain it, Ash pointed out, though there was a worried look in his eyes. Lysithea is very self-sufficient, and she really doesn't like asking for help. I bet she felt a little funny after lunch and just assumed she could work through it. And how do you know that? Sylvain asked lightly. Dimitri knew by the look on his face that he was setting the younger boy up. Unfortunately, Ash wasn't quite so savvy when it came to the redhead and thus answered innocently. Oh, I tried to give her an extra coat when we were walking to Magdrid Way, and she got all embarrassed by the offer. Swore up and down that she was going to be just fine and that she could keep herself warm, and that I didn't have worry about her. Honestly, she went on long enough that I realized how much she valued looking strong in front of her teammates. Ah, tough luck, Sylvain said, patting his shoulders sympathetically. Most girls really like the doting approach. But don't worry, I heard she loves sweets. You could probably bake your way into her heart. I what? I didn't, Sylvain. Ash protested, rapidly turning a shade of red not dissimilar to Edelgard's cloak. It wasn't like that. I was just a little worried for her. Sylvain just laughed. Mercedes laughed a bit herself, though she smiled apologetically at the very flustered Archer. A few minutes later, beverages were passed out once again and Annette returned to the Blue Lion's seating area. Lysithea's all right. She just stressed herself a bit too much, nothing that can't be fixed by lying down a little. She'll be up to kick Hubert to the curb in no time. Dimitri relaxed at that, though he noted that Byleth hadn't returned to the stands yet. Was she still lingering at her student's side? It was odd to think of the quiet, composed Ashen Demon hovering and fretting, but perhaps that name no longer suited her. The Ashen Demon didn't laugh, after all. His heart skipped at the mere memory. Seeing Byleth's face lit up with sheer, unadulterated joy as she laughed at Sir Louise's terrible puns, it shattered something. Suddenly she looked innocent, pure, and young. It was like looking at a statue that suddenly gained a massive crack, revealing a warm, vibrant being beneath it. It defied description. He'd been so taken with it he'd hardly heard anything Louise said throughout the rest of the meal, just waiting to hear her voice like that and see that smile again. He knew that Claude had similar thoughts. Dimitri had only seen that stupefied expression on the other boy's face once before, when they'd been in the greenhouse together that night. He didn't begrudge him it one bit. How could he? Jokes, laughter, teasing and discipline applied by Ingrid to Sylvain filled the time until the announcer, it was the same man who usually was on guard duty at the front gate, unless Dimitri was quite mistaken, enthusiastically announced that the final round of the tournament was upon them. Lysithea walked onto the floor across from Hubert, back straight and head up as if nothing had ever gone wrong. At the same time, Byleth appeared at the foot of the stairwell. She made no attempt to get back to her seat, however, perhaps considering it a fool's errand, seeing as most everyone was on their feet and cheering loudly for the final duel, jumping and jostling for space as it was. If Hubert was perturbed by the crowd's obvious preference for his opponent, seeing as his entrance had a not inconsiderable number of boos mixed in with the cheers, likely due to his poor show of sportsmanship earlier, he was careful not to show it as he squared off against the young prodigy. Curious, Dimitri scanned the crowd until he found Elle, standing and yelling for her right-hand man to grasp victory. The energy of the crowd must have infected her. She rarely showed undignified bursts of emotion out in public. That had been true all the way back then, and it seemed not to have changed, for the most part, anyway. The other Eagles were cheering for Hubert as well, at least his own house had his back, regardless of how he performed and the displeasure of the crowd. Despite their differences and frequent arguments, they were a loyal group. The bell rang, and Dimitri sat back in his seat with his hands together. He wasn't worried, unlike Ignatz, who was so wound up on his friend's behalf that he was still standing, yelling out encouragement as Lysithea elegantly dodged the glimmer of mire and threw a fireball back. He remembered the fiery look in the younger girl's eyes when she'd stormed out of Hanuman's room, and when she'd knocked Dusker brawlers around like wooden posts at the mountain range. He was already certain of the outcome. Hubert didn't have the same sort of determination that infected every corner of Lysithea's consciousness. "He's already lost," Felix said, very matter-of-fact, when Lysithea walked right through a miasma spell in order to throw Luna directly at Hubert's chest. "He just hasn't realized it." Dmitri chuckled in agreement, letting the roar of shock and awe drown out his reaction. Felix would glower at him, and he'd rather let Ingrid remain absorbed in the battle playing out before them rather than having to scold his friend and possibly miss the final blow. Hubert tried to use Meyer again, but Lysithea dodged it again and then smirked at her opponent. Dmitri had been lucky enough to be able to see her reaction. She'd forced her opponent back far enough to see her well enough. Perhaps it was in the interest of being flashy that she retaliated with Swarm, or maybe she was mocking him for using Meyer the way he had against Lawrence. He couldn't be sure, but whatever her cause, seeing the spell bodily pick Hubert up and then drop the older teen on his back on the ground, well, it was a sight to see. And a reminder that she would need to be taken out quickly at the Battle of the Eagle and Lion, lest he lose half of his classmates to her. Only Ingrid and Mercedes had any real resistance to magic to speak of. The less he said about his own ineptitude on that field, the better. "Your winner, and queen of the grounds, Lysithea von Ordelia." Dmitri was duly impressed that he could hear Hilda screaming in delight above all others, even as the entire crowd went wild. Lysithea seemed a bit overwhelmed by the adulation. She turned in a circle, looking all over the crowd, at her classmates, all of whom were on their feet, clapping and cheering with the sort of enthusiasm that generally wasn't considered proper by nobility, and at Seath, who was approaching her with her prize. Hubert got to his feet, hunched over a bit in frustration, before giving her a bow and stepping aside. Lysithea carefully took the bag and the magic staff and gave the crowd a proper curtsy. Then, almost like a child, she rushed off to the side of the field. Dmitri stood up and realized that Byleth had walked a few feet out of the entrance, just in time to catch her young student as the white-haired girl rocketed into her arms and hugged her for dear life. The young professor stumbled back a step, flailing a bit before carefully placing her arms around the Lysithea's shoulders and returning the gesture. He couldn't quite see her expression, but he thought, with the way she was standing, she might be a little hesitant, a little shy, and a little grateful. Smiling a bit to himself, Dmitri got up and carefully made his way off of the stands, Seath announcing the remaining prizes as he left. Annette had won something, which she hadn't expected judging by her squeak of surprise. Mercedes urged her to follow him and go collect her winnings. Making his way down to the doorway was easier than he expected, and sure enough, when he got there, the golden deer had beat him to their victor. Raphael had bodily picked Lysithea up and perched her on his shoulders. Hilda was bouncing in place and quite literally singing the girl's praises. Ignatz and Cyril were hovering on Raphael's left and right, the former looking a little worried while the latter rambled about how amazing the fights had been. Marianne and Bernadetta were comparatively quieter, but both were smiling brightly, while Leonie shook her head and chuckled. All while Lysithea herself looked as if she couldn't decide whether she was completely embarrassed or soaking up the attention. Dmitri blinked, realizing two people were missing. Curious, he looked around the hallway until his eyes fell on the open double doors. Just beyond them, a haggard-looking man dressed as a traveling merchant was gesturing animatedly while speaking to Byleth and Claude. "Following the road, demanding a toll that increases every time we pass by them," he lamented when Dmitri stepped close enough to hear over the din of cheering behind them. "One of my partners was crippled the last time we attempted the journey to the monastery and I couldn't give them the gold they wanted. The worst part is, they're hardly worse than any other group of highwaymen, but we don't have the funds to pay for a mercenary guard, and the Knights of Sirios are busy with more important matters." "How many of them are there?" Byleth asked patiently, her arms crossed. The man shrugged helplessly. I confess I'd never had the presence of mind to count carefully, but I'd say about 15, 20? Something akin to that. They would be no danger to a properly armed militia, but..." Claude hummed lightly. "That's all? That's essentially the same stakes as our first mission, isn't it, Teach?" He smiled entreatingly at her. "After the last 2 months, it seems more like a breather." Byleth tapped her foot a few times, clearly thinking. "That's true," she decided after a minute. We have faced worse than this by now. We have the time and the resources to deal with these people permanently. Turning toward the man, she said, we accept your commission. I'll have to speak to the Archbishop, but I believe we can depart for the road quite soon. If you can show us your maps. Of course. Thank you so much, my friends and I are in your debt. The man bowed deeply and handed Byleth what looked like a contract before rushing off in the direction of the courtyard. No need to hover there like an eavesdropping servant, Mitya, Claude teased without turning around. Dmitri felt his face flush. Byleth started and turned around, blue eyes widening slightly in surprise. Pass Annette my congratulations, will you? Not a lot of people can take a Luna from Lysithea and keep on fighting. I'm sure she'll appreciate it, Dmitri said, running a sheepish hand through his hair. Though she might like it even more if you were to tell her yourself. Normally I would, Claude said, finally turning around, mirth dancing in his emerald eyes. But I think she's still in knots over my overly theatrical introspection on one of her handwritten songs, and I feel bad about that. Oh, you do? Dmitri said dryly, rolling his eyes a bit. He gave Byleth an apologetic look before changing the subject. That man is one of the merchants who usually brings produce and metals to the monastery, isn't he? Yes, Byleth said, fiddling slightly with the scroll in her hands. However, the trade route he and many others have long used has fallen under the control of bandits. He's offered us a reward for going out and dealing with them. She frowned. I know that not all merchants can afford to buy protection for the road, but I would have thought that trade at Garagmok would be substantially lucrative. Well, it is, Dmitri said with a sigh. However, you likely know more about this than even I, but bandits and social unrest seems to be stalking every corner of Fodlan. Even the Knights of Sirios are being stretched thin. Did you know, Teach? It wasn't Officers' Academy policy to send students out into live battles until about 2 years ago, Claude said. Byleth blinked and looked curiously at him. The manpower problem proved bad enough that everyone who even sort of knows their way around a weapon is being encouraged to go out and try to restore a bit of order. Between the insurrection of the Seven and, well, the obvious, he gave Dmitri a quick mildly apologetic look, the nobles seem to be unable or unwilling to secure more inconsequential problems like this. I see. Byleth mused. If he's lost as much as he has to these bandits, his offer for rewards is rather generous. He must be getting fairly desperate. It's quite an honor to get a commission before you've completed even a year's worth of study, Dmitri commented, smiling lightly. Your reputation precedes you, Professor. That's, Byleth ducked her head a bit. Ah, you flatter us, Dmitri. Please pass Annette my congratulations. I ought to go and speak to Bishop Seath and Lady Rhea about the deer departing for this mission. It should only take us a couple of days, but I need to clear our plans with them. True to the professor's expectations, Lady Rhea gave her blessing and the golden deer departed for the highway the next day. Dmitri couldn't help but worry a bit, even when common sense told him that Byleth, Claude, and their classmates were more than capable of handling a motley group of highwaymen. It was hardly any more dangerous than what they'd faced over the last 3 months. Honestly, this was probably less dangerous than what they'd faced in those tunnels beneath Juritsaw's quarters. Dmitri did his best to focus on his training, and doing what little information hunting he could in the library late at night. Tomasz was a little more vigilant these nights, apparently since Claude had been reading some books that were supposed to have been removed and fell asleep in the room over a book of tales of the hero's relics. Dmitri couldn't help but be a little amused by the mental image. He briefly entertained the notion of asking for the other boys' help in his own search for information, but he shied away from it. Claude had his own troubles to worry about without Dmitri burdening him with his own. Finding the truth about the tragedy was his responsibility, and no others. With no impending disaster or undercurrent of trouble on the horizon, his dreams were less troubled and thus he managed to sleep through the night more than once, a blessing if there ever was one. Didu had expressed interest in participating in the Intermediate Axe tournament. He encouraged his friend to sign up, both to show off his capabilities and to test himself against such fine opponents as their classmates. Ash seemed to have completely come back to his warm, cheerful demeanor from before that terrible would-be rebellion. He was frequently out and about helping in the garden as well as the kitchen. He'd even encouraged Dida to serve some Dusker-style cuisine even in the face of disapproval from some of the monks. Dmitri hoped that Ash knew how much that meant to his friend. A few days went by without incident, and Dmitri found himself training late into the night once again. For once it wasn't entirely intentional, he'd found himself on the edge of a new technique, and in his determination to perform it perfectly and commit it to memory, the final bloody rays of sunset were cast across the sky when he finally put his training lance away and left the grounds. Dmitri let the double doors swing shut behind him and leaned against them, sighing heavily and running a hand through his sweat-soaked hair, drawing a wet line along his cheek as he let it drop. Slow and steady, he reminded himself as he caught his breath. Slow and steady, you'll make it. You still have time, his father assured him. Do you have the time? Glenn wondered, a slight frown on his face. With all the shit that's happened in just 3 damned months, how much time do you really have? It will be enough, Dmitri promised his brother in all but blood. However much time there is, it will be enough, I promise. So you've always said, Glenn noted with that familiar deceptive mildness. Dmitri gave his head a shake and straightened up. I mean it, he whispered. I promise, Glenn. I'll never give up. Giving his head a shake, he grabbed the bag containing the change of clothes he'd had the sense to remember this time, and began to make his way toward the bathhouse. Cats and dogs darted to and fro across the cobblestone pathway as he walked over to the stairwell to that upper level. The cool wind whipped around him as he made his way up the stairs, his breath still coming out in heavy and almost painful gasps. There was light blazing through the windows, even this late in the day, which he was grateful for. Entering the bathhouse, he quickly dropped off his bag and grabbed a towel before beginning to fumble with the clasps of his uniform. His hands were a bit shaky. Perhaps I should have brought some watered-down ale to the training hall, It took a few minutes, and as he worked, he slowly realized that he could hear someone humming an unfamiliar tune and the sound of water sloshing against stone from beyond the wall and the curtain separating the bath from the change rooms. Curiosity flickered within his tired mind, who else would be here this late? No, I know that voice. Claude. He called hesitantly once he'd finished divesting himself of his soaked clothes, throwing the towel over his shoulder. The humming paused momentarily. Mitya? What in the blazing flames are you doing up so late? Claude's bemused voice floated back. I was training, when did you get back? Dmitri asked, walking past the door into the room. Claude was submerged up to his neck, scrubbing his shoulder. His eyes widened when he noticed Dmitri coming in, a gesture quickly followed by him turning around so his back was to the prince. About 10 minutes ago. Rafe and Ignatz went straight to the dorm, but my mind was a bit too busy for sleep, and I craved a hot soak. Oh, Dmitri said, a bit dumbly. Why did he? He stood a foot from the tub, a little hesitant, before putting the towel aside and slipping into the large tub. For a second, he thought he heard Claude's breath hitch. Feeling oddly self-conscious, Dmitri began to splash his face with water, welcoming the warmth and the salt. An awkward silence lingered for a few moments before Claude quietly resumed humming, water sloshing as he moved. It wasn't a tune the prince was even passingly familiar with, it had a rapid tempo, Claude's soft tone rising and falling sharply on words that were spat out like rapid arrow fire. It was lovely and strangely hypnotic. Dmitri leaned back against the side of the tub and found himself just listening to it, his eyes flickering as the tune swept over him. It's beautiful, he said quietly. Is that song from home? Claude's humming stuttered, and he managed a few more notes before pausing entirely to chuckle. The half-blood huffed out a laugh. It was warm and coy, and something about it sent a shiver down the blonde's spine. If I hadn't met Teach, you would be the strangest demmed Fodlander I'd ever met. You know that, right? I'm sorry to be strange. Don't be. It's a good thing. Claude disappeared under the water for a moment, then stood up straight, throwing his head back and running his hands through his hair. Dmitri blinked a little, his eyes traveling down the archer's back. There were scars marring that golden skin, some small, others less so. How many of those came from people who hated his mother, and all that he represented? I almost hope that most of them are from pitched battles. It seems less cruel, yet, isn't it terribly wrong that the violence of war is the lesser evil implied by scars? Water dripped down Claude's muscles as he worked his fingers through his wild hair. He was wry and muscular in a way that suggested much more strength than met the eye. The scars were easy to dismiss if you were used to such sights, which Dmitri was, and once you put them aside one could truly see the dangerous alchemy his father's blood had bestowed on him. His stomach was almost flat, the muscles flexing slightly as he worked. Even his lazy gestures implied a certain amount of strength that might take you by surprise. "Is there something on my back, Mitya?" Dmitri jerked in surprise, his eyes flickering up to Claude's face. The brunette had tilted his head slightly, stray strands of wet hair dangling in front of his emerald green eyes that had a strange, remote, and careful expression within them, even as his lips turned into a familiar teasing smirk. And no, Dmitri floundered, groping for words. Had he been staring? He hadn't noticed. He hadn't, his cheeks flushed. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare." That smirk widened, but it didn't go up to those emerald pools. That expression was almost akin to the mask he'd worn before that chance encounter. "Like what you see?" Claude purred lazily. Dmitri choked, he could feel blood rushing to his cheeks. He reached for a denial but his tongue seemed to form in a knot. "I see, come now. You know I believe you to be quite striking. Handsome." Claude was handsome. Why did that suddenly feel frightening to say aloud? "Yes you did," Claude said, almost to himself. Dmitri wondered why his throat felt tight all of a sudden. Almost unwillingly, he looked up and met Claude's eyes. Manuela's voice drifted through his memory. Regan practically stepped right out of an opera. "Those are dangerous eyes he has, they're drowning pits for the soul." He could draw in anyone he desired. Suddenly, that felt quite literal. Was the bath making him lightheaded? What was happening to him? Claude's calloused fingers brushed against his shoulder. "When did I stand up?" It traced the length of a long scar, down slightly past his collarbone. "How did that happen?" The other boy's voice echoed from somewhere far away. "It looks like someone tried to cut your arm off." Oh, that," Dmitri murmured, his vision flickering down to the familiar wound before quickly, inexorably, flickering back up to the brunette's face. "They weren't trying to cut my arm off. This was from when I met Dudu. I found him on the street, being beaten by several of the guards. They were prepared to kill him, they didn't hear my voice shouting for them to stop. They didn't even see me until I was standing between them and their target." He shook his head, trying to clear it. "I'm proud of them, I admit. They're proof that I managed to save one life, in the end." Claude was silent for a moment, staring at him. Then he let out a quiet chuckle. "Are you sure I'm the one who fell from heaven?" he asked lightly. Then his hand disappeared, and the weight of his gaze was suddenly gone. "Well, I'm about done here. I'll wait for you outside, K." Dmitri started to say something, only to gasp and look down at the water when Claude pulled himself out of the bath. His heart was racing, and it didn't slow even when his friend disappeared behind the curtain. What is happening to me? Chapter 17. Are you sure about this, Claude? Marianne whispered, tugging on her hood. The silver thread moon pattern decorating it was remarkably elegant in its simplicity, yet still visibly expensive. It was a gift from her adoptive father, one of several he'd given her just before she left for the monastery. Absolutely. Though I may have trouble firing my bow due to lack of circulation in a couple of seconds. Bernadetta squeaked and immediately let go of his arm, which she'd been clinging to quite fiercely as the three of them started walking down the open road. She was dolled up too, wearing a furry overcoat loaned from Dorothea that almost dwarfed her. Claude reached up and ruffled her hair, cutting off her rapid-fire apologies and causing her to squeak again. "Wouldn't be the worst handicap I've ever fought with." The purple-haired girl flinched a bit when he touched her head. A small, involuntary jerk she didn't seem to be conscious of, and, after a moment went by and no blow came, she tried to lean into the gesture like a child seeking reassurance. Claude tugged lightly at her bangs and let his hand drop back to his side, making sure to smile playfully at the girl's embarrassed whine. She desperately doesn't want to be alone, yet she's terrified of other people, at least, she's terrified of displeasing them somehow. Following up criticism with a joke and a friendly gesture would go a little way to acclimating her to the idea that she was safe with them, so he made a point of doing so whenever he got the chance. "Kman, little sis, this road takes us right to Gareg Mach," he said at a just slightly louder than normal tone of voice, which echoed over the quiet road and through the trees. "There's nothing to worry about." "Aye, if you say so," Bernadetta responded, requiring absolutely no effort to sound nervous. Claude put an arm around her shoulders, a little hard to make the gesture look casual without giving away the bow and quiver hidden under her coat. Marianne shifted her pack and stepped closer. "We're just a little less than a day's travel away. Isn't it strange that we haven't seen anyone else on the road for a while?" Claude shrugged. "A little, but it's probably just a slow week. It happens in Deirdre sometimes. It makes sense that every now and then the road to the monastery is quiet too. Or everyone else has started taking different routes," Marianne countered, shifting the large pack she had slung over her shoulder. It mostly empty except for several concoctions, her levin sword, and a few silver items they'd found scattered in the woods, which served the purpose of making it look like it was packed with goods. "There's been trouble in these parts, love." She flushed a bit at the endearment and side-eyed him. He smiled back encouragingly. "There's trouble everywhere these days. Does that mean we should stay at home and never leave the mansion?" He responded easily. The trees behind him shivered, his lip curved upwards. It wasn't hard to find the stretch of road that the bandits preferred to ambush the merchants at. It was surprising how comparatively close to Gareg Mach it was, another sign of how out of control the bandit problem was, really. Teach had scouted for the bandits, and upon returning confirmed that they were indeed as ill-equipped for proper opponents as the ones they'd faced months ago. She'd gone on to say that there was a risk of their enemies scattering if they confronted them in force, something that had been a recurring problem for Geralt's mercenaries in the past. With that in mind, Claude had proposed luring the bandits into an ambush and encircling them. To that end, he, Marianne and Bernadetta were posing as a couple of rich travelers headed for the monastery while the rest of the class split into two groups and concealed themselves in the woods. There was a bridge up ahead that was wide enough for two horse-drawn carts to travel side by side over a river with a fast current. No cover, which was a bit worrisome, but that meant that the bandits wouldn't have access to it either. Plus the forests at the far end meant that anyone who was injured could retreat past the encirclement that they planned to set up. Bernadetta hesitated at the edge of the bridge and gave him a nervous look. She'd offered to be one of the lures, he wasn't sure why, though he had a theory. He nodded at her ever so slightly and pointed behind him slightly with his thumb. They had a tail, just as planned. He could see the movement out of the corner of his eye. The purple-haired girl gulped and her hand dropped down to the short sword at her belt. "It's going to be fine," he said easily. The axe at his belt shifted slightly as he moved. Footsteps thudded against the dirt and stone. Bernadetta flinched and then spun around. Claude did the same, eyeing the shoddily armed and armored bandits as they surged out of the trees from the direction they'd started crossing from. 15 in all, former farmers judging by their scarred hands, bulky builds and the fact that some of them were still wielding woodcutters' axes in spite of their lucrative thefts. He did his best not to smile. This display was oddly run-of-the-mill compared to the Holy Mausoleum conflict or the fight in the Dusker Valley. "Looky what we got here," the man he presumed to be the leader leered, looking Marianne up and down in a way that made her flinch. Claude immediately took a step in front of his classmate and glared at the brigand. "Oh, are you volunteering to die first? The wagon can't take everyone, after all. A couple of spoiled rich kids." "What's in the bag, pretty one?" another man asked, trotting closer to Marianne and reaching for her pack. "You've got something in there to pay the toll, yeah?" "Oh, of course," Bernadetta said meekly. Claude twisted to look at her, worried for a moment, until he saw her shoulder tense up. Ive got it, are right here." One of the bandits grinned down at the shaky little girl and strode up to her. He moved to grab her by the shoulders, which turned out to be a poor idea, because it meant that he couldn't put an arm over his chest when Bernadetta pulled the slender, shortened killing edge out of its sheath and violently slashed upward, cutting a clean swath through his chest and slicing the edge of his throat open. The jagged edges of the blade were so vicious that even someone with, comparatively, less physical strength could cut an enemy's limbs off. The man gurgled and collapsed, blood spraying everywhere from the neck wound. Claude didn't wait even a moment to admire Bernadetta's initiative. He pulled the cord holding the cloak on his shoulders off, revealing his officer's academy uniform, grabbed his axe and swinging it into the lead bandit's chest while he and his men stood gaping at the diminutive noble girl. This one was actually wearing some decent armor. Seeing as the wound only staggered him, he promptly kicked the man's kneecap and when he fell to his knees followed it up with a knockout kick to the face. Marianne dropped her pack and cast Blizzard. The first bandit regained his wits in time to dodge, but that only resulted in the blast hitting the man behind him and freezing his feet to the ground. She followed that up with a second blast that shattered the ice and put the man on his back, before reaching into the pack and drawing out the Levin sword. Heh, Claude chuckled at the stunned shock on the brigands' faces. You didn't seriously think you could hold a road to Gareg Mach Monastery for ransom indefinitely, did you? He smiled over at Bernadetta, who rapidly struggled free of her coat and grabbed her bow in her other hand. See, Bern. You were amazing right there. Don't you agree, Teach? Byleth swung up onto the bridge from where she'd been lying in wait. The sword of the Creator sizzled with steam as she let it rest by her side. If the bandits were scared by the realization that their targets were armed and trained, they were terrified by the sight of the relic weapon. Agreed, she said with her typical calmness. It was joined by the hint of a smile that made Bernadetta perk up. Arrows whipped out of the trees, striking a few arms and legs but otherwise missing or simply forcing the bandits back toward Byleth. Leone and Ingats both emerged from the forest after Lawrence, who was rushing to join the fight. They were followed by a slightly worried-looking Flane, who clapped in relief when she saw the three of them standing straight and clearly not injured. A blast of fire forced one of the bandits to jump off the bridge and into the river. Lysithea and Cyril emerged then, appearing on either of Byleth's sides to glare scornfully at their opponents. The bandits, in either a fit of desperation or the mutual silent decision to go down fighting, actually snapped out of their fear at that. Claude stepped in front of Marianne and blocked the axe headed for her chest. He pushed the man back a bit, and then kicked him away completely when Bernadetta's arrow lodged itself in his shoulder causing his body to lock up in shock. He quickly stowed his axe and took his bow in hand again. Byleth darted into the middle of the fray, dodging past an axe in such a way that the bandit hit one of his partners instead of her. She spun on her heel, slammed the hilt of the sword into the side of her would-be opponent's head and then kicked his leg out from under him. Seeing another man approaching her, she stepped elegantly to the side letting his swing pass her harmlessly and ensuring that she was out of the way so Cyril had a clean shot at him. The orphan boy raised his bow, just a few feet away from the man's chest, and fired 2 arrows. The close range increased the intensity of the impact twice over. It punctured the man's chest and likely one of his lungs. Byleth gave him a merciful death then by slicing through his throat. Claude shot out the knee of the bandit who decided that he'd win by rushing the archer he could reach. He stepped over the man and fired at the back of another who had designs on Bernadetta, who was preoccupied helping Raphael deal with 2 guys at the same time. Marianne was alternating between healing the minor injuries they were picking up here and there, and firing off spells that either incapacitated a man by freezing his arm to a tree, or knocked him off the railing into the river. Lawrence and Leone were paired up again, tag-teaming one of the bulkier men until they could force him onto his knees and bind him with some of the rope they'd brought along. Flane was watching avidly, sticking close to Ignatz as he provided support to whoever needed it most in any given moment. Occasionally she would cast Nosferatu, but largely she kept in the shadow of her bodyguard as he guided her across the field to whomever needed her healing. Claude's observation was that Flane, for all that she was physically squishy in a similar way to Lysithea, had a stupidly huge capacity for channeling magic. Once she started getting through those reason tomes that Teach had given her, she would be able to defend herself quite ably. Claude. Get to Lysithea. Byleth's raised voice was impossible to ignore, even as her demeanor softened, became more human. She was still as quiet and self-possessed as ever. Claude grabbed an arrow from his quiver and stabbed it into the side of his current opponent, causing him to double over and collapse, leaving him at Marianne's mercy, and immediately swept his gaze over the bridge, looking for the spirited white-haired girl. When he spotted her, he saw what Teach had seen. Lysithea was fighting alongside Cyril, though maybe it was better said that she was bodyguarding Cyril while he alternated between annoying people with his arrows and looking at her with naked awe, and she was so absorbed in that task that she was forgetting to watch her own back. A bandit was rushing towards her, his axe poised to come down on her unprotected back. Claude crossed the distance in a flash, managing to knock the weapon aside. He snarled in pain when it bit into his shoulder, sinking into the flesh and nearly scraping bone. He raised an arm and shoved it aside, nearly biting his tongue at the pain from the weapon's removal from his flesh, then raised his bow so the tip of his arrow was scraping against the man's throat. "Shall we dance?" he asked sarcastically, and grinned darkly when the man's eyes widened. He felt the flare of power that came from his crest moments before he let the arrow go, the force of the impact driving it right through his throat. Hot golden light surrounded the arrow as if it had been dipped in liquid flame. It spread through the man's body in the blink of an eye, pulling blood and light from it like draining a fruit of its juice. The light flowed into Claude as the bandit crashed to the ground, his skin rapidly turning gray and stony as if he had been carved from crumbling granite. Warmth flooded his veins, as pure and perfect as recover. His body was instantly restored, the wound vanishing as though it had never been, leaving him feeling like he'd just had a long nap in a hot bath. The glory of the major crest of Regan, Claude thought with a level of grim humor. That stamina that can keep me fighting through storms and the hours of the night is sustained through the blood of my enemies. It's a gift I'd sooner associate with the Ash, god of war, bloodshed and ruin, than the benevolent Suthies. "Thanks," Lysithea said breathlessly, bringing him out of his thoughts. Claude glanced over his shoulder and frowned, noticing that her face was pale and drawn. "Hey, retreat if you have to, okay? We can handle this," he said while turning and taking aim at another bandit and firing. The arrow sank into his knee, dropping him and allowing Marianne to proceed to tie him up while Ignatz stood guard by her. The bandits were thinning out immensely. There were only 4 still fighting, desperately trying, and failing, to get past Byleth, while the rest of them either tied up and incapacitated, or had bled out on the ground. "I'm okay," Lysithea protested, shaking her head. "I'm just a bit dizzy. It's nothing serious." "You said that at the tournament lunch, and then you ended up collapsing after you beat Annette," Cyril interjected, a frown in his voice. "You can sit down, Lysithea. We're about done here. I'm not hurt, I'm just short of breath." "It's not a problem." Claude let out a bemused sigh and turned on his heel to go help teach, leaving Cyril to fuss over their pint-sized powerhouse. As he took aim, he watched Byleth dodge between her 2 opponents, causing one to cut into the other's side. The man took umbrage at this, and forgot all about the blue-haired ashen demon to attack his former ally with his bare hands. Claude lowered his bow slightly and began walking over. Byleth came up short and watched serenely while the 2 men hammered away at each other, weakening as their wounds were further aggravated by the movement. "Does this happen a lot?" he asked her curiously upon reaching her. "More often than not," Byleth explained. One of the men tried to grab the other's neck, but he was too weak at this point to properly strangle his enemy. "While I have faced bandit groups with strong bonds of loyalty, they tend to be the exception. Groups of outlaws often fall to infighting and backstabbings because their first priority is always themselves and elevating themselves out of their current circumstances. Desperate people take desperate measures. I figured that was probably it. Of course, the way I've always heard it at the round table, you'd think it was because peasants and deserters inherently lack moral fiber." Byleth snorted. "I find that the more successful bandit groups are headed by someone who had enough education and leadership skills to give the local militias the slip. Since many nobles deliberately make even the basic learning of the letters expensive," she let the sentence hang and shrugged. Claude rolled his eyes. "It's funny how that works, isn't it? Everyone is expected to read and write at home, born low or high, the grandparents teach the grandchildren, and the record keepers are 2 of the most respected members of the king's court. To attempt to deny someone the ability to record their family's history like that is begging for a fight." His teach didn't respond to that, but he saw her lip twitch upward in agreement. Something warm and buoyant settled in his chest even at that small reaction. "You're more expressive now, have you noticed? You claim to have no emotions, but that can't be true. At least, not anymore. Should we intervene, or should we leave them to it?" he asked casually. That finally seemed to remind the 2 bandits that they did, in fact, have proper opponents. They looked up at the 2 young adults from where they were sprawled, bleeding, on the ground with wide eyes. Byleth shook her head. "I think they're done," she said with a tone of finality. "The real question is if they'll surrender or bleed to death without making a conscious choice at all." Ultimately, the bandits chose surrender. It didn't surprise Claude much. Most people decided they wanted to live when staring death in the face. Flame patched them up, and the class worked together as a group to move the captured bandits into the prison wagon their nightly assistants had come with, as well as burying the men they'd had to kill. After that, Byleth went among her students checking them for injuries. Aside from some shallow scars on Laurence, a few ugly bruises Bernadetta picked up from close combat, and Leonie's bleeding hand, all of which were quickly dealt with, everyone was more or less uninjured. Byleth smiled, small yet warm, when she realized this. Claude tucked the memory of that expression away with the others he'd seen and picked a dizzy and protesting Lysithea up bridal style, amusing himself with her weak attempts to hammer on his shoulder. "Well done, everyone," Byleth said, clapping her hands together. "That was perfectly executed. Expect nothing less from us," Leonie responded cheerfully. Teach nodded lightly in her direction before going on. "I think it's safe to say that we can take other missions like this, despite your status as students. I am very impressed by the amount of progress each and every one of you has made since I started teaching." She ducked her head slightly, then added, "Clearly I need to step up my material. I'm not challenging you anymore." "Professor," Hilda laughed, "you can still knock all of us flat in a fight without really trying. We have too much catching up to do still." "I'm not so sure about that," Byleth retorted with a tiny smile, putting one hand on her hip. "Anyway, let us return to the inn. I think we may be able to make it back to the monastery in time for the axe tournament." This was met with tired but enthusiastic cheers. Claude woke before sunrise, shaking and tense from a dream that faded into haze as soon as his eyes flickered open. He sat up in the inn bed and placed his hands on his knees, focusing on evening out his breathing. It's been a while, but why now? Nightmares were nothing new to him. These days it took more to faze him enough to trigger one, but he was more than familiar with the dark places his mind could take him. The first time someone had tried to assassinate him, he'd been 8 years old, abed with a fever and only partially awake when the nurse came into his room and tried to smother him with a pillow. His crest had saved him. He'd kicked and struggled and managed to slice her wrist with a hairpin, drawing in enough power to force her hands back so he could scream for help. For so many nights afterwards, he'd been terrified of going to sleep, and when he did finally drift off, he dreamed of suffocating darkness and the nurse's curses as he fought with her. "You little bastard. Abomination, affront to the sun and moon. Just lie there and try to die like an Almiran." Never mind, Claude thought ruefully, that no proper Almiran would passively allow themselves to be murdered if they were even slightly aware of the danger. After that, the next attempt had been the river. The nightmares changed then into a blend of darkness and water, the inexorable feeling of being dragged forward and under, trapped there, knowing that salvation wasn't far away but being unable to reach it no matter how much he strained and struggled. The boys laughing and jeering was there, though far away and muted by the rushing of the waters. Sometimes the nightmare would end with him being flung over the side of a waterfall, a bit odd, since that river ended upon reaching a lake, but who said dreams were rational? As he grew into his role, the schemer, the tactician, the social genius, the nightmares became less frequent, until they were more of an occasional reminder of potential danger and bad memories. Dodging assassination attempts or other ploys to undermine him became almost like a game, something exciting, a test of his will to achieve his dream. Claude looked down at his dominant hand, raising it up to eye level. It was still trembling. He felt cold all over, despite the warm blankets draped over him and the fact that the windows to his suite were tightly shut and shuttered. He tried to remember the dream, scrabbling in the darkness of his mind for some sort of context. All that he found was the flash of an image, a memory, Teach, blooded and battered yet standing protectively in front of Marianne, her relic sword pointed at an unseen enemy. Claude rubbed his eyes and gave his head a shake. That was, he looked over at the dying embers in his fireplace. Why now? Up until they fought Miklon's black beast form, Byleth had seemed invincible. As unstoppable and unmovable as one of Ash's war gargoyles. The sudden reminder that she was human, that came from taking a blow meant for him, at that, had shaken him more than he'd care to admit. He'd grown used to her and her quiet way of worrying about him and the others, grown to like the feeling of her curious eyes on him whenever he did or said something that caught her by surprise. He liked her spontaneous moments of blunt sarcasm and exasperation. He liked her watching in approval as they practiced. He liked her sweet smile and her beautiful laugh. He just liked her. All of her. Not just the Ashen Demon, a useful mercenary for his plans for Fodlan. It shouldn't have been such a revelation, but it was. He truly felt like he had a friend. He'd had Hilda, previously, but even when he opened up a bit to her he was always dogged by that nagging fear that as soon as she realized who he truly was, she'd reject him. Yet, somehow Byleth never triggered that anxiety. It was strange, because if there was anyone that might cotton on to his secret, it was her. She mentioned more than once that she and her father's mercenaries had spent not inconsiderable time in Almira. He'd inherited just enough of his mother's features to hide his Almiran blood from most Fodlan eyes, but someone who had regular contact with his father's people could see through it if they put their minds to it. But he was never worried. Never afraid of losing her. Until. "Are you hurt?" The first thing she'd said after opening her eyes, her body aching from the Black Beast's final blow, concussed and bleeding internally from the blow that had been meant for him, was to ask if he was unharmed. That was the first and foremost thing she cared about, not her own injuries, not if the Black Beast was still alive, only if he was all right. His heart raced at the thought, even now. With a heavy sigh Claude swung his legs off the side of the bed and stood up, grabbing his coat and throwing it on over his night clothes. There was no point in trying to go back to sleep when his mind was buzzing like this. Leaving his room, he made his way up the stairs and out onto the balcony so he could look up at the early morning sky. The stars were starting to fade as the day crept closer. A cool wind whipped through his hair as he sat down on the wooden deck, leaning back on his elbows to better lose himself in the vast indigo depths so far above. It was quiet out here, only crickets chirping and the howling of wolves breaking the silence of the night, along with the wind whistling through the trees. The inn, though luxurious, was solely the province of travelers and didn't have a village attached to it. The light of candles and flames through the windows cast orange shadows across the forest floor, eerie and beautiful in its own right. Very different from the wide-open plains and rivers that he so often traveled as a child. He counted the stars he could still see until the pale light of dawn began to paint long ribbons across the sky. Footsteps creaked on the wooden floor, drawing close to him and then pausing. "Claude?" A welcome soft voice asked. "What are you doing awake so early?" Claude turned his head and smiled at Byleth, who was resting her cheek against her raised hand in a disarmingly cute gesture of puzzlement. She was wearing a heavy gray overcoat over a simple black shirt and pants, both seemed a size too big for her and hung loosely off her frame. Claude was suddenly, sharply, and keenly aware that likely, that was all she was wearing, yet she approached and knelt on the deck next to him with no self-consciousness whatsoever. "Is something wrong?" she murmured, her blue eyes lanterns in the early morning darkness. Claude swallowed and carefully focused on a point just over her shoulder. "Nothing serious, Teach. I woke up from some dream I can barely remember, and then I started dwelling on a project I had to leave half-finished back at the monastery, got me worked up enough that I couldn't go straight back to sleep." He shrugged lightly. "So I came up here to watch the sky." "A project?" Byleth repeated, tilting her head. "Is this the reason you've been falling asleep in the library so often?" "Nah, that's because of my research into something that might well get me killed if my targets twig to the fact that I'm getting closer to them. Once I've gotten into Ria's office and found everything I can, that's probably all I'll be able to find about the Dusker incident in the church. After this I'll have to find some excuse to go into the kingdom to continue my search." "Nope, this was something else. I was putting together a new poison." Byleth blinked twice and stared at him for a moment before warily saying, "A new poison?" He chuckled. "Yup. It's a colorless, odorless poison. After about 2 days, you'll get a terrible case of, let's say stomach trouble." "I can hear your silent question, Teach, why the delay?" He made a little flourish with his hands. "That's just in case you don't have access to the target when you need the poison to take effect." Teach eyed him dolefully, not saying anything. "Naturally, I have no immediate plans for this stuff." Claude went on a little hastily. "I just felt like broadening the old horizons a bit." He leaned back on his elbows again. "When devising schemes, it's best to have as many options at your disposal as you can manage. Expanding those options one of my hobbies." "Why such a dangerous hobby?" Byleth rested her hands on her knees, her expression softening back into honest curiosity. Claude drew in a sharp breath that he hoped was unobtrusive. The cold indifference that had once seemed like a permanent mask had kept him away from her thoughts and feelings, but now, when she smiled, when she was worried, when she was pleased or embarrassed, she became the most open and honest person he'd ever met. Well, I grew up in an environment where it was necessary to think that way, at times. He straightened up again under the weight of her gaze. I told you before that I hadn't grown up in the sort of luxury the other nobles in our class are used to. He hesitated, wondering how much to say, how much he dared say, before continuing. Ever since I was a child, I've been perceived as different. An outsider, I suppose you could say. Why? Byleth asked, frowning slightly. You're certainly an odd one, Claude, but there's no reason you shouldn't belong anywhere you wished to be. How could anyone say otherwise? Claude felt his lips part in shock. Well, just come out and punch me in the stomach, why don't you? Oh, I'm the odd one, am I? He retorted teasingly to cover up the way his heart raced and the warmth flooding through his veins at hearing those words spoken so bluntly and sincerely. The sky is blue, water is wet, he belonged here. Some whimsical part of him contemplated kissing her on the cheek, the rest of him quickly shoved the thoughts back, insisting it would give the game away. That's a little rich coming from you. She rolled her eyes and brought her hand up to her cheek again. You are odd, she responded simply. You are the strangest man I've ever met, and whenever I think I've finally gotten used to your oddness, you turn around and surprise me again. She crossed her legs. Claude felt his gaze flicker down to her muscular thighs and quickly looked back up to her face. You walked up to the terrible ashen demon, still splattered with blood from her last fight, called her a goddess and started shamelessly teasing her. If that isn't the definition of strangeness, I don't know what is. Yeah, well, where I come from, there is nothing more desirable than a man or woman who knows their way around the battlefield. Well, who am I to judge people for not being like most others? That's defined me since my birth. He shrugged. I've been resented and hated. There have even been attempts on my life. I don't think I've earned such treatment, but that's how it goes for people like me. Byleth's eyes widened. What? She blurted out, her whole body tensing up like a fight was about to start. Assassination attempts. When? Why? You've never even implied that you've been targeted before. How could I not have? Ah, when did you last dash? Whoa, Teach, take it easy, Claude interrupted, grabbing her hand. The way her other hand instinctively dropped to her hip where her sword usually was worried him, it seemed like she was ready to go out and fight some unseen opponent. I haven't had any trouble since entering the academy. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Byleth hissed, glaring at him. She was practically vibrating with agitation, anger, and something else. You are my student and my best friend. It's my job to worry about you, you dunce. Who's targeting you, do you know? The sharp edge to her voice told him in no uncertain terms that if he named names, he'd have dead bodies. Teach, I caught most of them, Claude protested, squeezing her hand, both bewildered and flustered by the sheer force of her reaction. I'm your best friend. And some of them happened a long time ago. Besides, it's nothing I can't take care of myself. There's no need for you to go out on a crusade and get yourself in trouble. I don't care about trouble. I've lived through plenty of trouble. Byleth said mulishly. She did reluctantly settle down a bit. I care about keeping you safe. He smiled in response, automatically, without thinking about it, raised her hand to his lips and kissed it lightly. Her surprised squeak was well worth fighting down a telltale blush. So that's why Sylvain calls you mother and murder, he teased. She almost pouted in response, at least, that's what he thought that gone-enabling expression was. It suits you. He shrugged. But really, people regard outsiders as a beast of sorts. It's not really surprising that some of them want us to vanish from their lives. Her eyes flashed. You're not an outsider. You're Claude von Regan. Why couldn't I meet you sooner? Thanks, Teach. Claude carefully maintained his smile, not wanting that vulnerability to bleed through. You know, in many ways I'm just a normal person like everyone else. But in the right environment, anyone can seem like an outsider. He let go of her hand and glanced up at the sky. It can become overwhelming. So I kept running, kept fighting. That sounds lonely, Byleth murmured. It was. Sometimes. My parents told me that I wouldn't grow up strong if I couldn't fight my own battles. So in the end, I did. And I grew up as independent and self-reliant as they always wanted me to be. Lucky me, right? She smiled softly at him. You grew up well. If you want to know my secrets. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, it must be you. Teach? I get the feeling you know what it's like to be an outsider. Byleth tilted her head, and pressed a finger against her mouth. Something dark settled over her expression, sadness or resignation, or perhaps both. It's true. She turned to face him again, tugging at the edges of her coat. The first person who called me a demon was a person I'd been hired to escort. We were attacked on the road and I ended up getting stabbed in the shoulder. I kept fighting anyway, drove them off. When I turned to my client, she was horrified. She said no human could ignore that pain like it was nothing. No human could be stabbed and not make a sound. No human could cut down a dozen enemies and not feel a thing. Byleth rolled her sleeve up and ran a thumb over her wrist. Claude squinted for a moment, before realizing, with a flash of ice-cold shock, that there were old scars along the skin above the vein. Scars that cut sideways, scars that must have been self-inflicted. I always knew something was wrong with me. I never cried, I never smiled, I never felt scared. My father is a reserved man who keeps his emotions close to his chest, but he was never empty the way I was. I accepted the moniker of Ashen Demon as a matter of course, though father always hated it, because how could I be human if I couldn't feel anything like them? She brushed her thumb against the scar again. I've been beaten by villagers as a witch, one group tried to stone me to death. I wasn't willing to take that, of course, and father ultimately had to intervene, she sighed. One woman poisoned me for killing her son, he'd been a part of a bandit group that the mercenaries wiped out. I actually hadn't participated in that raid, since I'd been down with a fever, but I was the one who didn't even twitch when she wept and cursed us for killing her only child, so I suppose I looked like the one who deserved it. The worst part was, I couldn't resent my deficiency. It was just something I knew existed. One night I wondered if I could somehow bleed out everything that was wrong with me, and be the living, human daughter my father deserved. She shook her head, pulling the sleeve down over her arm. Of course, all I succeeded in doing was almost bleeding out and giving father an awful shock. How terrible, Claude murmured, gently placing his hand on top of her wrist. Over the scars. You deserved better than that, Teach. She let out a shaky breath, clasping his hand with hers. I just wish she blurted out, then shook her head. This is going to sound silly, but I think I was fated to come here. Fated to meet you. Because just by knowing you, I am changing. The curse I've always lived with is going away. I can feel things now, burst by burst. It's like a pot that's boiling over. Isn't that a good thing? It's scaring me, Byleth whispered back, her fingers tightening on around his. The admission shocked him silly, he must have made quite the face, because she blushed a bit under his reaction. It's true. I was hurt more than I should have been back when you came to help us save Flane. That was because I kept making mistakes, basic mistakes. I kept feeling things, getting lost in my own head, reacting in anger, and I slipped up. More than once. She gave him a pleading look. What's happening to me? Nothing you can't learn to manage. He promised. Teach, if you want, I'm willing to spar with you as many times as you need. I'm good at annoying people, after all, and if you want to learn how to fight in spite of your emotions, well, there are worse places to start. Byleth let out a small, startled laugh and smiled. Thank you. Anything to see you smile like that, my friend, Claude thought but couldn't quite bring himself to say. Fortunately the trip back to the monastery was uneventful, and this time they didn't come back to discover chaos had ensued in their absence. Claude amused himself by imagining writing about his first months in the academy in a letter to his father. The old man would get a huge kick of the sheer amount of bloody chaos he'd gotten into in the heart of the Sirios faith. One more for the pile I've got already, I guess. Still need to find a way to actually get the messages across the border. Feeling a little distracted, his heart-to-heart with Byleth still on his mind, he decided that instead of going directly to bed he'd have a hot bath first. How was he supposed to have guessed that Dmitri was there? See, come now. You know, I think you're quite striking. Claude leaned against the wall of the bathhouse, heart pounding. Part of him wanted to stay and see what he could cajole out of the flustered prince, but the other part of him wanted to flee directly to his room and lock the door. He was watching me the whole time. What was he staring at? My scars. Or was he just looking at me? His fingers tapped rapidly against his bow. He turned into a stammering mess when I caught him. Why would he do that if he wasn't? No, stop that thought right there, you're hoping for the moon. Dmitri's wide, hazy ocean blue orbs flashed through his mind. That look had come over him when Claude had touched his bare, scarred shoulder. Ah, why did I do that? What was I thinking? Oh, right, I wasn't. I was trying very hard to think about anything other than the fact that I was sharing a bath with someone I'm attracted to. He clapped a hand over his mouth, as if doing so would somehow erase the admission he'd inadvertently made to himself. His chest ached painfully. There was faint movement that he could hear within the bathhouse. Dmitri was finishing up. The urge to flee intensified immensely. Damn it, why did it have to be him? A warm, knightly Prince Charming, devoted to his friends, to justice, to compassion, the last living member of the royal family. Claude screwed his eyes shut. He can't afford to have anything but a temporary, passing fling with another man, and Dmitri's not the type to separate sex from emotional devotion. It's silly to even contemplate it. But I am attracted to him. There's no doubt about that. He huffed out a weak, quiet laugh, letting his hand drop back to his side. Ashes, blood and bones, I'm hopeless. This is the whole reason I shut everyone out of my heart. Yet he just walked through all those walls I put up like they didn't even exist with just a few sincere words. His grip on his bow tightened. Come on, Khalid. Pull yourself together. Attraction is one thing, and it's something you know plenty about. You're not about to deny being attracted to Teach, after all. You can find a way to deal with this, as you have before. Are you a schemer or what? The door opened, and Claude's heart nearly escaped his chest via this throat. Dmitri smiled hesitantly at him, his golden hair still damp from the water and clinging to his pale neck. He was wearing black and indigo clothes that weren't particularly familiar to the brunette. It was probably casual wear from home, given that he'd changed out of his officer's academy uniform. Thank you for waiting, the prince said softly. Shall we go? Sure, Claude said, smiling playfully back at him. They headed down the stairs and started to cross back to the monastery proper. I'm sorry, Dmitri said, breaking the silence. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable back there, if that's what I did. Oh, come on, that's hardly what happened. With a force of effort to keep his voice light and playful, Claude added, it was nice, actually. I don't get admired quite so often. Dmitri blushed hotly. Truly? I admit, that's kind of surprising. You're such a gentleman. How often do you notice other men to be so confident in what you see in me? I've never truly thought about it that way. Dmitri stammered a bit. He was flustered enough that Claude was convinced of his honesty. Being the only child of the king probably meant that sort of desire would be indirectly discouraged, even before the incident. I mean, one can admire the sunset without understanding it, right? I suppose that's true. It's also neither a yes nor a no. You're killing me, Mitya, please, don't make me ask you this directly. You're too easy to tease, you know that. So I've come to realize, Dmitri responded ruefully. How went your mission? Went off without a hitch, Claude said with a smile. It was a bit touch and go at one point, but in the end they didn't stand a chance. But did you expect anything less, with us having Teach's guidance? It's true. So no one was hurt. Not aside from a few scraps and bruises. Business can now safely travel to Gareg Mach. That merchant was so happy he cried, still insisted on overpaying us, too. Teach had to argue with him for a while before he stopped trying to give us most of his current wares. Claude stretched his arms. Flane tried to sneak off to bed without seeing Seath. Unfortunately he was waiting for her in the front hall. I understand he was worried, but she looked like she might die of embarrassment when he started fussing over her in front of everyone. He is her family, Dmitri said, a wistful note in his voice. He would likely worry himself needlessly if even without the kidnapping lingering in his mind. Claude opened his mouth to ask if he was all right when someone slammed into his shoulder, nearly throwing him off his feet. His prince grabbed his arm, catching and steadying him and allowing him to see his assailant. It wasn't one of the knights, or one of the students from outside his class. It was an older man, pale in pallor and scarred from many previous fights. He wore dark and scruffy clothes that had dirt on the helms. But more pertinently, there was a large sack tucked under one of his arms that rattled and clinked, the telltale sound of clay jars knocking into each other. And the only place nearby that used that sort of jar in great numbers was. "Are you Casper's pantry thief?" Claude asked semi-sarcastically as he righted himself. The man was staring in wide-eyed panic at the pair of them. Ah, it would just figure this would happen in the evening. At least the march wasn't too trying. "Are you going to make us chase you?" In lieu of answering verbally, the man took off. "He's going to make us chase him." Running away from the guy possessing the Major Regan crest, smart. Mitya dash. "I'll go with you," Dmitri interrupted. "Quickly, before we lose sight of him." They both took off in pursuit. Fortunately, the man either wasn't too fast on his feet or was being weighed down by his stolen goods, because keeping him within their sight wasn't hard despite his attempts to zigzag or hide within the trees and bushes. They nearly crashed into Edelgard when going up the stairwell. Dmitri slowed long enough to give her an explanation, leaving Claude to run ahead. The man ran past the knight's hall, went partway toward the graveyard, and then ducked toward the wall, and disappeared. Claude skidded to a halt and stared blankly for a few seconds before his eyes adjusted to the low light of sunset. There was a hole in the wall, not unlike what he'd seen in Juritsaw's office. Curious, he walked closer to it and peered down into the darkness. It was a tunnel that led to a stairwell, and there were lights coming up from the darkness. Another hidden passageway in Gareg Mach. Ah, how many secrets does this building have? Any thoughts of sleep were long since banished, but this gave him a whole new shot of adrenaline. Yet another way into the building. I wonder what's down there for you, Mr. Thief. Claude. Dimitri's voice echoed from somewhere behind him. "Where are you?" "Over here," he called. To his surprise and delight, his voice drew not only Dmitri and Edelgard, but Byleth and Bernadetta as well. The group came to a stop behind him, blinking and staring at the hole in the wall. He grinned and pointed down the dimly lit passageway. "Our little friend went down this way," he said by way of explanation. Byleth stared at the wall for a moment before groaning tiredly. "Not this again. It looks dark, and, dark, down there," Bernadetta whimpered, edging over so her professor was standing between her and the entrance. "Mayaib, we should go wake Sir Alois or something." "He's in a meeting with the Archbishop right now," Byleth said, running a hand through her hair. "Of course he is. Ugh, food theft is a serious problem if we just ignore it. If he's the same person Casper mentioned, he's been at it for a while." "This reminds me of something," Edelgard mused, looking into the darkness. "There have always been rumors about secret passageways beneath the monastery, but it's hard to tell what is fanciful thinking and what might be fact. If there is a labyrinth down there, we have to keep in mind the possibility of getting lost should we pursue. He would know his way around better than us after all." "That's true, there's no telling where this leads," Dmitri murmured with a frown. Claude grinned at him. "Oh no. Oh, there's no telling what we could find down there. Terrible danger. Wicked creatures. Unspeakable smells." "Claude, don't wind up Bernadetta," Byleth instructed in exasperation, over the purple-haired girl's noise of alarm and distress. "Edelgard, Dmitri, I'm going to go and try and see if we can catch up with the bandit. If we're not back in 15 minutes, please get my father and whatever knights are still awake." "Please, Professor," Edelgard responded indigently. "As if we could let you go down there with only 2 people for backup." With so little information, it's far too dangerous. Don't you agree, Dmitri? I agree on principle, yes, considering what happened at the Rite of Rebirth and Flane's kidnapping, vigilance is paramount. However, Dmitri then shook his head, looking abashed. Unfortunately, the two of us happen to be unarmed right now. It limits the sort of help we'd be able to offer. What's going on over here? A new, vaguely familiar voice asked. Claude turned around to see Hannah of Geralt's mercenaries standing a few feet behind them, weighed down by a number of what looked like freshly repaired weapons, axes, swords, and lances, wrapped in a sack. He'd seen her multiple times down in the stables. She'd helped him feed the Pegasi and wyverns and was kind enough not to rat him out when he took one for a late-night flight. Kid, has something happened? Don't tell me there's been another disappearance. Nothing that severe, Byleth explained, gesturing towards the entranceway. However, there's been another food theft. He used this hidden passageway to escape. She nodded toward a blanket of foliage that was set askew next to it. He's clearly been in and out of here many times before. Another one, Hannah said, throwing her hands in the air. By Suthi's grace, was this monastery built on top of an underground city. She sighed and held out the sack so the weapons and quivers were facing them. Well, I know that expression well enough by now. You lot come and arm yourself, and if I yell down there in half a mark and don't hear from you, I'm bringing the captain down. Got it? Byleth gave the slightly older girl a grateful smile. Of course. Thank you, Hannah. She took out a familiar steel bow and a quiver, slinging one then the other over her shoulder. Her hand easily slid down to the hilt of the sword of the Creator, buckled at her side as always. My gratitude, Edelgard said politely, taking first an axe and then a sword from the bag. Let's not dally any more. Unless you think there's someone else we can call for right now. Byleth shook her head. Most of the rest of the Golden Deer are dead to the world right now, and I doubt your other classmates are much more alert. I'm not sure we should spend the time looking around to find out. Whoa, what's this, Professor? Speak of the devil and she shall appear, Claude thought in delight as Hilda, Ash, and Linhard all appeared from the ether. Don't tell me someone else has vanished and the knights were too polite to come get us this time. The pink-haired girl pouted while he restocked his quiver. Where are you going, Your Highness, Professor? Ash asked worriedly. You're taking weapons with you. Has something happened? It looks like a whole lot of something is about to happen, Linhard deduced, promptly turning on his heels. I think I'm going to go back to bed. Stop right there, Linhard. Edelgard commanded in her best emperor voice. The green-haired boy instantly froze in his tracks, a great blanket of resignation immediately covering his whole body. Your bad luck is our good fortune. You're coming with us to get a pantry thief. You can stop thinking of ways out of this, Hilda, Claude added cheerfully when the pinkette opened her mouth to do just that. We could use your help too. Right, Teach? She seems alert enough to be an asset, Byleth replied in her usual neutral voice, but the hint of a teasing grin on her face completely spoiled the look. Hilda sulked mightily in response. You as well, Ash. I'll explain on the way. Dmitri said. Ash, in contrast to his two companions, simply bobbled his head in acceptance and immediately went to arm himself from a very amused-looking Hannah, who seemed to be suppressing laughter. The more the merrier, Claude said. Bernadetta let out a low, hopeless moan before walking over to take a bow and short sword, which was rather impressive for her, seeing as a month or so ago she would have dug her heels in and refused to take one step into the underground out of pure, frozen terror. Let's hope we're not marching to our doom in the pits of some long-forgotten civilization. Claude, Byleth said in a warning tone, even as her lip twitched. He beamed back at her before turning and being the first one to step into the tunnel. The first thing he noticed is that, very much unlike the stairwell in Juritsaw's office, aside from some moss here and there, this tunnel was cleaned, decently maintained, and well lit. Which pointed to a lot of people using it, not just one thief, and using it with some frequency to boot. Claude kept one arrow in hand as he led the way down the steep stairs. They walked down for something like 10, maybe 13 minutes before finally reaching a wide hallway lined with torches. Look at that, Bernadetta mumbled, stepped out from behind Byleth to look around the room. It's too big to be a tunnel, it's more like a hallway, isn't it, I think you might be onto something, Edelgard mused. But, let's get deeper in before we jump to any conclusions. Byleth nodded without saying anything. In a few strides, she caught up with Claude and made a point of walking just ahead of him. He blinked and quickly realized that she was standing in such a way that if someone rushed them from the end of the hall, they would hit her before reaching him. Teach, you don't have to protect me at your own expense. I can make my own way in a fight. In his mind's eye, he saw the scars on her wrist. Let me protect you too. Please. The hallway quickly turned into another one, and then another one. Claude quickly noticed that there were tiles on the floor similar ones he remembered seeing in the Holy Mausoleum. They hummed with magic whenever someone stepped on them. Remember these, Mitya? He asked quietly, tapping his foot against one of them. A shadowy echo of his leg followed the movement, blurring precisely where he was standing and making it difficult to know where to aim. Indeed I do, Dmitri said, shifting his grip on his lance. That's worrisome. Everyone, keep an eye on where you step. Byleth ordered, tapping her fingers on the hilt of her relic sword. Bernadetta ducked forward and grabbed onto her arm, straightening up a little as though drawing strength from her professor. Byleth allowed it with small smile, taking a second to ruffle her hair without breaking stride. They found another set of stairs, shorter than the first one thankfully, which lead them to a wide room with several pillars and a gateway through which further halls were visible. Byleth paused, tilting her head. It looked like she was listening to something, but even as he strained, Claude couldn't hear anything except for footsteps. Look at this place, Bernadetta mumbled. Doesn't it look kinda lived in? Edelgard looked around. It does seem like more than a simple passageways. It's too defensively designed. And people have clearly been moving through this place with frequency. People living under Gareg Mach. Hilda muttered, then she gasped loudly. Oh. Holst used to tell me all sorts of stories when he was studying at the Officers' Academy. Stories about people who shunned the light of day, choosing to live in a maze of tunnels and hiding places underneath the monastery. He treated them like fun urban legends, but what if they aren't? What if the abyss is real? That's 2 points for the pink-haired girl. A boisterous voice proclaimed, snapping Claude's attention to the gateway. It slid open with a grinding screech, and a massively tall figure strode through it. It was a man in his mid-20s, unless he missed his guess, a muscular brawler wearing an open grey overcoat and a black chain across his torso. He had little to nothing in the way of armor, aside from possibly his heavy leather pants, but that wasn't nearly as eye-catching as what was on his wrists. Massive gauntlets that more resembled the claws of some great monster than anything meant for a human, glowing a blazing orange. They had a very similar shape and coloring to Byleth's Sword of the Creator. Welcome to the Abyss, strangers, the giant laughed, smiling the way men did when they were anticipating a fight. Claude's hand tensed on his bow. Identify yourself. Dmitri demanded reflexively, also going for his lance. The prince looked a little pale, clearly coming to a similar conclusion as him. That uniform. The man eyed them for a moment before letting out a chuckle. Welcome, curious students of the Officers' Academy. What brings such fine, upstanding surface dwellers to our humble abode? We were chasing someone who stole from the dining hall, Claude responded with artificial casualness. You wouldn't have happened to see a shifty-looking guy with a huge sack creeping around these parts, have you? Our business is no concern of yours, Edelgard said with the calm aloofness that so often characterized her. She regarded the man with equal parts disdain and cool composure. Do you intend to let us pass, or obstruct us? Ahaha. The perfect haughty noblewoman's laugh answered that question. Such indulgence simply cannot be permitted, said a golden-haired, well-dressed aristocratic young woman who strode through the gate to join the brawler. She tossed her head and proclaimed, Your words may fool the fool, but I cannot be so easily deceived. Sheesh. Harsh, Constance, the brawler grumbled half-heartedly. I, Constance von Novelli, shall divine your true intentions. The blonde declared as if her companion hadn't spoken. You are here by order of the church, which cruelly plots to eliminate the inhabitants of the abyss. What? No. Never, nothing like that. Bernadetta shrieked in rapid-fire protest. We didn't know anyone was down here. We didn't know anything, we were just looking for a thief. We'll leave right away, I promise. Byleth put a hand on her shoulder and frowned. There's been no talk of exterminating anyone up in the monastery, she said flatly. And if there was, we would not willingly be a part of it. Why do you think that the church plans to kill any people living down here? Did you say Novelli? Edelgard asked, half to herself. The brawler tossed his head and laughed. I don't care what the reason for this brawl is. A fight's on the menu, and I'm ready to feast. So let's get going, huh? But we don't want to fight you. Bernadetta protested, her voice shooting up an octave. Kman, scaredy cat, the brawler cajoled lightly, taking a combat stance. You've been at least one decent fight before, haven't you? There's no better way to learn what a person is like than seeing how they throw down. We'll see what your soul's made of. My soul is made of yarn and endless dread. That's all there is to it, I swear. Claude very firmly told himself not to laugh at his classmates' very audible worries about the situation they were in. She would not appreciate it, and no matter how funny that mental image was, it was just a dickish thing to do. We have no quarrel with you, Dmitri said, visibly bound and determined to attempt to defuse the situation. If we are trespassing here, we will leave you be. We have not come to kill anyone. Very true, Claude said, deciding to add his voice to the choir. He could always come back when these guys were preoccupied to snoop around, after all. We'll just pull a strategic retreat and be out of your hair. Turning back already? Oh, but you'll make me so sad, a silkily smooth voice interjected. Claude's eyes were drawn to the two newcomers. The one who had spoken was a tall, androgynously gorgeous young man with sleek purple hair, pale skin, and violet eyes sharp as knives. He wore gray, purple, and black, with a short sword buckled to his hip. On his wrists, they looked like fancy jeweled bracelets, but they glowed a hot orange and shimmered with a glittering rainbow of light. The boy looked in his direction and gave him a very deliberate and coy smile. Now why would you want to do that? His eyes weren't smiling, though. They were cold, deliberating. Everyone here is starved for amusement, after all the attacks we've suffered over the past few weeks. They've been waiting for a decent fight. Wow, look at that. Claude responded with exaggerated surprise. A flawless example of a surprise attack. You're not run-of-the-mill loners, are you? Claude, this isn't the time for your particular sense of humor, Dmitri pleaded. We have to find a way through. Why you? Bernadetta whispered, staring. Then, greatly startling Claude, and everyone else for that matter, she let go of Byleth's arm and took a few steps forward, her hand partially outstretched toward the boy. She stalled after a few steps and just stared. You? And no. Why you can't be, he's gone, she wrapped her arms around her shoulders, staring at him. What are you on about? The boy asked, peering at her in puzzlement. Claude watched his eyes carefully, and thus saw the flicker of shocked recognition before it was quickly shoved back behind a mask of flirtatious casualness. I know I'm quite the sight, but there's a time and place for that, isn't there? Bernadetta, whatever or whoever she was thinking about, or remembering, was so deep in her head that she didn't react to that comment. Which, as far as Claude was concerned, meant that whoever this guy was, he had been fairly important to her. You know this girl, Yuri Bird? The last newcomer asked. She was a girl with strikingly red hair and dark brown skin, dressed in gray, white, and black like her three friends, except she wore riding boots. I wonder how the hell they'd have horses down here, if they actually do. Those kinds of animals really don't like going underground. I think I might. Yuri said with a lightness that would have fooled Claude if he hadn't spent most of his recent life listening for affectations. Admittedly, I know a lot of people. I do know some better than others, though. That pretty, coy, inviting smile slipped over to Byleth, who tilted her head slightly in response. Watch yourself, pretty boy, Claude thought in a hot spike of indignation. To his minor amusement, both Dmitri and Edelgard both shot the opposing sword user death glares. Claude, wait, Claude, is it? As in the brand new heir to House Regan. The brawler blurted out, now eyeing him with a speculative look he very much did not appreciate. Who? Me? Nah. Wrong guy. Claude's a common name in Fodlan. It's just too dashing for new moms to pass up. After all, it is the name of the knight from my mother's favorite fable, which is why it's one of my names. Father teased her a bunch over it, but she held firm. It's even a popular choice for fake names. It's nice, easy, rolls off the tongue, just a natural choice, yeah. Right, except there's only one Claude enrolled at the academy this year, the brawler responded smoothly, gesturing to him. Looks like that's you. Why would the guy living in the basement of Gareg Mach have access to the enrollment lists? Claude asked dryly, even as his heart skipped a beat. I guess the Claude harvester who works in the kitchen just doesn't exist, then. The brawler huffed. I also happen to have heard that Claude von Regen is a teenager and famously smart-mouthed. Since that suits you pretty well, it seems my luck has finally taken a turn for the better. So. Your choices are as follows. He smirked dangerously at them. Line up for the beating of a lifetime, or let us lock you up like the good little boys and girls you undoubtedly are. Bernadetta let out a whimper of terror. Byleth ripped the sword of the creator out of its sheath and swung it at the brawler, letting it split out to its full length. Yuri's eyes widened, and he grabbed the brawler and forced him to move to the side. The blade went wide. Teach hadn't been going for a killing blow, she rarely opened with one, but it would have hurt if it had hit. The noble girl, Constance, let out an alarmed shriek and jumped backwards into the redhead, who grabbed her and tensed up like she was trying not to vomit. The sword hissed as it reformed. Byleth pointed the blazing blade at the brawler's chest. I haven't come here for a fight, she growled, her voice dropping to a low alto that simultaneously gave Claude chills and did treacherous things to his stomach. But if you put a single one of my students in danger, I will split you in half. Yuri eyed her carefully while the brawler, now somewhat pale in the face, straightened up and took on a combat stance. Claude saw a look of honest respect in those violet pools before he nodded and responded, I understand. Unfortunately, my own people have been suffering from attacks and indignities for a while now, so I can't back down until I discern who you are and what you want. He then twisted his wrist. There was a flare of crest energy, a dark green light, and then he vanished from sight like the shattering of a desert mirage. Well, Claude thought dully through his shock as he readied his bow, that's going to be a problem. Chapter 18. I don't like this, I don't like this. Byleth chanted silently as she dodged past an assassin's sword and fired a point-blank arrow into his shoulder. He crashed to the ground with a tortured curse. His friend immediately abandoned his attempt to get past Edelgard in favor of kneeling and helping him. Edelgard clearly contemplated either knocking him out while he was distracted. Byleth sharply gestured for her to leave him be. Go guard Linhard, she urged, turning on her heel. There's too many opponents here. Understood, Edelgard said a bit reluctantly. Watch out for those two, I don't want you getting stabbed in the back. I know, she responded, choosing not to point out that those two weren't fighting to kill and more interested in protecting each other than taking her out. There would be a time and place for that conversation. Her eyes panned the crowd as she ran forward, slinging her bow over her shoulder and grabbing the sword of the creator out of its sheath. Yuri's vanishing act had prompted the four initial strangers to scatter, and summoned dozens of other pale-skinned, disreputable-looking people out of the dark twisting corridors to their aid. They had to be outnumbered at least 20 to 1, and two of their opponents had what might well be relic weapons. Constance and the other girl had vanished down the hallway, but the brawler remained at the front lines. He hadn't been shaken by her threat for very long. He'd headed for Bernadetta, but Dimitri cut him off. While the prince was fighting defensively, he was holding his own. Ash and Claude were fighting side by side, forcing the other three brawlers to keep their distance, forming a protective line in front of Linhard, who was mostly healing their injuries with physic and occasionally throwing fireballs whenever the opportunity presented itself. Meanwhile, Hilda was guarding Bernadetta while tussling with a warrior. The diminutive archer took potshots at anyone who entered her range whenever possible. We only have one dedicated healer, we're outnumbered, two of our enemies have crests and compatible relic weapons, there could be traps here that we can't anticipate. Arg, I should have asked Hannah to get father right away and come join us. It's times like this that I'm grateful I devoted all that time to faith and its magic. Think, Ashen Demon, how should you proceed? Claude teasingly blew Edelgard a kiss when she rejoined them and threw her axe, forcing one of the brawlers to dodge and consequentially get nailed in the knee by Ash. Byleth could almost hear the white-haired princess roll her eyes in response. "Just focus on the job, won't you?" she scolded. "Your wish is my command," Claude laughed in response, swinging his bow across the room, one eye narrowed, before firing. The brawler, focusing on him at the expense of both Ash and Byleth herself, dodged to the right, putting himself directly in her crosshairs. She slammed her sword's hilt into his helmet, rendering him dazed and dropping him. "That was amazing," Ash enthused. "What, that? I'm not even showing off yet. If you stay close you might see something real special, how about it?" Claude winked at the young archer and began prowling around the edges of Dimitri's duel with the brawler. Byleth was mildly shocked to realize the prince was actually having some trouble. She'd never see someone meet him blow for blow before. Only she really came close to matching his strength. "Who are you people, anyway?" Dimitri asked before ducking past a swing aimed at his chest. "Not at his head," Byleth noted. "It doesn't seem right to cross blades without knowing at least that much." "Wow, does it hurt to take yourself that seriously?" the redhead said disbelievingly from where she stood in the mouth of the hallway. The red-black aura of dark magic danced around her fingers. She'd taken a few potshots, but she mostly seemed to be just watching the fight unfold. She shrugged. "Answer the man's question, B." "Why me?" B complained, then grunted in startled pain when Dimitri kicked him hard in the stomach. The impact sent him stumbling back several feet, forcing him onto the defensive as Dimitri took advantage of his disorientation. "Ha, whoa, you've got a mean hook for someone so skinny." "I am Dimitri Alexander Bladdid," the prince responded firmly, before dodging past B's next punch and grabbing his arm just below the relic weapon. Byleth's heart skipped a painful beat. She could see Ash trying to aim at the brawler, but given how both he and Dimitri were circling in each other he didn't have a clean shot. "Might I know who I'm dealing with?" The brawler let out a startled, yet boisterous laugh, twisting around and leveraging his position so Dimitri will lose his grip without directly challenging the other boy's strength. "The Holy Prince himself, down here in the dark with us abandoned rats. Now there's a tale." He grinned. "We're the Ashen Wolves. The secret forehouse in the abyss. The surface world turned its back on us, and we did the same in return. Back for a back, as they say. A fourth house? Impossible," Edelgard said, baffled. Hilda, meanwhile, screwed up her face in concentration as she stared at the brawler. "Professor, I swear, I know this wild man from somewhere." "You do dash." Byleth shook her head. "Ah, save it for afterwards. Focus on the fight." Then she darted toward Dimitri. The prince saw her coming out of the corner of his eye and smiled. B was clearly tipped off by that, because he stopped trying to put Dimitri in a grappler's hold and stepped back, avoiding the first swing of the sword. Dimitri swung his lance up and then across. B dodged the first hit but not the second one, which caught him upside the head. He stumbled back a step but kept his grounding very well. He was a veteran fighter, one who enjoyed the struggle. Byleth could match him blow for blow if she was fighting to kill. However, she didn't want to kill him. Something was going on here that they knew nothing about, and tragedies were built on that which was not spoken. And if the behavior of their first few opponents was anything to go by, the Ashen Wolves weren't trying to kill them either. However, Byleth was in no mood to allow herself to be beaten unconscious and tossed in a cage, and more importantly she had no intention of allowing her students to be violently manhandled by a bunch of trigger-happy sewer rats. B punched Dimitri in the shoulder, throwing him back several feet. Byleth's blood pressure spiked as she narrowly ducked out of the way of a punch aimed at her. A bloody, burning heat washed over her skin as the gauntlet passed by, a radiation so similar to the sword of the creator she swore she felt her weapon pulse in response to its presence. Dimitri landed well, rolled onto his knees and forced himself back to his feet. Ash and Claude both took shots at B after she dodged past his next two strikes, trying to buy herself enough room to bring her sword up without impaling him on impact. "Not bad, not bad," B said with a disarming cheerfulness. Byleth had the sense that the compliment was genuine, rather than the odd brand of frustrated sarcasm she'd heard many times before. "Come and get some, kiddo." "I'm 20, Byleth retorted flatly, swinging the blade out so it split apart, just barely missing B and tearing up the floor behind him. She grimaced and noticed that their conflict had resulted in him stepping onto one of the enchanted parts of the floor. His image blurred and shuddered when she looked at him, as if she was drunk or drugged up with something strong. "Kman, you're too pretty to be so serious," B responded brightly, not the least bit deterred by a glare that had sent enemies fleeing into the woods for their lives. "You're that mysterious new professor, aren't you? So many people were talking about you, the news drifted down here. Makes me wish I hadn't graduated. When did I become pretty instead of disturbing, corpse-like, or demonic?" Byleth wondered in pure bewilderment. Dorothea had called her pretty, Mercedes had called her pretty, Sylvain had called her pretty, Professor Manuela had called her pretty. Where were all of these compliments coming from? Why weren't they disturbed by her like everyone else? "Are you trying to distract me?" she asked, finally deciding to voice this confusion. "Nah, that's more Yuri's style. I just call it as I see it," B said, throwing another flurry of punches, not so much aimed at taking her out as they were meant to keep her from using her sword. "He's twigged to the fact that I'm holding back." She frowned a bit. "More Yuri's style? Ah, that's just what I need, fighting a Claude who can turn invisible." Dimitri rejoined her, swinging his lance and forcing B to break off his current stalemate with her. "Stand down," he snapped in audible frustration. "This battle is meaningless." "No can do," B said sharply, his humor fleeing and replaced with something colder and harder. "No offense, but I'm not sure I dare bring the Holy Prince of Faergus down into abyss where those who fled the church take refuge. I'm no threat to refugees." Dimitri sounded like he couldn't decide whether to be outraged or mortified. Byleth shot him a meaningful look, one that she hoped conveyed, "Don't lose your cool," without saying as much out loud. An arrow whisked past her cheek, missing her by a few inches, and slammed into the brawler's upper shoulders. The man let out a strangled curse, his punch going wide as the shock hit his arm. Dimitri promptly slugged him in the face and kicked his leg out from under him as he careened backwards. Byleth quickly knelt on his chest, pinning one of his arms and pressing the blade of the sword near his neck. Not deep enough to bite into him, but close enough that the heat radiating off it warmed his skin and fear briefly flashed through his dark eyes. "Stay down," she growled low in her throat. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Ash clasp his hands together, impressed, while Claude strolled forward with a pleased grin. B, thoroughly winded, couldn't do much but let out a tortured groan of acknowledgement. "Hilda, can you tie him up?" "With what?" the pinkette protested, peering down at him from over her shoulder. "Who carries 3 coils of rope around when they're taking a midnight stroll? You don't have any, do you? Then someone has to stay and guard him," Byleth explained, glancing toward the redhead and warriors who had rushed up to the mouth of the hallway. Bernadetta eyed their downed opponent with blatant mistrust and stuck to her side. "Not that I would choose her to do it. If he slipped any bonds we put on him, he could overpower her easily just by virtue of how much he outweighs her. The major crest of Indek is superhuman accuracy and multi-shot, not strength. Any volunteers?" Dimitri looked torn, glancing between B and the hallway. Edelgard sighed, and opened her mouth to say something when she was cut off by a worried cry of Balthus, from the redhead at the other end of the hall. The girl clenched her fists, seemed to come to some sort of decision. She gestured sharply at the men behind her and then stepped back. Byleth's first instinct was that she possessed some sort of siege magic, like meteor or bolting. Mages who knew them were comparatively rare, but they were a nightmare to fight against without some sort of dedicated countermeasure, of which they had none. "Get ready to run," she warned the others, tensing up and shifting so she was standing light on her feet. As if on cue, the ground startled rumbling. Byleth's head jerked upward, for a split second fearing she'd see dust falling down as a prelude to part of the ceiling giving way. "Wait, no, there are no cracks in the ceiling plaster." "That's not what's," the ground shuddered again, more violently, almost directly under her feet. "Oh, I don't like that." Scatter. Her students dove in every direction. Byleth just barely managed to hit the ground, roll, and get back to her feet just before the floor not far from B, Balthus, erupted upward, spraying chunks of stone in every direction. A large, serpentine, spindly body twisted and writhed as rose from the ground. A monstrous creature screeched as it rose to its full height, swinging its head around as it jumped from one person to the next. The torchlight caught on its desert yellow scales and its massive, gaping mouth. It looked like some sort of combination between a snake and a worm. Maybe her eyes were playing tricks on her, but Byleth was fairly certain the monster had 3 rows of teeth, each as long as a serrated short sword. "You've got to be kidding me," Claude blurted out, quickly drawing 2 arrows and firing at the creature's head. "What was that?" Linhard demanded, staggering backward and quickly lunging behind Dimitri, who'd grabbed an abandoned rusted javelin off the ground and thrown it at the beast's midsection. "That can't have been a summoning spell, I couldn't see her using magic." "Focus on healing now, theorize later," Edelgard barked, giving Ash a push before throwing herself in a different direction. The beast had coiled back and brought its head down on the ground where they had been standing moments later. "I haven't seen anything like this before," Claude complained. He sounded more startled than actually worried, which was a bit comforting. "And I've been on the edge of the forest of beasts." Movement flickered in the corner of Byleth's eye. She turned her head, looking just past the WYRM monster to where Balthus lay. He was trying to sit up, visibly wheezing. Cursing, she started to make her way back toward him, dodging past the beast's tail in the process. She managed to get several feet away from him when a flicker of dim reddish light appeared next to him, and like the shifting of a mirage, Yuri melted out of the shadows in a flicker of green crest energy, placing his hand on Balthus's shoulder. He looked up from his friend and gave her a look that, honestly, even though she saw it for a split second, she felt it looked familiar. It looked like the same speculative, calculated look she had seen behind Claude's smile in that very fight where she had met him. Then the intricate jeweled fetters on his hands lit up with bright orange light, and both he and Balthus vanished in a flash. Byleth came to a stop, allowing herself only a split second to be startled before wheeling around to face the monster again. "That reminds me of how the Death Knight would vanish from the battlefields we faced him at. He can turn invisible and warp around the battlefield? Oh, I really don't like that." "Get back!" Bernadetta shrieked, dropping into a bracing stance. There was a light silver flare around her and a flash of a sigil. That light then surrounded her bow, and the 1 arrow she loosed multiplied into 3, no, 5 ghostly doubles, and smashed into the beast's scales, piercing multiple places in its magical barrier and burrowing into what Byleth tentatively figured was its chest. "Ahaha! I got him! Well done!" Byleth yelled back, smiling to herself before unfurling the sword of the creator and focusing her crest power through it. Just like when she'd fought Miklon's warped beast form, the blade caught fire as she swung it once, twice, 3 times against the creature's back. She could hear a warped crash as the barrier splintered and then shattered. Claude took aim himself and fired off an arrow, managing to catch the creature through its mouth. It screeched and spat black blood, splattering a mortified Bernadetta, who Edelgard quickly pulled her to the side. The creature's tail broke out of the ground and lashed at Byleth. She rolled out of the way, allowing Dimitri an unimpeded killing blow. The prince jumped onto the creature's lower tail, allowing him to aim and throw his lance so it stabbed through the creature's head and into its brain, impaling it and killing it instantly. It fell to the ground with a thundering crash. "Well," Byleth mused. "If that doesn't send Hannah sprinting for father and possibly the other mercenaries in the bargain, I can't imagine what would. Honestly, I wonder if that racket can be heard further up in the monastery." Turning to the hallway had revealed that the redhead had retreated. Her 2 companions hadn't, and they retreated with shouted warnings when the creature didn't move after Dimitri stepped back onto the floor. "Goddess willing, she won't try that again," Linhard wheezed, casting a quick heal on the prince. "What is that thing?" He peered down at the monster's corpse, prodding its scales with his boot. Interesting, I wonder what could be learned from studying the scales. The other monsters have been harvested for precious metals. Perhaps this one would yield new possibilities for the blacksmith, if we can get it up to her later." "The places your mind goes," Edelgard huffed in exasperation. "Might we focus on the problem at hand, Linhard?" "I don't think they'll call for another one, if that is what happened," Claude said in a very matter-of-fact way. He'd calmed down remarkably fast after that nasty surprise. "Too much of a risk of drawing attention, or bringing the ceiling down on all of us. Neither are very conducive to keeping a low profile as these guys clearly have. How is everyone?" "We're fine," Hilda said urgently. "Kman, they're going to get away." I don't think they have any interest in leaving without us in tow, Byleth muttered, stalking forward. The beast's appearance had drawn some memories to the surface that she would rather have left alone, and now that she was reassured everyone was all right, she could feel anger bubbling in her blood. But you're right. I'm going to get answers for this if I have to beat them out of someone. Byleth, Suthies said, her tone somehow both cautious and warning. What? She thought back as she put her relic sword away at her belt and slung her bow off of her shoulders. She nodded at Hilda and the two of them went ahead into the passageway, Claude and Ash following at their heels, arrows at the ready. About that monster, did you notice? She could almost see Suthies hovering next to her, arms crossed, frowning into the dim tunnels. It was ignoring you at the start, even though you were just a few feet away from it. For that matter, it was ignoring B as well, despite the fact that he was easy prey. When it first rose from the ground, after it attacked Ash, it turned back toward this tunnel, back toward that girl who called it. What? Who would summon a monster if it would immediately turn on them? Two assassins burst out of the ground from behind a corner. Hilda brought a lance up to catch the sword and force him into a blade lock. Byleth dodged to the side and fired an arrow point blank into the man's arm, causing his swing to go wide. Someone who wanted to force you away from their friend. And possibly scare you off in the bargain? Suthies suggested pointedly. You just witnessed that boy Yuri turn invisible. I find it quite likely these lost children have other abilities that haven't seen the light of day in a long time. Byleth ducked under the man's punch and tossed him back over her shoulder. He crashed to the ground and was promptly set on by Edelgard, who pinned him. A power that summons monster? Or at least draws them to her. If that's true, I can see why she's hiding down here. There was a flicker of light in the corner of her eye. Byleth twisted to her right, frowning for a moment, before her eyes widened and she grabbed Bernadetta's arm. Down! She yelled, dropping to her knees. The archer squeaked and obeyed instantly. Moments later, a blast of miasma flew over them, smashing uselessly against its wall. Edelgard swore and jumped backwards. Right into Yuri, who melted out of the darkness in time to trap her arms against her side, and pressed a long dagger against her throat. Edelgard tried to kick and elbow him, but he simply yanked her off balance, invalidating her crest-boosted strength. Sorry about this, he said mildly. Byleth shut her eyes and reached for Suthies' power. Time slowed to a crawl, and then froze. Glass shattered at the corners of her vision as the rune-laden circle appeared before her again. I don't think so, she thought heatedly, turning time back second by second. She kept a careful eye on the direction from which Yuri appeared, occasionally glancing at the miasma attack as it moved. He was lying in wait for us, probably left Balthus with a healer and doubled back to set up an ambush. Oh, he is going to be a problem. Wait. She paused in her movements, allowing time to remain completely suspended as she turned fully to stare at the partially visible Yuri. His wrists are glowing. No, it's that bracelet. His invisibility was hiding it, mostly, but there was a telltale orange-red glow by his side. Can I use that to find him? If he can't extend his invisibility to that light, it will probably be my only warning he's nearby. He doesn't seem to need to drop the cloak in order to attack. Giving herself a brief nod, she turned the clock back another few seconds and then released her grip on time. Watch the arrow slits in the wall, she shouted. Edelgard glanced at the wall, swore old Fodlanes and jumped backwards. Bernadetta came up short in her run, her bow swinging toward the wall. Moments later, the miasma spell crashed through one of the shadowed gaps in the wall just as she remembered, crashing harmlessly into the wall. Byleth's eyes panned the hallway, but saw no light. Thinking fast, she unfurled the sword of the Creator and then swung it in a wide arc so the blade tore a long semicircle across the floor from one wall to the next. She heard a muffled curse, but saw nothing but a faint flicker of the orange light dart from the wall to midway through the hall before it winked out. Damn it, she muttered. Teach? What was that for? Claude asked blankly, swinging around and firing into one of the holes in the wall. Linhard threw a fireball at the bigger slit, causing part of the wall to crumble away, giving the three archers much more room to work with. Countermeasure against our invisible friend, she explained shortly, still looking around warily. Keep an eye out for a small sphere orange light that looks like it's moving. He could be on us at any moment. Right, the brunette sighed, striding past her. She moved to grab his arm. Happy was still in range, harassing Dmitri and Edelgard as they tried to pass by the wall, but he shrugged in a way that made her pause. Dmitri was sporting a nasty-looking magic burn that was worrying her. Fortunately, Linhard was already moving to tend to it. "Don't hold this against me, okay?" he asked loudly. Byleth swore she heard a voice on the other end of the wall start to say what the H when Claude spun around and fired 2 arrows through the broken slit at an angle. She heard a shriek within. It worried her for a moment before it was followed up by a flood of tortured, angry cursing in a heavy accent as opposed to a guttural, dying groan. "It sounds like the redhead. Hopefully that's her taken out." "Good shot," she said with admiration. Claude preened in response. Ash hurried to catch up, casting a wary look at the wall as he moved past it. Reaching the edge of the corner, he peered around it slightly for a moment. Then he hooked up an arrow, swung around and fired, then retreated backward. A blast of fire magic blew through the hall and hit the stone wall, missing him completely. "Ash?" Linhard asked tiredly but with concern. "I'm fine," the young archer assured him. "The hallway here's narrow, there's just 2 armored knights and a mage waiting. Beyond that is an open chamber and another doorway. I think the rest of them are holed up back there." A long clang behind them made everyone spin around. Dmitri had been ambushed by a pair of warriors, one of whom had broken his lance, the other one grasped his arm and pinned it to his back. Cursing, Byleth froze time again, dialing it back a number of seconds to before their approach. Now ready, she clasped Ash's hand as she ran past him and threw him a smile, running back to join Dmitri. Edelgard called after her, but she barely heard. Even as the princess spoke, she saw the 2 warriors pop out of a hole in the wall. "Dmitri, behind you!" she warned him loudly, tossing a sword one of the assassins dropped at him. Dmitri didn't question it. He caught the sword by the hilt and spun around. When Byleth reached his side, he blocked the first axe strike and forced the weapon away with his follow-up. She notched an arrow and fired over his shoulder. It grazed the man's weapon arm, causing him to stumble a bit, allowing Dmitri to focus on his companion, who was charging him. "Professor, down!" Edelgard's voice echoed from behind her. Byleth dropped to one knee instantly. A hand axe whipped over her head and slammed into the man's chest plate, embedding itself there. Calling back a quick thanks, Byleth strung another arrow and shot out the man's knee as he staggered, dropping him to the floor. Edelgard appeared at her side, offering her a hand up. Byleth glanced at Dmitri, saw him bring the sword down on the man's axe hard enough to split it in half, and accepted the hand with a wry smile. "Nicely done." "Why thank you," Edelgard replied, looking pleased. Byleth took out another arrow and glanced over her shoulder. Claude, Hilda, Bernadetta, and Ash were in a fight at the base of the hallway with those 3 enemies. Hilda was more or less using herself as a human shield, hacking away at the armored units with her axe while protecting her comparatively squishier allies from their advance. Ash and Bernadetta were taking shots from just behind her, taking the mage out while Claude applied a concoction to her injured shoulder. Linhard was standing in the middle of the hallway, looking torn. Byleth followed his gaze to where Dmitri was wincing and clutching his arm and called, "I'll take care of Dmitri, Linhard, go help them take out those armor knights." The green-haired bishop nodded and rushed off. Dmitri walked toward her, a rueful smile on his face. "Thank you, Professor. You must have ears like a fox to have heard them approaching us like that. I certainly didn't. It's not hearing so much as paranoia. Most mercenaries have it." She focused on the ragged scar along his upper arm and willed the healing magic through it. As she worked, she noticed that the sword in his hand had a visible crack in the blade. She raised an eyebrow at him. His expression grew sheepish. "I don't know if Felix has told you, but I have this tendency to break weapons, especially when I invoke my crest, even slightly." "I wasn't sure how serious he was being," Byleth responded wryly. "And there's a difference between being told that someone is strong enough to snap a steel sword with their bare hands, and seeing them do so." Honestly, she shouldn't have been so surprised considering what he did to the Death Knight's strange weapon. But there was just something incongruous about seeing him fracture a sword without even meaning to. The wound sealed up neatly, without a scar. Dmitri tugged at his coat to better cover up the newfound hole in his leather armor and nodded fiercely, "Let us go rejoin them, quickly." He retrieved his lance from where he'd dropped it and the three of them rushed back to the other end of the hallway. "That's enough!" Hilda shouted when the armored knight, his once pristine shield sporting multiple cracks in it, took a swipe at Bernadetta, snapping her bow and coming within an inch of cutting her fingers off. Her crest flared to life, and she brought the hand axe down on the man's chest. The armor cracked and then shattered like breaking the shell of an egg. The steel slid off and clattered to the ground as the impact threw the wearer backwards and to the ground, likely breaking his ribs and causing some internal bleeding in the process. "Are you all right, Bernie?" I am okay," Bernadetta stammered, trembling from head to toe. Claude put a steadying hand on her shoulder while Ash hovered in worry. "I saw it coming, just barely." She put a shaking hand on the hilt of her killing edge and drew it. "I'll just use this now. Just like the professor taught me." "You're all right," Byleth said, just to check. The purple-haired girl nodded, raising her sword. "Good," she breathed out, then glared down the hallway. "I'm just about done with this, just Constance and Yuri remain. I don't doubt that they're the leaders. Let's concentrate on them, take the others out if they get in your way." "We'll have to catch Yuri," Claude noted. His tone was dry, but his eyes were alight with furious thought. He appeared us after we knocked out B and after Happy attacked, right?" "If that's the case," he hummed and then said, "Hey Teach, I've got an idea, not sure if you'll like it, though." He told her, and he was right, she really didn't like it. It rather looked like Dimitri and Hilda didn't like it, either. However, she also didn't have any better ideas for catching their elusive opponent. So with reluctant acceptance, and the knowledge that Claude usually knew what he was doing, Byleth led the way down the hallway and out into the spacious room it led to. A cursory glance at the walls and floors made her think that the room had used to be a training arena. There were glowing tiles scattered across the floor, old rusted racks on the walls, and was wide enough to accommodate a large number of people sparring with each other. Standing on the tiles were a pair of warriors, another archer, an assassin, and Constance, whose hands were lit up with the yellow-black haze of black magic. Byleth strained to look past her, and could just barely make out a couple more figures moving about just beyond the doorway. "To think you've made it this far." Constance let out an exaggerated laugh that greatly reminded Byleth of both Ferdinand and Laurence, particularly when they were feeling dramatic. "Which was often. You are no ordinary church lackeys, that is for sure." "That's because we're not lackeys. No one made us come here to hurt you," Bernadetta yelled back, waving her sword with a surprising amount of vehement frustration. Let's just stop this now. We can just talk, can't we?" "Humph. A likely story," Constance scoffed. "The first mercenaries to come here claimed to be fleeing from the surface, and then used our charity to take children hostage. Such base deception shall not avail you. Have at thee." Her hand flared, a bolt of golden light in the image of a spear flying upward. "Bolting!" Byleth yelled before hurtling herself forward, hoping the one word was enough of a warning. Moments later, a muted crash-crackle burst against the floor behind her, filling the air with ozone, much weaker than the siege magic she'd faced before. Still holding back, despite us defeating Balthus and the Redhead, they must really want answers for these invasions. The lack of screams told her that her students had managed to scatter. Swinging back up to her feet, she called Ash, and thrust the sword of the Creator at the assassin in front of her. The man blocked it, leaving his back wide open for Bernie to bring her sword down on him. He dropped with a scream, and Bernie scrambled away while Linhard knelt to ensure he didn't die, babbling sorry, as she dodged past a fireball from Constance. Ash darted to her side, taking a potshot at the warriors Claude and Dimitri were demolishing in tandem. They're showing fairly decent teamwork, considering they've only fought on the same battlefield 2 or 3 times. "A plan, Professor?" he asked hopefully. She nodded shortly and briskly before delivering a couple of rapid-fire orders. "Edelgard, stick near Bernadetta, give her cover. Hilda, watch out for Linhard. Lin, focus on healing, you can't do enough damage fast enough. Claude, keep Constance away from Dimitri." It was a big dangerous, implicitly drawing attention to the prince's lack of resistance to magic, but she trusted Claude to protect him. Plus, as long as Constance was looking elsewhere. Ash glanced questioningly at her. Byleth smiled lightly at him before quietly saying, "I need you to cover me." Watch out for orange light, that's Yuri approaching. His expression lit up in spite of his serious nod, and he strung up 2 arrows. Nodding confidently, Byleth dove forward, jumping over the fallen body of the assassin Lynn had patched up and making her way directly toward Constance. The latter was standing with his back to her, throwing fireballs in Dimitri's direction. However, the latter was keeping out of her range while Claude forced the blonde girl to keep back with a continual volley of arrows. Edelgard was trying to bait out the archer standing in the doorway, but the man was savvy enough to keep his distance so long as Constance was controlling the room. "You are of noble stock," Constance proclaimed, turning her attention to Edelgard. Byleth ducked past an arrow, narrowly keeping herself out of the blonde's vision. Ash fired back at the archer, forcing him to divert his attention away from the princess now standing in the mage girl's crosshairs. "Pray tell, what is your name?" "I am Edelgard," Edelgard pronounced calmly, spinning her axe around in her hand. "What a fine name, the same as the imperial princess." "That might be a bit presumptuous, isn't it though?" "That is," Edelgard started, her expression blank. Then she sighed. "Well, I suppose if you've been down here for some time, you wouldn't recognize me on sight." "How unseemingly. To proclaim that I, Constance von Novelli, would be unable to recognize royalty standing right in front of me. Why, I ought to, ah." Byleth slammed the hilt of her relic hilt into her back, right between her shoulder blades, not too hard. She was a slender girl and the demon didn't want to do her any serious lasting harm. Constance screamed and collapsed to her hands and knees. Bernadetta darted forward and kicked her in the shoulder before wrestling the taller girl to the ground with another surprising splash of unusual determination that ended with Constance pinned face down on the ground with Bernadetta kneeling on her back, panting and red-faced. Ash took another shot at the archer, this time catching the man in the arm, making him drop his bow. Claude headed forward, spinning an arrow between his fingers as he made his way over to the doorway. "I think this is the second most awkward misunderstanding I've ever been in," he complained. "And I woke up on Count Gloucester's couch nursing a hangover with his niece asleep on my legs." He rolled his eyes at Dimitri's scandalized noise. "It was perfectly innocent cohabitation, thank you very much Mitya. She was afraid of the thunderstorm and I told her uncultured jokes until she fell asleep. If I hadn't been half drunk, I would have had the sense to carry her back to her room." Without breaking stride, he darted across the doorway entrance, spun around and stabbed the assassin who had intended to skewer him while he was whimsically approaching the last phase of the battle with an arrow. "This is less awkward," Bernadetta asked plaintively, trailing after him up to the doorway. Linhard took her place keeping Constance pinned. Her hands were shaking. "Oh, I'm glad that I stayed home instead of going to all of those awful balls and parties." There was an orange flicker right behind her as she spoke. Claude, having seemingly been taking point at the doorway to pick off the remaining underground soldiers, grabbed the smaller girl and yanked her forward, putting himself between her and the flicker. He brought his hidden axe up just in time to catch the sword aimed at his shoulder and catching it in a blade lock. Rather than letting that keep him still, Claude lashed out and kicked at the air in front of him. Byleth heard a grunt of pain before the air flickered and shimmered, partially revealing Yuri and the short sword in his hand. Yuri let out a disarmingly warm chuckle. "Not bad," the beautiful street rat complimented, sincerely. "Not a lot of people see me coming." His armlet lit up again, warping him away, and standing where he had been was a mage, who jumped backwards to avoid the downward swing of his axe. Dimitri rushed to tackle the man while Yuri reappeared behind Claude, wrapping one arm around his neck to press a knife against it while taking care to pin his arms. Claude responded to that by tugging at his sleeve, whipping out a concealed dagger over his own and stabbing Yuri in the side of the leg. The light violet-haired teenager cussed with very street-level tact. Byleth heard 3 words that she usually associated with bar fights, and 2 she hadn't heard before and made a mental note to look up, and loosened his grip just enough for Claude to wrench his arm free, grab Yuri's wrist and force the knife away from his throat. "Leave my mother out of this," the brunette said hotly before delivering a violent kick to the leg he'd injured. Yuri drew back a step, but not before slashing the length of Claude's arm, making him instinctively drop his axe. "Sorry," Yuri responded, again sounding oddly sincere. "That was crude of me." He swung his hand and threw the short dagger. Claude dodged to the side easily, leading him away from Bernadetta in the process. You're light on your feet for your average noble scion. There was definitely sarcasm on the word noble. Is that what you think? Claude replied with a coy smile. Byleth felt an odd spike of annoyance watching him grin like that at a stranger. You might be assuming a bit much there. He casually grabbed his bow and stringing up an arrow. Yuri took a step back in a battle stance and vanished once again in a flicker of light. Claude's eyes flickered down to the floor, ignoring a worried Hilda calling his name. He moved his arrow across the room, and then fired. The arrow grazed past Yuri's side, causing his glamour to drop again. Byleth realized with a thrill that he'd used the drops of blood on the floor to guess at where the other teen was moving. Her thoughts were quickly interrupted by a grappler charging after Bernadetta. She darted off to help, trusting her best student to keep the wild card in hand. Dimitri, Edelgard, and Hilda were clashing with the few remaining warriors. Byleth slammed into the man's side as he tried to overwhelm Bernadetta and her killing edge, throwing him off balance. Bernadetta quickly hit him in the face with the hilt of her sword, bruising his nose and knocking him on his ass. A mage was heading towards them. Byleth dissipated his first blow with the sword of the creator and prepared to try and charge him. Claude, be careful. Dimitri warned from somewhere behind her. Byleth twisted to look over her shoulder and saw Claude favoring his bloody arm while trying to put Yuri in a headlock to keep him from vanishing again. However, Yuri wormed his way free despite his bleeding thigh and vanished again. Gritting her teeth, Byleth made a decision and froze time once again. What is it about you that makes you attract clever boys? Suthis wondered as she turned time back a few seconds. I think those two would try to outfox each other until they collapsed from blood loss, neither willing to concede. I would rather they didn't bleed themselves into a coma on my watch, Byleth responded dryly. And how am I attracting them? Truly? Suthis said with a note of incredulity, before letting out a burst of musical laughter. Oh, my poor child. I do hope I can explain this to you plainly when we have a moment. Byleth gave the spirit/ghost a look she hoped was properly indigent. She saw the look often enough on Hilda's face, before letting time restart again. She promptly handed Bernadetta her bow and 2 arrows from her quiver. The girl didn't have time to let out much more than a startled squeak before she spun around to face the direction where Claude had grabbed a hold of Yuri, forcing him to be temporarily visible again. She lashed out with the sword one more time, not to strike the violet-haired boy. That was too dangerous with Claude holding him the way he was. Instead, she aimed for his sword. The whip blade wrapped around the silver weapon, catching it in a crude but firm grip. Byleth then yanked back with all the might she could muster, wrenching the weapon out of his hands. Yuri let out a heady laugh. Impressive, he said between heavy breaths. I haven't had anyone see through my little quirk, well, in a long time. However, his hand flared with white magic. Claude let out a pained curse as Nosferatu hit him in the face, causing him to stumble and collapse, bringing Yuri down with him. The street rat pushed himself up by the wrists and smiled a bit. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve too. Claude's hand vanished into his boot. Yuri seemed to notice this and he quickly pinned the arm to the floor. 2 concealed knives. His voice was almost a purr, almost playful instead of ominous. I think I might like you, Regan. I guess that makes 2 of us, Claude retorted, though his breathing was pained. His arm still bled sluggishly and he was clearly bruised both from the fall and earlier fights. Byleth could still see his brain whirling, looking for another angle. Which promptly proved unnecessary when Gerald cut across the room and grabbed Yuri by the collar, yanking him up and off his feet as if he weighed no more than the kittens Byleth had so often played with in inns and restaurants. That's enough, her father said in his cool, matter-of-fact way. You're wasting all those street smarts on someone who isn't your enemy. Is that a fact? Yuri countered, though his voice lacked heat and accusation. Gerald gave him a flat look. I suggest you quit struggling before you tear that wound in your thigh and put yourself in a real problem. You can thank your crest for the fact that you aren't dizzy from blood loss at this very moment. The boy seemed to consider that for a long moment, before raising his hands in surrender. Constance, upon seeing that, ceased struggling against Linhard and lay limp with a whimper. Father, Byleth said, a warm flicker of relief pooling in her stomach. She dropped the sword to the ground and hurried to kneel next to Claude, helping him sit up. Hold still, Claude, tell me what hurts. Hannah had arrived right behind him, pointing her lance warningly at the tired, battered yet determined men and women they'd defeated who'd made their way over to the chamber. "Captain Geralt," Dmitri said, his relief was much more audible as he approached. He gave her father a quick bow before kneeling at Claude's other side, watching Byleth heal him. Edelgard walked over, bruised, dirty, and somewhat bloodied but otherwise unharmed, watching the scene through analytical eyes. Bernadetta trotted over to Byleth and half hid behind her, all while staring at Yuri. She was always watching him, whenever she could see him. "What's going on here?" "It's good to see you, sir," Ash said gratefully. He looked pretty battered and dirty, but there was no blood on him. He'd been kept quite safe. A harried-looking Hilda joined him, frowning down at the broken, soot-covered axe in her hand. Things were getting a bit precarious. Geralt gave him a bemused smile. "Is that right? You lot seemed to have handled yourselves pretty well, for how outnumbered you were." He waved at Linhard. "Come over here and heal up his leg before he has to have it amputated, will you? I've got a hold of him, don't worry." Linhard eyed Yuri uneasily for a second before obeying. Edelgard's eyebrows shot up at that, but she didn't comment. "I'm all right now, Teach," Claude said as she wrapped her arms around him, helping him stand up. "Really, I can walk. Just needed to catch my breath." "You were amazing," Dmitri told him seriously, smiling warmly. "The way you kept track of Yuri even when he moved around." Claude shrugged, but the way his eyes sparked told Byleth that he was very pleased. "He was dripping blood," he explained. "I could see it splatter on the floor. Helped me approximate. I knew if I got him to think I could keep up with him, he'd focus on taking me out rather than sowing discord across the battlefield." He groaned. "Wasn't expecting the demmed white magic cheap shot. He's the first person other than Teach who I've seen use regular swords and magic at the same time. Guess we outschemed each other." "I couldn't believe you recovered from having him warp a new enemy right in front of you," Dmitri said. "You weren't expecting that, were you?" "Nope. He certainly knows some unusual tricks." Claude ran a hand through his hair. His braid had come loose at some point in the battle, leaving long strands of brown hair sticking to his face. "Color me fascinated." Footsteps in the hall caused Byleth to turn around. It was Balthus and the red-haired girl. Both looked harried and a little uncertain, though Balthus was hiding it behind a mask of bravado. Neither made any move to attack. The former had put his relic down somewhere and the latter looked too pale in the face to try any serious magic. "It's safe to say we've won this round, and without a single casualty," Claude said lightly, turning to face them. "Don't you think?" "B, was it?" "The name's Balthus," the brawler reiterated, shrugging. "I don't lose often, but I can at least recognize what it looks like." Hilda stared at him. "Balthus, Balthus," her eyes widened. "Balthus." Byleth blinked and she shot across the floor, coming to a stop right in front of him, her tarnished axe tossed aside. "From House Albrecht." "Balti, is that you?" She grabbed his face in her hands, squeezing his cheeks and staring into his eyes. "Wow, you look old." "Huh," Balthus said blankly, looking bemusedly at Hilda as though random girls manhandled him all the time. "Do we know each other, pal?" As he stared at her, however, his expression slowly slipped into shock. "Wait a minute, that hair, those eyes, that voice." He grabbed her around the waist and picked her up, spinning her in a circle. Instead of screaming, the pinkette squealed in utter delight. "Hilda! I don't believe it. When the hell did you get so tall?" "What?" Byleth asked plaintively. Some small part of her did make note of, and appreciate, Claude, Dmitri and Edelgard's identical expressions of stunned bewilderment. Apparently, that little bit of recognition killed any lingering doubts the underground teenagers and their collective men had about surrendering. Weapons were dropped. Byleth, Linhard and, surprisingly, Yuri went around healing all the remaining injuries, and the four teens formed a clear leadership band to face their counterparts to offer up some sort of explanation. Of course, before explanations could be offered. "I barely recognized you, running around playing bodyguard for everyone," Balthus told Hilda with a laugh. "Why didn't you speak up sooner?" Now that she was over her initial rush of happiness at seeing him, Hilda was not amused by his attempt at levity. "Balti, this isn't the time to catch up. What would Holst think? I bet you didn't even consider that, did you? Balthus's face dropped a bit. Yeesh. I dunno, but it wouldn't be nice. Hilda glared at him without saying anything. That seemed to make the brawler sweat, much to the amusement of both Yuri and Constance. Look, I'm sorry, okay? Just don't tell Holst. The brawler pleaded. If he knew I raised a hand against you, he'd have my head on a silver platter. Ha! Like he'd stop at your head, Hilda scoffed, before shaking her head. Fine though. Just this once, and just for you, I'll keep quiet. Now that that's sorted, Claude cut in, eyeing Balthus with faux curiosity. What did you mean by being lucky you found me? Oh, one of the guys I owe money to is Count Gloucester. Balthus said by way of explanation. He told me he'd consider it covered if I dug up some dirt on you. His eyes flickered over to Byleth. She must have been making quite the face, because he immediately cringed. And, you know, dirt can mean a lot of things, and I certainly wouldn't have put you in actual danger, and I'm sure you're a really upstanding guy. Please make her stop glaring at me. Claude chuckled and shot her a quick look she couldn't quite interpret with warm eyes. Well, I guess you're stuck paying the old geezer back in gold, then. Teach takes the fact that I'm her problem very seriously. He put his hands behind his head. But on to more serious matters, was a fight really necessary? We're not a big enough group for a proper strike force, after all. Really was. Balthus responded seriously, pumping his fist. The best way to acquaint yourself with someone is to get into a tussle. That's common sense right there. That is so not true, Bernadetta grumbled from her place pressed against Byleth's side. Yuri let out a laugh. The sound made Bernadetta flinch, like she was torn between being happy to hear it and running away. That's what a sensible person would say. We're not all as far gone as Balthus here. Say what you will, Balthus replied with great dignity, but I've learned all that I need to know. It's clear this lot has nothing to do with the church's intentions. You spent way too much effort on not killing people to be an enemy. He frowned. But that means those other creeps could be on us at any time. I've yet to see anything that convinces me the church is winding up for a cleansing. And I've known Lady Rhea for a long time. Gerald said gruffly. So what's got you so wired up you'll try and beat people into a coma for the crime of getting lost? Someone is targeting Abyss. Balthus responded, apparently immune to the sally. Mercenaries keep sniffing around and causing trouble. More than once they've ended up attacking people, demanding directions to some treasure. They won't let up. It's a real problem, and we have no idea who's pulling the strings. Yuri said with a sigh. Byleth had inkling that he was quite vexed by that fact. His eyes were as sharp and cold as Claude's so often were. If it were possible, those violet orbs seemed even more remote and distant by comparison. There are many within the church who would like to see this filthy underground city purged. He shook his head and his lips quirked into a small, apologetic smile. When you showed up, we thought you were here to do just that. Apologies for the confusion. Byleth was tired, bruised, somewhat bloody, and coming down from the battle high left her with nothing but fading anxiety and an immense feeling of irritation. She opened her mouth to let him know exactly how little she was impressed by that apology, but Hilda got there first. So that's why you came at us with that nasty kill the outsiders act. She gasped with a sort of sugary malice that a theater diva would envy. As Yuri Bird said, we're sorry. The redhead added her voice to the contrition, bowing her head. We're all pretty on edge these days. Indeed. Constance said loudly. She still looked rather miffed by the barbaric handling she'd received during the battle, but she did sound sincerely apologetic. That someone would descend into Abyss out of pure curiosity was far too outlandish to consider. You hadn't yet met Claude, Dmitri said wryly. Claude shot him a mock despairing look. Yuri's eyes flickered with something Byleth couldn't parse, but she noticed that his attention seemed to be switching between her, Claude, and Bernadetta the most out of everyone. An underground city? Byleth asked finally, her mind buzzing a bit at the implications. How many people are down here with you? Oh, many, my friend, and all those the ones who shun the light of day, Yuri answered smoothly. It's the secret shadow of Gareg Mach, in a sense. Its reflection. The church quietly tolerates us, the redhead added. They think this place serves enough of a purpose to justify existing. Who knows when they'll all change their minds about it, but it's lasted this long without being spoken of. The deal is simple, Yuri finished. His smile was cold and devoid of humor. Abyssians never get involved with the surface, and the surface doesn't get involved with us. Alas. For some foul reason, surface dwellers have been after us of late. Constance gestured angrily. Further oppressing the souls who can only find solace underground. I cannot abide it. That does seem cruel, Bernadetta murmured, wrapping her arms around herself. They're hiding away from the sun itself. What more could they want than that? See. Constance pointed at her, causing her to squeak and hide fully behind Byleth. She understands the heart of it. Why can no one else? She closed her eyes. Though it pains me to admit it, we, too, harbor valid reasons for not venturing into the light. Hilda's eyes widened. You too, Balti? Have you gone and gotten yourself in trouble again? Heh, that's about the size of it. Balthus rubbed the back of his head. You see, I've got more bounties on my head than hair. Needed to lay low. Real low. Balti, Hilda said sadly, clasping her hands together. Idly Byleth wondered exactly how she felt about the older man, but she quickly brushed the thought aside. It probably isn't my place. Well, that's enough misunderstandings for tonight. Yuri said definitively. Let's lead these outsiders back up to the monastery proper so we can all get some sleep. Nonsense. Constance stomped her foot. Intolerable nonsense. Why ever would we let slip this chance to acquire their aid? Excuse me? You attacked our party on the mere suspicion that we were effectively bandits, threw traps, arrows, and siege magic at us with the intention of beating us unconscious and taking us prisoner, and now less than 5 minutes after we managed to defeat you by the skin of our teeth, you want us to help you. Why, I should just, if you're struggling to protect people who have fled here for sanctuary, we could help on occasion. Prove that I've suddenly turned into Fable Knight. Byleth was quite aware of her father's, and Hannah's, startled stares. Yuri looked shocked for a split second, but his face quickly smoothed over into the calculated look she'd seen so often in Claude. Ash was looking at her in awe and reverence, Bernadetta was squeaking at being implicitly volunteered, Edelgard looked fondly exasperated, Claude was giving her side-eye, and Dimitri, he was smiling knowingly at her. Yeah, that's what we think of. Wait, what? Hilda stumbled, turning and looking wide-eyed at her professor. You're serious, Professor? No. Of course I am, she responded, instead of backing out of the remark like a halfway sensible person. What in the world? Her eyes traveled over the four in front of her, the same age and temperament as her students. Where had that thought come from? All of them looked quite taken aback, especially the redhead. If we're going to defuse tensions between the church and the abyss whatever that means in its totality, and figure out why mercenaries are getting into the tunnels beneath Gareg Mach, shouldn't the professor personally appointed by the archbishop offer her support? Possibly as a result of her brain scrambling for a more rational explanation, she then added, besides, the last time a large mercenary force slipped into Gareg Mach undetected, the Holy Mausoleum was sacked and Flayn, among others, were kidnapped and done serious harm. It would be prudent to figure out what's going on and nip it in the bud, don't you think? Claude's mouth opened, closed, and then he sighed heavily. Why did you have to go and bring logic into it? He complained, Mach resigned. Oh, so you were just going to go to bed and completely ignore this new, ongoing mystery? Byleth asked teasingly. Geralt's eyebrows somehow migrated even further up his head while Hannah stared at her like she'd never seen her captain's daughter before. Well, when you put it like that. How wondrous of you. Constance said happily, clapping her hands together. How selfless. How utterly befitting of the honorable noblewoman you so clearly are. Byleth blinked, baffled, she opened her mouth to correct the blonde, but she merely drove onward. There are many in the abyss who cannot defend themselves. Orphans, the elderly, the infirm, merchants destroyed by artificial barriers, lost souls of all kinds. With such great warriors at our backs, we shall drive this miscreants out for good and seek out the truth behind these ghastly attacks. Byleth pivoted slightly and stared at her students, hoping they weren't too mad at her inexplicably volunteering them for this new mission. Surprisingly, none of them looked fit to throttle her like that one time Rob got drunk at a party and sold their services to that weasel Lord Akiran as bodyguards for 2 consecutive months. "It is a noble cause, and one I am willing to lend my lance to," Dmitri said solemnly. "If you feel you are able to trust us, of course. We are from the surface after all." "Trust is a choice," Yuri said simply, a meaningful look in his distant eyes. "We're choosing to trust you. For now. It's clear you're not here by anyone's command. And you're not just a bunch of noble twerps, either." His eyes lingered on Claude for a moment. "You know your way around a good fight. It's in how you carry yourselves, even the shyest of you." He cast Bernadetta a playful smirk. Still, he pressed a hand against his forehead. "I'm reluctant to get you involved in this madness. It's our problem, really, not yours. And yet it's often the people outside of the problem who are best suited to see the cause of it," Gerald said with a heavy sigh. "Well, I'm going to go have an interesting conversation with Lady Rhea. I'll find someone who can take your classes for the next little while. Alois won't be too hard to armbar into it." "True," Byleth nodded. "Thank you, Father. You're really set on this?" Moved by that one single plea, Yuri gave her an incredulous look before smiling. "Well then, guests of ours. Let us show you Abyss itself. There's much to fill you in on." Chapter 19. When Yuri led them down the stairwell into what he called the heart, or downtown, of Abyss, Dmitri very nearly forgot how to breathe. Calling Abyss an underground city was barely an exaggeration. They emerged from a narrow hallway that led down a set of stairs, guarded by 2 men, one with an axe and the other armed with steel gauntlets. Despite being older, marred with the scars that spoke of a lifetime of struggles, both men snapped to attention when Yuri emerged with them trailing behind him. Dmitri could feel them glare warily at him and the others, yet with a word from the purple-haired teen both of them stepped aside, not quite comfortable, but completely trusting their prince and his judgment. He had a sneaking suspicion that was effectively Yuri's role within Abyss proper. Yuri led them down the stairwell and out into a walkway that was wide enough for 2 horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side. The ceiling towered far above them, elegant if tarnished chandeliers lit with magic flame illuminating old, faded murals damaged by water and fragmentation. The road led out both to the left and to the right, a low hum of chatter, the clanking of steel and crackle of fire from a smith's forge, the loud calling of a merchant peddling fresh wares, and the low chatter of people speaking happily with each other. It was a marketplace, plain and simple, crowded, energetic, and bustling. The fact that it was lit by torches rather than the sun and lined with carpets instead of a cobblestone road didn't make a difference. And the market itself was just the first thing that caught the eye. Looking straight ahead, Dmitri could see a sprawling series of hallways that branched off at more than one point. Beneath the dialogue that he could overhear was the rhythmic humming of rushing water. A river, or possibly an artificial canal, was running through the tunnels somewhere within. The hallways were well lit with torches and well maintained, as smooth and clean as anywhere within the monastery proper. Children darted to and fro across the halls, laughing and playing with cats. Men with crippled or missing limbs were leaning against the walls, observing and speaking with their neighbors. He saw a woman whose face was covered in a terrible burn scar break up a squabble between 2 children, her tattered coat hanging loosely off her small frame. They were noticed quickly. Cries of mockingbird. "Hey, B. You're back. There you are, Happy," and Lady Constance, seemed to come from everywhere at once, followed by civilians of all ages swarming around them, filling the air with enthusiastic and anxious questions. Seeing that everyone, but especially the Ashen Wolves, were dirty, bruised and battered from their unfortunate scuffle, there was a great amount of fussing and not a few wary glares shot in their direction. "I brought them here," Yuri said firmly, waving off a grizzled older man who was giving Edelgard a particularly poisonous look. Dmitri instinctively stepped forward, putting himself on his sister's right to give her a bit more protection. She gave him a wry look in response. "To be honest, we brought most of the dirt and blood on ourselves, to make up for our little misunderstanding. This lot are our guests for the next few days." "They're Officers' Academy students, aren't they?" one kid asked, standing on his toes and eyeing Bernadetta through the crowd of people. The shy girl was latched onto Claude's arm, looking for all the world as though that contact was the only thing keeping her conscious. He responded by patting her on the head absently, his eyes panning Abyss with a now familiar look of sharp-eyed fascination. They don't look like knights. Hey, look at that. Is that the sword of the Creator? A young woman whispered, gazing fearfully and reverently at Byleth. Then this girl is. That can't be the real thing. Can it? Another voice in the crowd hissed. The sword hasn't resurfaced since the war with Nemesis, and neither has the crest of flames. The King of Liberation had no children, I remember reading about that. It's glowing, just like Mockingbird's feathers. It's real, I'd stake my life on it. She must be that new professor, the Archbishop's favorite. I didn't think she'd be so young. What sort of person do you think she is? If she's the Archbishop's favorite, there are powers and influence she can gain from that position. She doesn't have a cruel face, but she's sort of aloof, isn't she? Have you seen another young girl with a face that composed? Once again, it seemed, she was at the center of everyone's attention. Of course only now would I think of how unsettling that can be. A little worried about how she was taking the whispers, Dmitri glanced over at his professor. Byleth glanced right and left, blinking somewhat uneasily, her eyes panning the crowd. Geralt put a hand on her shoulder and murmured something Dmitri didn't quite catch. Whatever it was, she nodded, and he could see some tension ease out of her shoulders. Everyone, Yuri cut in, somehow projecting his voice through the room without changing his tone from an easy, friendly timbre. The babbling cut off virtually instantly. These people are our allies, not just guests. Try to make them as comfortable as possible, yeah. Varying sounds of agreement mixed in with each other alongside nods and smiles as the crowd spread back out a bit, giving them a bit more space. Constance and Happy split off at this point, the former glancing curiously back at Edelgard with narrowed eyes before heading off down the front hallway. There's a lot of space down here, so don't worry about accommodations. We're not that separated from normal society, Yuri said, turning to face the group again. We have a couple of rooms set aside for individuals who need to hide for a short period of time, or people who are passing through while trying to keep a low profile. I'd give you a rundown of what's going on right now, but if you lot are as tired and sore as I feel right now, I'm not sure how much of it you'd absorb. Ahaha, Ash let out a weak, embarrassed laugh, rubbing the back of his head. The silver-haired boy was swaying slightly on his feet. Hannah was hovered near him, a steadying hand on his arm. Yeah, that's fair. Byleth ran a hand through her hair, eyes squeezed shut like she was trying to listen to something far away. Dmitri started to reach for her when she shook her head. I need to go back upstairs, inform Lady Rhea of where I've brought you lot and get someone to cover my class. You mean, you'd tell the others that something was going on down here that you need to take care of, and thus bring all of them down with you on your way back? Claude responded jokingly. That's not, Byleth started, giving him a confused look as a light blush colored her cheeks. Does that notion really surprise her so? I didn't think that dash. I'll worry about informing the Archbishop, Geralt interjected. He placed a hand on her shoulder. And like I said, I'll make sure the rest of your brats are taken care of while you're down here. They're not brats, Byleth responded so immediately and tiredly, it could only be something she had said a number of times before. Geralt just chuckled a bit in response. That's a little hard to take seriously when I know you're including that one in that statement. He nodded pointedly at Claude. The brunette made an exaggerated face in response, then gave Byleth a beseeching look. This interplay made both Hilda and Bernadetta giggle a bit. Quit insulting my students, old man, and go give the mission statement, the Ashen Demon grumbled in a startlingly Felix-esque manner. Geralt merely ruffled her hair in response and stepped back while a very visibly curious Yuri began to lead them down the hallway deeper into Abyss. Then come back, you hear me? In the end, Captain Geralt is much like his daughter, Dmitri thought as he walked, looking all about this mysterious hidden town. Their affection is quieter than most, but it's there, and it's all the more tangible for it. Yeah. You know Rob's never going to let you live this down, right? He can bloody well try, I still have the high ground. For one thing, Yuri is not the weather vane and can't possibly be as bad as him. Yuri glanced to the right, and Dmitri rather wished that he could see the other teen's expression at that. And for another, I wasn't so drunk I offered our services as his bodyguards for the equivalent of one night's dinner at a high-class inn. Balthus burst into a fit of choked-off laughter, while Hilda stared wide-eyed at Byleth. What? He did? Professor, how come you've never told us that story? It never came up, Byleth said after a moment, looking a touch off balance. She tugged on her hair again. It's not a very impressive tale, more of an object lesson on minding how much you drink at important gatherings. Claude clasped her hand in his and solemnly said, to suffer through extended time having to serve him in close proximity, and you didn't kill the guy who got you into it, you are the moral standard that all should look up to and admire, teach. Who are we talking about? Ash asked, slightly plaintive that there was some joke being made here that he didn't understand. Lord Acheron, the weather vane. Balthus answered helpfully. He shuddered dramatically before giving Byleth a sympathetic smile. Put it this way, kiddo, think about every bad thing you've ever heard about alliance nobles, multiply that by 5, and then give it a physical embodiment in the shape of a man with the world's most punchable face. That is the guy Rob drunkenly sold his and the ladies' services to. Ash contemplated that for a moment. Slowly, his face went a bit pale, and his eyes grew really wide. That sounds horrible. And yet, even compared to that image you've got in your head, once you met him, you'd realize he was actually, somehow, even worse than that. Claude chuckled. Byleth let out a tired groan of agreement. The sheer implications of that reaction, the image of the cold, unflappable, apathetic ashen demon being driven to frustration by some self-important minor noble, caused Dmitri to laugh incredulously without thinking. Aha, I'm sorry, he started, chiding himself for finding amusement in what had clearly been a very trying experience for her, but was startled into silence when she just smiled ruefully in response. A true saint, Yuri mused airily, would be a person who could spend several days in Acheron's company and never be seized by the urge to kill him, kill themselves, or both. That made Claude flat out cackle. Dmitri honestly wondered if his friend found so much amusement in this purely because of the fact that he'd met the man, and found the comparisons lacked the weight of actually meeting and having to negotiate with him. I'll have to ask. Yuri and Balthus lead them over a bridge above a deep canal of crystal clear rushing water and into a series of hallways. The rows were long and narrow, the walls bare except for torches and an occasional painting. Said paintings were interesting. Well, strange, bizarre, fascinating, possibly heretical. It was easy to see why they were here instead of adorning the walls of a proud lord's home. They were quite a sight. In spite of that, it was more maze-like than a proper dormitory. Some rooms whose doors were partly open revealed messy and somewhat haphazard upkeep. For as fascinating and bewildering as all of this was, and despite the fact that he should really be a little bit wary of their new hosts after what had transpired, the prospect of an at least comfortable bed to rest on was currently ruling over all of Dimitri's thoughts and desires. His body ached terribly in spite of his cuts and bruises having all been healed. Exhaustion hung over him like a thunderstorm, giving him a terrible headache. Now that the adrenaline that had supported him throughout the discovery of the tunnels and the battle had finally drained away, the weight of both the day and the night, how long into the night they were, he couldn't surmise from underground, but his body's objections suggested it had been no small time sink, had him fighting to remain alert and even just keep his eyes open. He wasn't the only one. Bernadetta was fully leaning on Byleth, her head hanging as the latter guided her forward step by step. Hilda was mumbling unkind things about raiders and their ability to cause stupid misunderstandings and swayed a bit as she walked, and Linhard looked so pale and drawn that one could easily believe that he had fallen quite sick. Edelgard seemed alert by comparison, but her movements were still a bit sluggish. Isn't it strange that these people who claim that Fodlan had no place for them came to live beneath the heart of the Sirios faith? His father mused, looking back and forth as they traveled. I would have thought that they would leave for Srang, Dada, Almira, or even beyond. Surely distance and the time to forget their losses would be preferable to lingering beneath the feet of those who failed them. This doesn't seem right, Glenn muttered. He was frowning at Yuri's back. The logic is so circular. Oh, the lords and the church made my life unbearable. I reject them, their values and everything they stand for. But I'm still going to live under their floorboards for the rest of my life and rely entirely on their willingness to ignore me. Who looks at that and decides, yeah, this is a good idea that gives me everything I want? Leaving Fodlan is not as easy for most as it would be for us, Dmitri thought. It's no short walk to the borders, no matter where you start. Some people simply can't make that journey, and the sanctity of Garagmach would provide some protection from creditors, angry lords, and other powerful enemies who would otherwise give chase. Possibly, Glenn shrugged, though his tone made it clear he didn't think that explained enough. But how many people who resent the faith want to live in their basement indefinitely? You'd think it would fuel their resentment, warp it into something worse. That's... Dmitri wondered how he should respond. I don't think everyone would consider this place a permanent home. More of a temporary haven. Round here. Ladies first. Yuri's voice sounded like it was coming from far away, but he managed to catch the conversation thread before he ended up embarrassing himself. Dmitri blinked and forced his mind to reorient himself in the present. They'd come to a stop in the middle of one of the hallways, with open doors on either side. There were a number of rooms along the way, some of them having one or two people within, but mostly they were empty. Within the rooms were several oddly designed beds. They were in sets of two, one stacked on top of the other on thick stilts. They were brightly colored and warmly lit, welcoming despite their sparse decor. The beds were made up, too. It was almost as well appointed as a proper inn. Thank you, Byleth said, the lowness of her voice the hint of how tired she must be. Hilda immediately flounced in with a loud, relieved sigh. Oh, thank goodness. This is nice. She turned on her heels and waved widely in Balthus's direction. You're not off the hook, Balti. Tomorrow I expect you to tell me everything that's happened since we last saw you. Got it? We're gonna catch up right proper. She swung almost drunkenly on the doorframe, leaning back until she was an inch from losing her grip and spectacularly crashing to the ground. Byleth hurried into the room and grabbed her by the shoulder, steadying her. Yup, I got it, Hilda. Balthus said, his expression slightly pained but otherwise quite warm. Edelgard entered the room with a bemused look, not saying anything. Bernadetta hovered in the doorway for a moment, hesitantly glancing over her shoulder back at Yuri. Her eyes flickered, focusing on his face, before she shied away and retreated, closing the door behind her. I wonder how she knows him. Father mused. She clearly recognizes him to some extent, but there's more in there. Good question, Glenn commented. Varley's scared of the heavens and everything, so I wonder when she had the chance to befriend a dangerous street rat. Well, I doubt he was always a street rat. Dmitri noted in turn, turning his head slightly to watch Yuri give them all a patient, friendly smile that nevertheless seemed a bit practiced. The sheer speed from which the other teen had switched from considering them violent invaders to potential allies was jarring. He was glad that the misunderstanding was cleared up, but the fact that some of Yuri's mannerisms reminded him of the first time he met Claude had him a bit on edge. I wonder who he was before, and who he is now. Regan will figure it out, Glenn said with a hint of amusement. I give it a few days, at most. I doubt it. Yuri will be on his guard around him, Father objected, crossing his arms. The professor will be the one to win him over. It is impossible to be faced with the sort of care and devotion she shows her allies and not feel a desire to reciprocate it. That's certainly true. Dmitri thought. Though if he sees Claude as a kindred spirit, he may feel comfortable enough to let something slip. Honestly, I hope as much happens. I would rather we did not stumble into yet another brewing disaster without some sort of context for it. Glenn shrugged. Does it really matter? Someone's perpetrating attacks on innocent, bereaved people who have already given up almost everything in their lives. If you have to go and smash some skulls together to put a stop to that, what does the why even matter? Ah, of course. Hey, Mitya. You're falling asleep on your feet over there. Claude's calloused fingers wound around his wrist, tugging him forward. Dmitri blinked a few times and flushed, embarrassed yet grateful for the brunette's assumption. Kman. The bed should be at least a bit more comfortable. Something about the way that sentence was phrased made Dmitri's heart stutter. He avoided those piercing emerald eyes and let out a soft chuckle. All right. He let Claude lead him into the room across from the girls' dorm. Visually, it was mostly identical, including the odd bed setup. Linhard, unsurprisingly, had immediately crawled onto the lower bunk on the right, thrown the topmost blanket over himself, and curled up on his side with the intention of going straight to sleep. Ash climbed up the ladder to the top bunk with shaky and obvious care, crawling over it and eyeing the raised bar on the side, likely there to keep him from rolling off, a little uncertainly. "So this is a thing," the silver-haired boy said, quietly and a bit lamely. "Do you think these mercenaries might be the same people who kidnapped Flame? They're using hidden passageways." "I don't know," Claude said with a sigh, immediately grabbing the ladder and hoisting himself up onto the upper bunk bed on the left. "It could be, but we really don't have anything to go on. Constance and Balthus mentioned that the mercenaries kept trying to shake people down for some kind of treasure, so it's not the same M.O. as the guys we fought last month. It could be a coincidence." He groaned, slumping dramatically on the mattress. "And I hate those. I wonder if it would be more prudent to call for the Knights of Sirius." Dimitri sighed heavily, letting himself collapse on the lower bunk. The mattress sank a bit beneath him, but it was softer than he expected, which was nice. "From what Yuri said, most people down here don't trust anyone wearing the symbol of Sirius further than a demonic beast can spit, and the feeling's pretty mutual," Claude pointed out dryly. "With that kind of friction screwing things up, no help would be better than the help they'd get out of that. I just can't believe we've been here for several months without ever knowing about this place," Ash said with more than a hint of wonder. "A whole community of people, right below our feet as we went to all our classes. It's amazing. I wonder how far down the tunnels and chambers under the monastery go." "That is an excellent question, and I wonder if Yuri has the answer," Claude remarked lightly. "He's the type to know his way around." "I was surprised," Ash said urgently. "I didn't comment on it on the way down, but I actually recognize Yuri. A number of years ago he was adopted by Count Rowe. I saw him at a number of functions. People often pushed us towards each other because of that commonality between us." "Really?" Dimitri heard Claude's bed creak as he sat up abruptly. "How long was he there for? And why would he leave such a useful position?" "Oh, I don't know. He didn't leave the Count's territory much, at least not officially, and I didn't hear anything about scandals or crimes that could have forced him to flee." Ash wrapped his arms around his knees. "Maybe I'll remember more tomorrow, but all I can think of now is that he just disappeared after some time." Claude hummed a bit, and the raw excitement blended with fascination, eagerness, and determination was almost a tangible thing now that Dimitri could recognize it for what it was. "Oh Claude, please be careful, not everyone will find your endless curiosity endearing. There is enough danger lingering in the shadows of Fodlan now without you going out and courting it directly. Would he recognize you if you said as much?" He wondered aloud instead. Ash shrugged uncertainly. "I don't know. Maybe? I guess it would depend on how much of an impression I made on him back then." He smiled a little sheepishly. "I wouldn't count on that, to be honest." "You? Unmemorable? That's a joke, right?" Claude teased, leaning against the wall. "How could anyone forget such a sweet and earnest dork like you?" "I certainly wouldn't." Ash blushed fiercely and buried his face in his knees, mumbling a weak protest. "I have to agree with Claude," Dimitri said, unable to help the smile the sight caused. "You're quite memorable." "Buzz," Ash half protested, half stammered before dissolving into a startled and embarrassed fit of laughter. Linhard rolled over on his bed, brow furrowed, pressing his forehead deeper into the pillow in protest of the noise he was distantly aware of. Dimitri was a little amazed to realize that the green-haired boy had effectively dropped off to sleep moments after flopping down on the bed. "I'm almost a little jealous it's that easy for him." "We can tag team Yuri," Claude said lightly. "You just ask him about his life and be adorable, and I'll sneak in the important questions when you've gotten him loosened up and relaxed. He'll let slip something eventually, even if it's not that important. It'll give us a better picture of who and what we're dealing with." Be adorable." Ash peeked out from beneath his arms to look nervously at the brunette. How am I supposed to? You think that'll work?" "Even the most cautious of people relax somewhat when they feel like they're in good company," Claude said easily. "And you are the definition of good company." "So's Dimitri, of course, but Yuri would probably talk circles around him." "As much as I would like to deny it, I'm not certain I can," Dimitri sighed ruefully, swinging his legs up onto the mattress. After all, I let you dupe me into thinking that you were a man who didn't value anything for over a month. I live in the Alliance. I have practice. The prince is almost certain he could hear Claude's genuine smile in his voice. It can't be that bad, can it? Ash asked with an edge of hesitation. Claude chuckled lightly. Not all the time, no, but you know what they say, when it rains, it pours. The bed above Dimitri's head creaked as the brunette shifted, probably lying down. Maybe I'll tell you a few stories when we have a moment. Give you an idea of what to look out for when you inherit the Gaspard dukedom. Oh. That's actually a good idea, Claude. Dimitri said, while internally he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Really, after Lord Lonato's demise he should have put some thought into what would happen to the man's land. Was he the Prince of Faerghus or not? It wouldn't be hard for him to ensure that Ash inherited the lands as he deserved, but his poor friend needed a, comparatively, gentle introduction to politics before he could properly take up the role. And really, if anyone could tutor him on the side about the ins and outs of dealing with petty lords, it was a lord ascendant of the Alliance. You'd do that for me? The note of odd wonder in Ash's voice was very sweet, and a little saddening. The little pause after he said this made Dimitri really wish he could see Claude's face. Sure. I mean, why not? Besides, another creak suggested the brunette had moved, possibly to put his hands behind his head. You love reading fables and old tales, right? I can't wait to tell you about some ridiculous scheme ripped right out of one of your books, then see your expression when you find out that it's actually something some lord actually tried. There's a scary image, Dimitri said in a slightly strained way. CD the rest of you just go to sleep. Linhard's muffled, slurred complaint preceded Claude's undoubtedly witty response. The green-haired boy had rolled over and was looking balefully up at them from beneath his thick blanket. Oh, right. Sorry, Linhard. I'll put out one of the torches. Dimitri untied his boots and kicked them off before pulling the covers aside and crawling into bed properly as Ash dimmed the light in the room. His body was sore, but rather less so now, and the mattress was soft and comfortable enough that lying on it was soothing. Tomorrow, we'll learn more from Yuri about what's going on. Maybe this time we'll be able to nip this budding conflict in the bud and return to the normal path of things. Why are you certain you can trust Yuri? His father asked mildly. It's dangerous to assume that he's like Regan. How can you be sure that his smiles don't hide a malevolent creature? How do you know he isn't stringing you along for some purpose of his own? I trust Byleth, Dimitri thought back hesitantly. She believes that the Ashen Wolves are telling the truth, and if she gets suspicious, I know she will try to send me and the others away. I mistrusted Claude at first, suspected all sorts of things, and I turned out to be utterly in the wrong. It's true that Yuri may well be cut from a different cloth, but if he is like Claude and he and his friends need help. There is such a thing as being too trusting, Glenn chided. You are not permitted to die down here. You know that, right? Of course I do. Dimitri tilted his head, looking at his father who was sitting on the edge of his bed. Lambert's expression was as it had always been when he caught his son doing something that left him worried, angry, or both, like the time he'd gotten out of bed to find Dimitri up in the tree next to his window, 4 floors above the ground. Are you relying on Regan to intuit whether or not Yuri is trustworthy? His father asked pointedly. Dimitri shrugged a little helplessly. He's better at it than me. You're putting your life in his hands? Your life, our justice, everything? Glenn responded hotly, running up to the side of his bed and gazing down at him intently. Who is Regan to you now? That's, I. Dimitri shed away from the image, both startled and frightened by their sudden aggressiveness. He's my friend. You friend? Glenn repeated skeptically. Only your friend. Of course, what else could he be? Glenn snorted and shook his head, his expression sliding away from anger and frustration into the softer, patient amusement that he always wore when Felix failed to understand something he was driving at. What words could possibly paint the vision I saw that night as it deserved to be rendered unto all? He was unearthly, vibrant, and golden and perfect, too pure to be mortal and yet so visibly human. He quoted lightly. I stood there like a trapped rabbit, staring at him as though he were the whole world. In that moment, for me, he was stardust. Dimitri's heart skipped a beat, remembering that passage where the young knight tried to convince the assembled lords that he had seen the fallen star they claimed was a rumor spread by their enemies. He remembered the preceding passage as well, where she reflected upon the star's strange beauty, the very one that had come to his mind when Claude first sauntered into the monastery all those months ago. Glenn, I don't understand. Glenn's lips curved into that little smirk that had always reminded him that, honorable and knightly though he was still Felix's older brother and just as snarky. You will, he retorted. Think about it for long enough, and you will. Don't force Eisner to protect you all by herself, his father added while Dimitri tried to wrap his head around what Glenn was implying. You really ought to be returning the favor by this point. I will. I'll always protect her, even if she doesn't expect or want me to. It's about time that someone did. His father gave him a crooked smile in response, but said nothing more before vanishing. It was a little surprising that his sleep went undisturbed, considering all that happened. Yet Dimitri slept without dreaming, and woke at some indeterminate point in the morning to find their candle burned down to nothing and only the faintest sounds of chatter indicating that anyone else was up and about. The lack of sunlight shining through the window, which he'd long grown fond of, was disorienting and left him feeling a bit discomforted. I wonder if living underground distresses anyone else here. Giving his head a shake, Dimitri pushed the blankets aside and got up, sliding his feet back into his boots. In the dim light he could see that both Ash and Linhard were still asleep, breathing evenly. How early is it? Lacing up his boots, Dimitri got to his feet and walked over to the doorway. He hesitated when grabbing the doorknob and glanced over his shoulder. Claude's bed was empty. He probably woke early so he could go snooping around, Dimitri thought, faintly amused. Hopefully he's avoided doing anything that would get him in trouble with the people here. They're on edge as it is. Leaving the room, Dimitri glanced at the door to the girls' room. It was closed, leaving him wondering if any of them were awake yet. In case they're all still sleeping, I won't knock. Following the hallway back to the entrance was a little bit confusing, partially due to the fact that he hadn't been paying terribly close attention when Yuri led them here last night. He ended up turning a corner twice and walking in a circle past a room that looked like the mock-up of their classrooms in the officers' academy. It made him wonder, were any of the children here being educated? Or were their parents simply teaching them what little they could, and the room was a wistful recreation of yet another thing lost to them? Fortunately, the heart of Abyss wasn't as maze-like as he feared, so reaching the market hallway wasn't a problem. It was less busy than last night, but there were still a large number of people out and about. Dimitri wandered down the length of the hall, trying to be as unobtrusive as possible, just taking all the sights in. Some children peered warily and curiously at him from behind large wooden crates. A young woman kept watching him when he faced away from her but shied away when he turned and looked her way. Cats wandered to and fro, nudging at people's ankles and fishing for both food and attention. A nice smell caught his attention when he wandered past the weapons stall, both curious and, admittedly, rather hungry. He followed it and the building sound of numerous voices to the far end of the walkway and turned the corner. A wide set of double doors, having clearly been installed long after the fact some time ago, given the hinges were bolted into the stone wall and the doors themselves were made of fairly fresh wood, greeted him there. Now that he was closer, Dimitri knew that what he smelled was all manner of cooked fish. Fish made sense, considering that the lake next to the monastery was famously plentiful. He hesitated before pushing one of the doors open, making his way inside. A blast of warm air hit him the instant the door opened. The air was well filtered but almost entirely contained within the room itself. It was, well, about as large as any other surface based in on the roadside that he'd stopped in before. People were milling all about, eating and joking and loudly debating all at once. What quickly caught his eye, well, honestly, was that Claude was there, sitting at a table off to the side with a mug, a plate of half-eaten fish, and a book that he was bent over with intense concentration. More than a little curious, Dimitri made his way over to him, carefully stepping around a table where 3 people were playing a card game that may have been rigged judging by how angry one of the players was getting. It was a mark of how absorbed Claude was in his reading that he didn't react to Dimitri pulling out one of the chairs at his table and sitting down. Only a quick flicker of his gaze showed that he'd noticed anything at all. Dmitri sat forward and peered at the words when Claude's slender dark fingers turned the page over. Maurice had another bloody fit. I barely managed to get the children away from him in time, my own damned fault for assuming it only happened at night. I need you to find that pale bastard, drag him down here and make him give the boy a proper examination before this happens again. His body, it was more warped and animalistic than I'd ever seen before, and he didn't recognize me when I had to fight him off. This can't keep happening. What is this? Dmitri asked, a little unsettled. Claude raised one finger, tilting his head as his eyes flicked back and forth. It's still just signed Michael, he murmured. No family name. Did he not have one? Puzzled, Dmitri looked back at the pages and realized that, upon closer inspection, these weren't traditional chapters, but rather transcribed letters. Come to think of it, every time he writes to this guy, he just calls him Ren. Maybe they're both retainers. Claude? You're thinking out loud. The brunette finally glanced at him at that, a small, pleased grin on his face. Sorry, I'm kind of excited. Do you know they have a library down here? He took a drink from his mug, careful to keep away from the book as he did. It seems like a lot of the stuff that Seath and the church have banned ends up down here. And that doesn't cover letters and books that should have been lost to time that were preserved instead. Ah, Dmitri side-eyed his friend a bit. Bishop Seath wouldn't ban things without good reason. The church is entitled to control what knowledge they want to make public, same as any of us. Claude rolled his eyes. Kman, Mitya. Is there any sane reason the personal correspondence of someone who worked with the 10 elites, hell, might even be one of them, shouldn't be common knowledge to history seekers? What? Dmitri blurted out, leaning over so he could take a better look at the letter Claude had been reading. The response earned him a smug chuckle. Precisely that. He casually leafed through a dozen previous pages and tilted the cover so he could see better. Dmitri goggled when he read the head of a letter addressed to one Lady Renata Frildarius. These letters are mostly written by the same guy, with some from his friend that he'd had on him when he first compiled them. I haven't read many of them, and I haven't read them in order. I've been bouncing around trying to follow the thread regarding this guy, Maurice. He flipped back to the letter he had been reading. Who? Dmitri said, thinking furiously back to his old lessons. I don't think any of the 10 elites went by that name. Neither do I, but here he's mentioned in the same circle as them. Claude tapped his fingers against the page. He's young, much younger than the others. Very reserved and dislikes most other people, which might explain why he's slipped through the proverbial cracks of history, but that's not what's interesting about him. The brunette expertly flipped back to a much earlier entry and turned the book around so Dmitri could read for himself. Read this and tell me if it reminds you of anything you might have heard happen recently. Nodding, Dmitri looked down and focused on the page. These weren't the old letters themselves, but copies transcribed into modern common Fodlanes. The date was missing, as was the last name of the intended recipient, leaving only the first name Angel, but the body of the letter was almost completely intact. My friend Angel. I'm writing to you in the middle of the night propped up in medical bed, and even this much might get me yelled at by Ren. I'm not supposed to be moving around for the next week, another reminder of how much we rely on you, I guess. Heh, that's a bit tactless of me. I miss your ability to distract me with your words and tease a laugh out of me no matter what my mood is. Your power to erase the worst of injuries as if they never existed is a bonus. However, I'm not writing this letter for a social call. You're probably screaming at me to explain how I got myself bedridden in spite of my powers already, so I'll be blunt. Something's wrong with Morris's powers. And by wrong, I mean I was woken last night by what sounded like an animal tearing his room apart, but when I got down there, I found this. I'm at a loss for how to truly put it to words. It was like someone was trying to create a humanoid dragon, gave up halfway, and discarded their creation alive and screaming. He had 2 arms and 2 legs, but his head was spiked and covered in scales, claws the size of knives burst out from his knuckles, and his jaw and tongue elongated as if to accommodate for much bigger teeth. He was screaming bloody murder when I showed up. He barely sounded sane, couldn't string 3 coherent words together. Heaven only knows what he thought was going on. Seconds after I came in he attacked and did his level best to kill me. He didn't even realize it was me until he crushed 3 of my ribs and was in the process of trying to bite my throat open. Recognized the blood? I don't know. When the sun came up, he transformed back. His collapsed, and there was blood dripping from wounds where his body had been warped by the transformation. Maurice hasn't talked to me since then, though we're in the same infirmary, but Ren said that his memory of what happened is fragmented. Sure, if he just wants me to believe that, but I'm alive, so I guess that's what's important. Ren's trying to get a hold of the big man and his alchemist friend, but they seem to be out of reach doing who knows what. If you could come over here and examine him, I'd be grateful. Michael. Dmitri sat back in the chair, eyes wide. Miquelon, he breathed, turning to stare at Claude. Yeah, the brunette said seriously. But how? Surely the elites would have kept him away from their holy relics if he worked alongside them. Dmitri said urgently, looking up and down the letter for some sort of explanation. Did they lose the passage referring to it? Here's the thing, Claude said, green eyes darkening. Maurice apparently had his own relic. It's a magic-infused sword called Bloodgong. 2 of the other letters mention him fighting with it. Dmitri swallowed hard, his throat unaccountably dry. But if he had sacred blood, why would wielding the weapon hurt him? I'm trying to find out, Claude said, taking another drink. Supposedly Miquelon used the Lane of Ruin to turn the tables on his pursuers, so it obviously didn't transform him straight away. But you'd think that his gang would have noticed a halfway transformation that made him temporarily feral, yet they were as surprised as us when he became the beast. It makes me think that he must not have gone through this phase, for lack of a better word, that Maurice seemed to have. Why would it be different? Does it say anywhere which crest he had? No, the brunette scowled. Not even a visual description. Which makes some sense, seeing as everyone this guy Michael wrote to would have known about it already, but it does make my life a bit harder. His expression became contemplative. It does sort of remind me of an old wives' tale around the Alliance. How so? Dmitri blinked at him. Well, supposedly there was a cursed family that brought ruin and despair down upon everyone they came in contact with. During the day they seemed like ordinary people, but at night they would transform into demonic beasts and devour their neighbors. Claude's lip twitched. I always thought it sounded like a tacky campfire story, but reading this, I wonder if the myth's origin came from someone who knew Maurice, and used his gradual transformation against his family. He shrugged. Assuming he had one, anyway. A terrible thought struck Dmitri then. If the relic transformed him in spite of him possessing the holy blessing, could that happen to any wielder of the hero's relics? To us, if we prove unworthy. An icy finger of dread ran down his spine. I'm not sure what worth has to do with anything, Claude half muttered, squinting at the text. Everything, Dmitri responded empathetically, figuring that Claude's Almiran upbringing might have affected his understanding of exactly what the relics truly were. The hero's relics were gifts from the divine goddess Suthis. Miquelon didn't merely lack a crest, he was a vile man to his core. Who's to say that other crest-bearers who failed to act justly suffered a similar fate and were cast out of history? Claude sat back, thought for a minute, then cast him an easy smile. Then I don't think you of all people need to worry yourself silly about it, Mitya. Dmitri wanted nothing more than to insist that his friend take this seriously. He didn't doubt Claude's worth as the rising wielder for Fail not at all, but given that the other teen self-described as a schemer, it was in his best interest to keep that in mind. But he found himself stuttered a bit, embarrassed by the compliment, and a little ashamed, as well. Of course you can say that with a smile. You haven't seen the bore. I've kept that side of myself hidden from you so far, except for that slip against the Death Knight, and you were preoccupied enough that you didn't comment on it. Or chose not to. He looked back at the brunette, trying to find his train of thought before it slipped away. The difference between your smile when you're play acting and when you're honest is both small, yet significant. I think I can finally, confidently say I can tell the difference. As adorable as you look absorbed in that book, Regan, I feel like I have to remind you not to run off with any of Atra's hard-won collection. A smooth voice interrupted his thoughts abruptly. Dmitri blinked and glanced over his shoulder to see Yuri lounging against the last empty chair at the table, a small smirk on his face. I wouldn't run off with it, Claude replied, mock affronted. I'd only be borrowing, I'd bring it right back when I finished. He gave the purple-haired teen a beseeching look. You wouldn't deprive a curious man of the most authentic information he's been able to get his hands on, would you? Reference books can't leave the library, Yuri responded lightly, dragging the chair back with one ankle and sitting down with lazy grace. He pressed 2 fingers against the top of the open book. You'll just have to come back here to read it again. Oh dear. You want a surface dweller constantly going in and out of these parts? Claude smiled innocently in turn, lightly batting Yuri's fingers away. I wouldn't want to make anyone uncomfortable. Is that right? Yuri retorted, his smirk widening a bit as he nevertheless retracted his hand. I suspect you're the type to get into theoretically secure places quiet and unseen. After all, you're the only student I've frequently spotted investigating the hidden passageways. How do you find the time for that, between your classes and all that studying you do? Dmitri wondered, partially out of genuine curiosity and partly spurred by a strange desire to interject. I multitask, Claude replied blandly. He was unaffected by the prince's disapproving frown. You know, you're much more personable when you aren't hitting me in the face with white magic. I thought I was gonna go blind for a second. Heh, sorry, Yuri said with a slight shake of his head. I could say I was on edge, but honestly, at some point during our little dance I was more invested in not being outwitted than anything else. I have a reputation to maintain. He tucked a stray strand of his hair behind his ear. I promise you weren't ever in danger. I wanted to win, but I hadn't completely discarded my wits. I'm sure I would appreciate that even if I woke up seeing nothing but white, Claude deadpanned. Well, if it makes you feel better, my leg still aches a bit where you stabbed me, so I'd say we're about even. Yuri riposted. You're the first lord I've met in a while who keeps knives on his person. The rest don't seem to find that practice honorable. Conflict is ugly enough without deception, Dmitri grumbled, frowning. If you're going to end someone's life, you owe it to them to look them in the eye. If you can't do that, then perhaps they don't deserve to die. A very northern philosophy. Then again, you are the prince. Yuri eyed him with that same unnervingly neutral expression he'd seen in Claude. It's a little funny, seeing you two fight side by side and generally act like good friends. I would have thought your respective positions would demand a certain amount of distance. And I would have thought that a street orphan wouldn't have any sort of connection to the next Lady Varley, yet there clearly is one. Claude retorted easily. Yuri blinked twice and raised an eyebrow. Seeing Bernie not panic in the face of aggression is a hard thing to miss. How do you know her? It was a long time ago, Yuri said dismissively, though he eyed Claude in a way that made something in Dmitri's stomach prickle with discomfort. Was it admiration, curiosity, something else? Why did the violet-eyed teen keep looking at Claude like that? Come on, you shouldn't fish for secrets if you aren't willing to give up a few of your own, Claude chastised him, putting his hands behind his head. Yuri's lip curved upward. The other lords at the round table must think you're a handful. Admittedly, I don't think Lord Gloucester would lose much sleep if a terrible accident happened to render me mute. Claude said the words so casually Dmitri wondered if he'd imagined them. Yuri's other eyebrow rising a bit informed him that he had not. And Balthus had said the man was paying for blackmail he could use against House Regan. But I think Holst Goneril likes my sense of humor, so it's a start. I think I like you, just a bit. Yuri laughed. Well, you'd best finish what you're reading there quickly. My men have reported back about the mercenaries, they're making another go at Abyss very soon. Once everyone's awake, I'll lay out the defense strategy we've set up. Dmitri nodded stiffly. He decided right there that he didn't like the pleased smile Claude gave the Ashen Wolf's leader in return. You just met him, he thought sourly. You don't give you trust easily. Why are you smiling like that at him? It's not a warm smile, but it's genuinely full of amusement and interest. I don't like it. Aren't you wary of him? Even Claude's knowing wink when Yuri turned around to break up a budding bar brawl didn't totally dislodge that agitated feeling. Chapter 20. Despite what he said, Claude wanted very badly to make off with some of the mysterious Atra's collection of banned and lost lore, but both his resurrected sense of decency and the warning that the girl may well kill him for it stayed his hand. Letters from the 10 elites, possibly written by his own ancestor. The increasingly clear information that what happened to Miklon was no anomaly, and that the truth about the hero's relics might be within arm's reach. Other letters, forbidden lore, and so much more was hidden in a gorgeous massive library within the abyss, carefully curated and tended to. He hadn't even scratched the surface in the 20 or so minutes he spent browsing the shelves and charming the reluctant librarian into allowing a mysterious surface dweller to take one of the books away to read. It was nearly enough to make him forget exactly why he was down here, so far away from the warmth of the sun. By any and all divinity that might pity humanity, how could anyone bear to live down here? Fortunately, Yuri's revelation that information, and likely another attack, were on their way was enough to draw him back to the present. So exactly what should I be expecting to happen when Yuri leads us into your terrifying maze of confusion and despair? Claude asked Balthus with a bit more faux cheer than was strictly necessary when the older man joined him at the blacksmith for repairs and reinforcement work on their respective weapons. I mean, how many people are willing to crawl around in dark tunnels for hours on end for the nebulous hope of treasure? Can't be sure, Balthus said lightly. Last time it was somewhere around 100, all hired goons. Comparatively cheap muscle, sure, but there was a lot of them. Claude coughed to cover up a choking fit. I'm sorry, what? How in the blazing eternal flames did over 100 mercenaries get down here without anyone seeing them approach the demmed monastery? No idea, Balthus replied sourly. And it's really bugging Yuri that he can't figure it out either. Best we can gather, they've found underground entrances further away from the building and slip in one group at a time. So the good news is that if they do arrive in numbers like that, we won't be fighting them all at once. Glory, Claude replied fatalistically, before accepting his newly forged iron bow and the silver bow he'd just bought back with a smile at the well-built blacksmith. The older man gave him a bemused smile in return before returning to the forge to continue his work on the arrowheads and Balthus's gauntlets. It's a good thing my classmates aren't the kind to freak out, because we're going to have one hell of a story to tell when we go back up there. A thought swam up that made him chuckle. Though Felix might throw an epic hissy fit when he finds out he effectively slept through another grand struggle he could have tested his skills on. Felix? Oh, I think I remember him. Balthus said cheerfully. He's that touchy blue-haired kid from the mausoleum, right? You saw Dash. Claude stopped and then rolled his eyes. Of course. They would have had to use the underground system to sneak the Western Church mercenaries in, and Yuri would have noticed. Thank you ever so much for just standing around watching us fight, that was a big help. Hey, I would have been happy to jump in, Balthus protested, giving him a wounded look. Yuri did too, but he was worried it might violate the terms of our agreement with the Archbishop, and potentially put Abyss in danger. We care a lot about protecting the people down here, and you guys seem to be completely on top of things. Granted that creepy guy on the horse didn't join in, he shook his head and gave Claude a serious look. If he had moved against you, we would have jumped in, no question about it, that's why we stuck around for the whole fight. I promise. Claude eyed the older, and taller, annoyingly, he wondered how Teach was feeling having to look up at someone for once, man carefully for a minute before nodding in acceptance. It wasn't just the intense seriousness in the jovial brawler's eyes that convinced him, Holst considered the man a good friend, and Claude trusted the guy's judgment. All right, I can accept that. He rolled his shoulders. Surprised Holst never mentioned you across all the times I saw him, maybe he did and I forgot, because you do seem a bit familiar. Holst knows where I am, so he keeps quiet to avoid tipping off any interested parties, Balthus shrugged before grinning again. Besides, you didn't need to hear about me from him specifically. I'm the almighty king of grappling, after all. There's a name I know I've heard. Claude's lip twitched upward. There were a lot of street-level stories about a brawler without peer circulating ever since he first arrived in the Regan dukedom. Somehow none of those awe-inspiring stories mentioned deaders. Though those make for very good songs. Balthus just chuckled in response. Yeah, they sure don't. Claude couldn't say that the easy banter they fell into afterwards made him fully relax, but it at least made him feel a bit more comfortable. Fun as Yuri was to talk to, he knew from their first proper conversation that right now, he couldn't afford to trust the guy very much. Byleth, sweetly compassionate and naive as she was, had chosen to do so, which meant he had to watch over her and make sure they weren't getting lured into a trap. Which kind of sucked, because Yuri was fun. He never got to talk to someone who was so much on the same wavelength as him, especially one who indirectly acknowledged that they had secrets they were keeping to themselves. Maybe if he could suss out what Yuri was sitting on and help him with it, he could cut through the knot and turn the guy into a proper friend. Maybe, indeed, living with Teach is turning me into an optimist. The blacksmith emerged again, handing him his quiver. Claude paid him and added an extra tip for his services, much to the man's shock. He could feel Balthus's eyes on the back of his head, and briefly wondered if he'd just passed some sort of test. He pulled a few of the arrows out and was pleasantly surprised to see the spiked barbs on the heads of several of them. Anti-beast arrowheads, designed to pierce the hardiest scales, and I'm getting them for cheap. A quiver of these cost an arm and a leg in the Empire. You see beasts down here often enough to stock up on these? He asked curiously as he twirled the arrow around his fingers. Something like that, the blacksmith said gruffly. Don't forget to send the other two down this way so they can pick up some for themselves. Who knows what those surface dwellers will bring with them next. Got it. Claude bowed in gratitude and strode out of the forge, sliding the quiver over his shoulder and very much enjoying the startled stammering he could hear behind him. Walking out into what he tentatively considered the main roadway of Abyss showed him a low buzz of activity a bit too furtive to be the normal daily routine. The children he'd seen happily playing in the roads are missing, likely hidden away in the homes or perhaps taken away from Abyss entirely to hide away in passageways meant to aid in escapes. The older civilians who were out and about looked grave and wary. Several of them shot him looks that varied between hope and uncertainty. Claude wondered how bad the previous attacks had been. Both Yuri and Constance had only described them in passing, with the latter mentioning hostage-taking but no deaths. Either way, though, the people here were clearly fearing for their future. Eek. I'm really sorry Hilda broke your armor. I didn't mean for your nose to get knocked out of joint. Please leave me alone. Some for different reasons than others, mind you. It was a tragic fact that Claude immediately recognized Bernadetta's panicked babbling amidst the general chatter and from fairly far away as well. Shouldering his bow, he wove his way through the crowd and followed the voice until he reached its source. Happily enough, what was transpiring wasn't serious. As a matter of fact, a rather tough-looking guy was attempting to hand Bernadetta a freshly repaired, and unless he missed his guess, newly reinforced, bow, and he seemed fairly distressed by her terrified, arms raised to cover her head from a blow cowering. Claude gave his head a slight shake and strode over to salvage the conversation. Hey Bernie, what's the matter? He called easily. In lieu of responding, Bernadetta shot over and immediately hid behind him, grabbing his elbows and turning him into an impromptu human shield. He attacked me during the fight, she informed him meekly. He broke my bow and that made Hilda really mad, so she clubbed him, broke his armor and hurt him. He must be really mad at me. Wadash. No, the man said, shaking his head and looking pained. I'm the one who screwed up. I nearly seriously hurt her, except she wasn't an invader at all. I earned those bruised ribs. He scratched the back of his head and tried to look past the brunette to give the girl an apologetic bow. I did snap her bow in the fight, so I figured I ought to fix it up and give it back. You know, to apologize? That's all. Claude hummed in understanding, while Bernadetta let out a half-defiant, half-frightened whimper and clung all the tighter to him. Don't take it too personally, Bernadetta is nervous around new people. He held out his hand. If only the other Alliance lords were this considerate, would make the Round Table conferences less migraine-inducing. Do you know much arm-twisting it takes to get an insincere apology out of one of them, much less actual restitution? The man let out an uncertain laugh that steadied when Claude grinned in response to it. It's tough to be the guy in charge sometimes, huh? Pity none of those power-grubbing lordlings never think about what power means once they've got it. He took the silent cue and handed the bow over to him. I better go get ready myself. The boss's plans have many moving parts. With that, and one final guilty look in Bernadetta's direction, he vanished back down one of the roads. Claude let out a breath and turned around, gently pulling his arms free of the slender girl's grip. Did you sleep well, Bernie? She nodded a bit jerkily, accepting her weapon back gratefully and pressing it against her chest. Yup. Though I wonder what Marianne and the others are thinking right now. I mean, what would have Captain Gerald have told them? Probably that we're on some sort of emergency mission, Claude guessed, taking her hand in his and starting to lead her back toward the blacksmith. I'm assuming Lady Rhea has supported Teach's decision to help out the wolves, or else she'd have sent the knights down to retrieve us. With Teach being the #1 priority, I bet Rhea knows why Teach is able to wield the sword of the Creator, and why she has the crest of flames. I just can't figure out how or why. They'll be a bit confused, but that just means we'll have a hell of a story to tell them when we get back. He chuckled. Though I can't see Dede or Hubert being very happy that their prince and princess were deployed without them. Mitya's going to have to endure a lot of scolding and hovering when he gets back, just watch. Why do you call him that? Bernadetta winced at his curious hum, but rallied, much to his pleasure. I know why you call me by a nickname, because I'm your classmate and you are a horrible terrible tease to all your friends. She stumbled painfully on the word friend, but went on before Claude could think of a way to pursue that reaction. But Dimitri is the Prince of Faerghus. Isn't it, odd for you to be calling him by a nickname? Well, you're a noble heir apparent of the Empire. Doesn't stop me from calling you Bernie, does it? Claude smiled and shrugged. Honestly, Mitya is my friend, and he doesn't mind it. You know, he'd be happy to be your friend too, if you wanted. Bernadetta squeaked, and her fingers dug into his hand in what he decided to be a fairly intense involuntary reaction. Maybe, she stuttered. Accepting that response for the moment, Claude let silence fall as he brought her over to the blacksmith. He did most of the talking for her, getting her quiver restocked, her sword repaired and getting a number of anti-beast arrows along with it. Bernadetta did pay and tip, managing a bow and squeaky thank you before fleeing the forge. Claude exited himself and did his best to keep up, waving at Ash when the latter turned the corner and spotted him. He was headed toward Market Square when Bernadetta suddenly rushed back to him and hid behind him once again. Puzzled, Claude looked out from around the corner of the road and saw Yuri standing there, deep in conversation with a young woman roughly the same age as him. She was odd-looking, to say the least. She wore the loose-fitted robes of a sword master, but instead of having one sword buckled at her side, she had two, one of which was a sword that flickered with red embers, dangling loose by her side without a sheath. Her sleeves were rolled back, revealing rather pale skin that nevertheless looked like it had been repeatedly and badly burned by the sun. She was skinny rather than slender, suggesting that there had been times where she had gone without food for a while, and her arms were scarred not just with the sunburn marks but sword and magic-inflicted scars as well. Her raven black hair was long and tied back in a low, practical ponytail, and she wore leather armor beneath her robes and thick gloves on her hands. Her back was to him, so he couldn't see her face, but calm nature of her gestures as she spoke with Yuri suggested she wasn't worried by whatever she was reporting. She must be one of Yuri's warriors and spies, Claude figured. Not sure I've seen anyone with that sort of coloring before. Maybe she lived really far north in Faerghus, and her skin didn't respond well to the sunnier, warmer south? Not enough information. So, how do you know Yuri? He asked casually, grasping Bernadetta's wrist just in case she intended to bolt entirely. She wouldn't be able to fight if she kept panicking every time she saw one of their allies. I don't know him, she whimpered. I've never met him before. You sure? Because you're a little more skittish than usual around him. Claude gave her wrist a gentle squeeze. You know that if he tries to hurt you, Teach will kick his ass, right? I know that, Bernadetta murmured, pressing her forehead against his back. She clung to him as though he was her salvation. I'm not afraid of him. There was a certainty in her voice that surprised him, and he glanced over his shoulder at her. He could see her messy, spiky hair out of the corner of his eye, but not her face. No? Then what's the matter? Can you tell me? She swallowed hard over what he strongly suspected was a sob. Would it help if I promise I won't repeat it to anyone, except Teach? He offered gently, keeping one eye on Yuri and his companion to make sure they weren't being overheard. Bernadetta took a deep breath at that, and let it out slowly. He looks like Micah. She mumbled. He's older, and taller, but he looks so much like him. Micah. Claude reached over and clasped her hand again, trying to communicate his support without badgering her with passive-aggressive pleas. "Micah," Bernadetta repeated weakly. "He was the son of the gardener at the estate when I was little. He was a commoner, born to no one of significance, but because he worked in the garden alongside his father, I saw him all the time once he arrived. His mother had died of an illness, you see, so his father had to bring him into his work residence. He felt her press against his back a little more. Father didn't really know what to do with me outside of my lessons, so whenever I had free time, I spent in the garden. He approached me one day, when I was all alone despite there being a party going on, and after that we became good friends." She let out a shaky sob. "He was my only friend, my only real friend." Claude had a sneaky suspicion this was not going to end well. In the Empire, it was downright audacious for Micah to speak to Bernadetta without first being spoken to, much less strike up a friendship with her. Their class divides were that strict. Did something happen to change that? "He was," Bernadetta hiccuped. "He was my best friend. Do you understand?" "Honestly, only a little bit. I've only recently had a best friend." "Yeah. Well, when I turned 11, my father started talking all the time about getting me betrothed for marriage." Bernadetta sniffed. "My mother tried to encourage me one day to pick a noble boy I found interesting, but I threw a tantrum and insisted I wouldn't marry anyone but Micah. Because a husband is a best friend that you get to keep forever and ever, right? In theory, that's basically the definition of it. At least in Almira." Bernadetta's grip on him tightened, and he could feel her hands shaking. Turning around, Claude slid an arm around her back and tugged her into a hug, letting her bury her face his shoulder to muffle her sobs. My father," she tried, coughing. "My father was so angry." "It's okay," Claude murmured, rubbing her back soothingly and rather wishing he'd left the subject alone. "I feel like I just kicked a baby wyvern in the wing for the fun of it. He told the household guard to, he held me still while they," Bernadetta clung yet more fiercely to him. He's dead. He must be. He was. SHH. Teach might end up killing me, and maybe I deserve it. That's not your fault. It's his. And only his. I wonder what sort of diplomatic mission would give me the chance to poison Count Varley with something suitably unpleasant and untraceable." He kept saying variants of this, hugging her until she started to calm down. He was at a loss for what else to do, because for all that he'd learned about navigating other people's comfort zones, actually comforting someone was not a thing he had a lot of practice with. In Almira, comforting someone in public was almost a faux pas unless there was an ongoing funeral in the background. Their stance on grief was that those who died looked down on their loved ones before passing on, worried that their families would be unable to continue on without them. In order to prevent the ghosts from lingering or becoming trapped by that fear, loved ones had to appear stoic or even cheerful in the aftermath of loss, to reassure those they lost that they had inherited their strength, and that they were prepared to follow the road of life on their own 2 feet. To collapse was to chain your loved ones to your grief. To comfort someone before strangers was to insinuate that they were not strong enough to survive the loss. His father had learned quite a bit about how Fodlan grieved from his mother, so Claude had a broader perspective, but it stood that he didn't have a whole lot of practice comforting others. Fortunately, his mother had taught him as well, so he was at least able to help Bernadetta rather than stand there uselessly. Bernadetta took a few deep gulps, gripping his shoulder and visibly drawing strength from his easy, upright posture. She backed up a bit, rubbed her eyes and gave him a watery look. "I'm sorry." Claude gently ruffled her hair, and to his relief, the gesture made her smile just a bit. "Don't be sorry. Of course remembering that would make you upset." He brushed her remaining tears away, which made her squeak and blush and back up a bit more. "Now let's go find Teach and the others, huh?" The thought of finding Byleth clearly gave Bernadetta a sense of relief, so off they went, leaving Yuri behind them. But as they went, Claude was thinking on this story. Aside from his newfound semi-irrational urge to have some form of harm or humiliation befall his classmate's father, since he was now quite certain of why Bernadetta was so terrified of the world outside her bedroom, he was remembering his breakfast less than an hour ago when Yuri was sitting right across from him. The other teen's clothes largely hid it, but he had seen a thin white scar along his neck that he'd initially assumed he'd gotten in some scuffle with bandits or the like. That alone didn't necessarily mean anything, but now Claude was wondering, if he got Yuri's shirt off, would he find a mess of telltale scars from the last day he'd called himself Micah and dared to befriend a girl above his station? There were other, appealing reasons to image Yuri without a shirt, but they were a lower priority right now. Byleth wasn't hard to find. She was standing in front of the weapons shop, a long lance tipped with a blade designed to slaughter heavy cavalry leaning against her arm. She was visibly still in conversation with the man in charge, pointing to a wall obscured by his current vision. And one of her hands held a very heavy-looking purse. Dmitri was hovering at her side, visibly trying to protest something that she was duly ignoring. "Too much money to spend on me," Dmitri was saying when the two of them came into earshot. "Professor, I swear, I can buy my own." "Ah, Claude." His expression became one of relief when he spotted the brunette. "Thank goodness. The professor has spent over 1,000 gold on me and is refusing my attempts to reimburse her. I need your help." "My students, my responsibility," Byleth responded without looking away from the weapons rack. The seller just looked utterly bemused. Clearly the back and forth had been going on for some time. "We don't know what's going to come out of those tunnels. I want everyone prepared." She turned and gave him a faint smile. "So just take the demmed lance, I need my hands free." "I would help, Mitya, but I have a sneaking suspicion even I can't change her mind," Claude said with a sheepish shrug. "Marianne tried to return that Levin sword after we came back from Dusker, but Hannah wouldn't take it. Said it was a gift for the kids' protégés." He put his hands behind his head. "You could try and negotiate later, if you want. But Teach is a stickler for giving us as many advantages as possible." Bernadetta shook her head. "Just give up, Prince Dmitri," she said, surprising all three of them. "Professor wants you to be safe, so she's gonna buy you stuff. That's just what she's like." Dmitri tilted his head and looked curiously at her, then let out a sigh and opened his hand. Byleth unceremoniously shoved the lance into his hand, but there was a small smile on her face that looked kind of teasing. The seller chuckled at the display before reaching and pulling down a rapier from the rack nailed to the wall behind him and his desk. "Thank you," Byleth said, accepting it from him and hooking it to her belt. Claude wondered why she was bothering with that before realizing, she might be worried about bringing down the ceiling when using the sword. "What sort of axes do you have?" "Well, for the specialized stuff, we have the short axe and a single brave axe," the seller said thoughtfully. "There are also the hammer if you are worried about armored knights." Byleth hummed thoughtfully. "They would give us some trouble, since Linhard, Constance, Happy and I are the only magic users, and I default to using the sword." "How much for one hammer?" "Right, I'll take a hammer and the short axe." "That will give Hilda and Edelgard some options," she said the last sentence mostly to herself, then counted out the cost for those two weapons as he placed them on the table. "Thank you." Now, she turned and eyed both Claude and Bernadetta for a moment before turning back to him. "What kind of bows do you sell?" The seller saw Bernadetta jump and smiled at her before returning his attention to Byleth. "Well, when it comes to something you'll not as easily get your hands on up above ground, we've got the killer bow and the brave bow. They'll be more expensive to maintain than what you're used to, but the metals needed can be found if you know where to look." "Would they need new arrows, or can the bows themselves be bought separately?" "Well, they wouldn't be very useful if they needed specialized arrows on top of everything else, would they?" "No, you can just pick them up right away." "I see." Byleth looked into the bag, eyebrows tabling as she thought it over. "Great. Make that 2 killer bows and 1 brave bow, and that'll be it." "Teach." Claude half protested, half simply sputtered in amazement as the seller bowed and went to collect her purchases. Dmitri was too startled to do anything but gape, while Bernadetta looked like she might keel over for a couple of seconds. "Don't you need some of that money?" "Not really," Byleth responded with a shrug as she emptied the purse onto the counter and started counting out the price. "The church's salary for professors is pretty generous. I've never had the need for much money, so if I have a lot of it, I'd much rather spend it on ensuring you are as well equipped as possible." She picked up the short axe and the hammer and promptly handed them off to Dmitri, who nearly dropped them out of surprise. Take those back to Edelgard and Hilda, will you? I'll go and find Ash afterwards, but I'm going to need to carry everything. All right, Dimitri managed, before turning toward Claude and smiling ruefully. You're lucky to have her as your professor, you know that, right? Of course I do, the brunette murmured, feeling a smile come unwittingly to his face. The Alliance noble ascendant inside him cringed repeatedly while the seller accepted Byleth's money and handed over the weapons. You're already enough in debt to her as it is. She will own you if you keep letting her do this, the voice shrieked over and over until his more gift-receptive Almiran side throttled it into compliance, but he couldn't help but smile in helpless affection when she turned and placed the brave bow in his hands. My best friend, he thought with a delirious sort of cheer when he closed his fingers around the expensive and very useful gift. I have a best friend. I need to do something for her birthday. Something spectacular, something extensive, and affectionate. Big enough to properly convey how important she is to us. I'll probably need some help. He smiled to himself. I can work with that. Right. Thank you, Atra, Yuri was saying when the Officers' Academy students and professor rejoined him in the meeting room minutes later, armed with their new, and newly repaired, weapons. He was still speaking the mysterious sword master. I know you're a busy woman, but I always appreciate it when you stop and lend a hand. It's the least I can do, the young woman spoke with an odd accent that Claude couldn't quite place. But you'd better get moving. They'll be here soon enough. She'd swept her ponytail aside at some point, allowing him to see that the back of her neck had also suffered that strange mixture of tanning and sunburn that he'd seen on her arms. Noted. Yuri smirked. The young woman, Atra, chuckled and shook her head. You always look so confident, she said. You were listening when I told you how many were coming, right? Of course I was, Yuri said, mock affronted. I have a plan. You know I always have one. That is true, Atra said, a smile in her voice. Claude had the sense that she was not a girl who laughed loudly, on the rare occasion when she laughed at all. I rather wish I'd brought the others. They would have gotten a kick out of helping. Unfortunately, they're tied up with a slight problem near Remire. Define slight problem, won't you? Yuri asked coyly. You've got enough to worry about right now, Mockingbird. Atra replied politely yet decisively, her hands on her hips. Charming though your smile is. I'll win you over yet, Yuri swore, not seemingly the least bit put out by her refusal. Clearly he'd been trying to court this story from her for a while. Just you wait. He gave his head a shake and once again became serious. Once the trap is set, shift your focus to protecting the people of Abyss, just in case things go south. Consider this my last request for the duration of your stay. Done, Atra said simply, one hand dropping down to the hilt of the sword whose blade was licked with tongues of flame. What's the situation? Byleth asked as they approached. Something odd happened right before Yuri responded. Atra turned toward them, probably curious to see the outsiders that had been invited into the paranoid underground. However, her eyes briefly settled on Dimitri and went very, very wide. It reminded Claude of rabbits caught in a hunter's snare. Then she turned and left to preform her part of the plan at what was probably meant to be brisk walk, but betrayed a sense of shock and a jumble of knee-jerk emotions. Oh, it's you, Yuri said lightly, turning to face them. I was just heading off to ambush our attackers. You'll help out, won't you? Does this mean that your enemies are drawing near? Dimitri asked. His steel lance, short spear, and horse slayer were somewhat awkwardly strapped to his back. Claude hoped he didn't have any trouble switching between them. Very good, Yuri replied with a playful wink. Heh. A friend I sent to the surface spotted some mercenaries. We closed off the entrance they used last, but it seems they've already found another one. He kept his expression easy and neutral despite the undercurrent of frustration in his voice. This is bad. Ash said in a fit of frantic alarm. We've got to evacuate everyone from Abyss as quickly as possible. That won't be necessary, Yuri responded calmly. They'll be back soon. Happy and Constance. Claude guessed. Yuri shot him a smile that reminded Claude of girls who'd flirted with him throughout various balls when he'd first arrived in the Lysector Alliance, lured by his exotic charm, mysterious past and quick wit. hoping to catch his eye and invite him into their beds in spite of their disapproving parents. It was an appealing sensation, especially in the face of the mournful frustration and confusion sparked by both Dmitri and Byleth. Yuri was rather nice to look at himself, after all. Ugh, why do I have to go? Happy panted when she and Constance both sprinted into the room. The dark-skinned girl flailed her arms in frustration and scowled up at her friend. No matter what we do, we're just gonna die in the end anyway. Aren't you upbeat? Claude threw dryly. Perhaps, but if we do nothing we're guaranteed to die, aren't we? Yuri retorted lightly. Happy rolled her eyes heavily, dusted off her legs, and nevertheless came to stand by her friend's side. I assume the corridor is successfully camouflaged? But of course. Constance said loftily, jutting her chin out like such a proper noblewoman. Our decoys shall prevent those scoundrels from chancing upon our living quarters. She put her hands on her hips. Do know that I am the bait upon your hook. If we fail, I shall be left dangling in the wind. If we fail, all of us are up a creek, Claude deadpanned, unable to help himself. She pouted at him, probably for interrupting her, and responded eagerly, aha. That is true, but it must and shall be done. And so I will most happily accept the starring role of this dash. There at the entrance, Balthus interrupted her this time, striding up to join them. Claude eyed his bare chest appreciatively for a moment, and was amused by Constance's dramatically put-out expression, before turning his attention back to Yuri. They'll be coming in from the east. The east? Good. We're well placed. Go ahead and draw them deeper into Abyss, just like we planned, Yuri instructed. You can't possibly go into a fight dressed like that, a voice said flatly. It took Claude a few seconds to realize it wasn't Hilda, but Byleth. Balthus's confused response assured him that no, he hadn't imagined it. He wheeled around to stare at Teach, vaguely aware that he wasn't the only one. Byleth had crossed her arms and was frowning intensely at the taller man's open coat and distinct lack of armor aside from his arms and upper legs. I'm a grappler, pal. This how I always fight. You are literally begging to take a sword to the gut, Byleth protested, shaking her head. She waved a hand vaguely at him. Or an arrow. Or multiple arrows. Gut wounds are the death knell of soldiers of all stripes, it's a slow and horrible way to die and you don't even have your coat buttoned up. At least find some leather armor before you run out and get yourself killed by the first enemy you come across. Grapplers fight light, kiddo, Geralt's voice interjected while Balthus stared confusedly at the blue-haired professor. Most of them focus on armoring just their shoulders, knees, and feet. War masters use more protection, since they use axes as well, but for the most part they prefer to keep light on their feet and overwhelm their opponents through sheer force. The old soldier walked up to her side and eyed Balthus for a moment before saying with a smirk, the open coat, however, I can't and won't justify. Byleth pumped her arms a bit in a display of frustration so open and audible Claude had to resist the urge to laugh or ask her if she was feeling well. He doubted she'd appreciate either. He's going to get run through and I'm going to have to dash. She stalled for a split second, then stomped her foot. Ugh, fine. She frowned at Balthus. I'm going to find you once the battle starts, and you're going to stay near me so someone will be drawing the archers and lance-wielders away from Fodlan's most obvious target. All right. Balthus tilted his head and stared at her for a moment, looked at Yuri, Happy and Constance, all who looked surprised or taken aback, then glanced over at Hilda. Is the pretty lady always like this? Sorta. She's usually more subdued, Hilda said with a confused shrug. But she fusses and worries a lot to make sure we're all safe. Since you're fighting alongside us, she raised her hands, letting that speak for itself. Ash smiled brightly. The professor cares a lot about making sure everyone gets through the battles all right. You just set off her motherly instincts. Am motherly? Byleth stammered, startled. I am not motherly. She spun to face Dmitri and Claude. Am I? She asked hesitantly. Claude grinned back at her and made a show of looking contemplative. Wait, so you mean you don't do it intentionally? You fret more than my actual mom, he teased. Dmitri, meanwhile, awkwardly looked elsewhere because he couldn't lie with a straight face if his life depended on it. Byleth flushed a dark shade of red. Gerald clapped her shoulder and said, Alois is minding the rest of your brats for today, so don't worry about them. He then turned his attention to Yuri, who had recovered enough to regard Byleth curiously. So, how are we setting this ambush up? Claude couldn't help but whistle. Dimitri's gasp of awe when they entered the area was downright adorable, as far as he was concerned. To think a place like this is below the monastery, he said reverently. How is that even possible? If you told me, I wouldn't have believed it, Edelgard murmured, walking in a circle as she stared up at the ceiling. Linhard had nothing to say, gaping in awe at the structure. Claude didn't blame them. Yuri had led them through a series of tunnels that lead out into a massive fully fledged arena, designed to accommodate hundreds of guests and multiple fighters in the pit at once. There were statues of the four saints in each of the four corners, and the ceiling was higher than even in Abyss itself. How deep beneath the monastery are we? It was well lit with torches, and he could see from his vantage point multiple entryways from each of the four corners. Likely those would be where their opponents came flooding in from, led here by Yuri's spies. According to the purple-haired trickster, a number of his own warriors would join the fight after the mercenaries took the bait and started to fight them. They just had to hold out for a bit. This is incredible, Ash said enthusiastically. I thought it was amazing just seeing the abyss, but to see this as well, I wonder how far deep the tunnels and spaces beneath the monastery actually go. Isn't that a question? Claude hummed, slinging his new brave bow off of his back. The special Woods medal felt incredibly light in his hands. Unfortunately it will have to wait for now, Yuri demurred. Come, everyone, let's get into the center. We run the risk of being surrounded, Byleth noted in concern as the Ashen Wolves started making their way down the stairs. Don't worry about it, I've kept that in mind, Yuri assured her easily. We won't be alone for long. Gerald snorted as he followed after them. I sure hope your confidence isn't a fluke, the old warrior said dryly. This place could turn into a slaughterhouse in just a few bad turns. Yuri twitched a bit but didn't respond to that. Claude did see Dimitri give their surroundings a grim look before following at Ash and Bernadetta's heels. He slowed down to stay at his side and lightly tapped his wrist, as if to bring him back to the present just as he had the previous night. The prince's ocean blue eyes blinked before settling on him. He gave him a small, grateful smile in return. Claude's heart skipped a beat despite his best efforts. Wow, an underground arena? You sure know some great spots, Yuri, Balthus was saying when they formed a circle in the middle of the arena floor. Too bad we've only just now found it. We could have staged some games here instead of using it as an impromptu open grave. Please don't put it like that, Linhard protested, looking vaguely green at the gills. He now had a steel shield on his arm, much like Marianne. It was limited protection, yes, but it was something. I heard about this place from someone back in town. It hasn't been used in a long time. Plenty of room to breathe, and to fall back or regroup if we have to. Yuri stretched a bit and put one hand on the hilt of his sword. His fetter relic glittered in the torchlight. I figured it could prove useful, so I spent some time clearing out the debris that was blocking the entrance. It seems like a revitalized ruin, Dimitri murmured thoughtfully. I wonder when it was made, and how it came to be buried like this. A good question. All of Abyss resembles a city closely enough to reasonably be the ruins of one, Edelgard remarked. How did that come to be? Constance let out another noblewoman's laugh, almost jumping in place. This place is magnificent. At least she's enthusiastic, Claude thought while sweating just a bit at her reaction. It is just spacious enough to contain my glory. I shall not hold back here. I didn't think I'd meet anyone more excitable than Ferdinand or Lawrence, yet Fodlan continues to surprise me, for good or for ill. Large. Isolated. Happy hummed to herself. I wonder if it would be safe to sigh here. What? Safe to sigh. Byleth parried warily. When Happy sighs, monsters come running. Balthus said casually. He grinned at Edelgard, Linhard, and Bernadetta's poleaxed expressions. No, I'm not kidding. Remember that snake we, kinda sorta sicked on you yesterday? That was her. I don't think there was much, kinda sorta, about that, Gerald rumbled darkly. Balthus and Happy both winced and shed away from him just a bit. I wish, happy, but no. Absolutely no sighing. And Constance, be glorious in moderation, Yuri ordered bluntly, narrowing his eyes at the blonde girl. His body language shifted from lazy and relaxed to authoritative in the blink of an eye, and Claude immediately figured that not only was Yuri the leader of the Ashen Wolves, but also a linchpin for Abyss as a whole. Understood? This place is so big that if it falls, it will collapse all of Abyss. We can't let that happen. I'm well aware of our aim, Constance said loftily. Balthus rubbed his face, looking more than a little concerned. Sure, but that doesn't mean you can be trusted to show restraint. Byleth frowned a bit. Don't get carried away, she said, in what Hilda typically called her mom voice. Claude was tempted to comment on it, but he was a few seconds too late. You as well. Constance swung an arm to the side, indigent. I cannot fathom why I am being treated this way. Do you really think I would destroy Abyss in my attempts to keep it safe? Why, I should dash. The rumbling of a door being moved, and the thunder of dozens of feet rushing forward, cut off her complaint mid-rant. Yuri dropped into a light-on-the-feet combat stance and barked, Here they come. Byleth drew the sword of the Creator and held up in front of her. Even in the decently lit arena, it glowed like a brilliant orange light of a lighthouse. Claude drew 2 arrows and strung them up, again marveling for a moment at the lightness of his bow and how easy it was in comparison to what he was used to, before fanning out alongside Dimitri and Edelgard. The mercenaries arrived in force, spreading across one arm of the audience box like a black wave. They all wore black, and none of them had symbols that he could discern, unlike those who had sided with the Western Church a few months back. Claude could see assassins, mages, archers, warriors, brawlers, and a dozen honest-to-guard cavaliers riding some very unhappy-sounding horses. How they'd managed to bring those animals down here, the brunette couldn't fathom, never mind the delicate work of trying to get them down any flights of stairs on the way. Horses just did not like being cut off from the sky. Only long months of training made them useful for mining. So that's why Byleth insisted on the Oresla ear. I guess she and Gerald really have seen it all in the years they spent traveling. Don't let them surround you, and don't let them lead you away from the center. Gerald warned just before the dozen-strong group descended on them. And immediately lost 2 people to a well-placed bolting from Constance, who cackled loudly. You shall not find it easy to escape the darkest depths of Gareg Mach. She yelled, a blazing yellow crest appearing above her hand as it crackled with magic. Claude took that as a cue to start counter-sniping. His first target generously made himself obvious by trying to take out Yuri, who merely vanished and teleported away before the arrow could hit him. The man had a few seconds to be surprised before Claude's counter-attack slammed into his arm and shoulder, then his neck and the side of his head for good measure. 2 hits for 1, Teach, you are too generous in your presence. He heard the telltale clang of an arrow striking metal. Spinning around, he saw another archer trying to pick off Linhard, easily identifiable as a healer by his priest robes. He ran a few feet forward, closing the distance a bit, and fired back. His first shot missed, his second shot connected. Stay close, Lin, he warned the frazzled-looking magic user, who nodded frantically and gratefully. The horses made their way down the stairs in a single group and charged forward, lances at the ready. Gerald rolled one of his shoulders and nodded at Byleth. Some unspoken communication went between them, and she tossed him a javelin before flicking her wrist. The sword of the Creator came unbound, and she lashed out with it, not at the first 2 cavaliers leading the charge, but at the ground, splintering it and igniting it with flame. The horses reared up and broke the line, taking off in 2 different directions as they split around the flames, and their riders tried to get them back under control. Gerald took a few steps forward, flipped the javelin over in his hand, and threw it. The weapon pierced through the chest of the rider closest to him, throwing him from the saddle and leaving the animal dragging him along the floor by his ankle, still caught in the stirrup. Byleth threw one Nosferatu spell and then another one, forcing the man's companion to stop and back up while Gerald ran across the distance to the cantering stallion, grab its reins while keeping up with it, and hoist himself up, easily and one-handed, into the saddle. The horse's original rider fell loose as the blade breaker took full control and swung back around to face the other mounted units. Well, Claude thought, dimly aware of Ash's amazed yelling. They don't call him the blade breaker because he has a habit of snapping training weapons. Of course, a fire spell narrowly missing his head reminded him of his current priorities. Another thunderous crash of bolting hit an enemy brawler not too far away from him. Claude winced and wrinkled his nose against the stench of burning flesh as he wheeled around and put the man out of his misery with one arrow through the neck. Meanwhile, Dmitri grabbed the blade of an axe with one hand, his gauntlet just sturdy enough to protect him from the impact, and snapped it off its handle with the twist of his wrist. He then threw said handle like a hand axe at a warrior approaching Ash from behind while the gray-haired boy was sniping a pair of mages trying to get closer to Balthus. The man died on impact, the axe blade all but replacing his skull. Dmitri staggered back a bit from the headbutt the warrior had delivered during his momentary distraction, and then slugged the man in the face. There was a painful sounding crack, likely the guy's nose breaking, or worse, and the warrior crumbled. He's all right at the moment. Claude kept running from one position to the next, distantly wishing that he had Ivory with him, as if she, for all that she trusted and loved him, would ever let him lead her this far underground, as he loosed a few arrows at the cavalry headed toward Edelgard and Hilda. One staggered and threw its rider when it reared back in pain, removing him from the fight. The others unfortunately missed. But he wasn't the only archer watching them. Bernadetta's shriek of, "Why is this happening?" rang out right before the flare of Indeka's crest lit the room, followed by a storm of high-powered arrows. The killer bow was infamous for trading some accuracy for killing power. While they were comparatively difficult to aim, an arrow launched from one hit twice as hard as conventional bows allowed. And with the major Indek crest creating ghostly replicas of the arrow loosed that followed in immediate succession. Well, 2 horses died instantly, the third fell and crushed its rider's leg underneath it, and the remaining 2 men were still staggering to their feet when Edelgard set upon them, decapitating one with the harsh swing of her axe and kicking the other in the face, downing him so Hilda could finish him off. Out of the corner of his eye, Claude spotted, and felt, it should be said, the telltale warm glow of physic. Linhard wasn't idle, despite having to rush and keep up with his current guard. He spotted an archer on the audience box, but just as he drew an arrow to take them out, they staggered as a silver blade rammed through their chest from behind. Yuri appeared in a flicker of light, casually slicing the quiver off the dying man's back and slinging it over one shoulder. He gave Claude a playful wave of acknowledgement before promptly vanishing again in a flicker of orange, confusing the hell out of the 2 brawlers that had rushed for him. Giving Claude, and belatedly Ash, a perfect chance to nail both of them with a flurry of arrows. Constance was throwing both fire and sagittai at an assassin trying to make his way up the stairwell to the arena floor where she was standing, seemingly oblivious to the warrior rushing up behind her. Fortunately, Claude didn't even need to yell a warning. Teach appeared as if by magic, first blocking the woman several feet away from Constance, then cutting her chest open with one swing of the creator's sword. Constance spun around, visibly surprised, and Claude returned his attentions elsewhere, satisfied that his impromptu ally wasn't about to die. "Watch your back, kid," Gerald yelled. Bernadetta squawked and jumped to the left, dodging an attempt to run her down by one of the remaining cavaliers. Claude missed the next few moments of that fight, owing to having to ram an arrow through the eye socket of a brawler that suddenly got up in his face. When he glanced back, he saw Bernadetta with her bow changed out for her sword, now stained in blood, with Yuri standing protectively in front of her over the headless corpse of a mage. Gerald rode on by them, having trampled the archer that would have been the enemy's backup. Byleth, just as she had promised/threatened, wasn't far from Balthus's side, largely using the sword as a devastating whip of death against any mages that tried to come over and start something with the likely very resistance-deficient king of grappling. Judging by the number of corpses/unconscious bodies surrounding them, he'd been keeping her pretty busy. Balthus at least seemed to be aware of this, shooting her a thumbs up after pummeling both a warrior and another grappler into submission almost simultaneously. "You're weak," Edelgard proclaimed angrily, throwing the short axe. It slammed into the chest of the knight approaching her, staggering him. "Guess I've got no choice," Hilda chimed in, right before bringing her hammer down on the man's head, instantly pulping the armor and the skull within it. Ash fired a few arrows at the other armored knight approaching them. It didn't do much damage, but it did distract the man/woman for a few crucial seconds, allowing Hilda to reorient her momentum and slam her hammer into the enemy's chest, downing them. Claude spotted the archer in the box above them and shot him down with one arrow, before jumping back to avoid the downswing of a knight that had decided the archer was a better bet than the axe-wielding warriors. Unfortunately for him, he hadn't accounted for Linhard. Claude merely sidestepped and allowed the green-haired boy to throw a fire spell almost point-blank into the poor SAP's face, heating the armor to an unbearable degree and melting it in places. "Thanks," he said quickly. "Kman, we need a new spot." "We do," Linhard protested breathlessly, but kept up nonetheless when Claude sprinted off to the side of the raised arena rather than answering. He shot 2 arrows in succession again. These hit the 2 mages bearing down on Dmitri in the back of the head and killed them instantly. "Thank you," the Golden Prince said breathlessly before quickly adding a warning, "on your left," before raising a bloodied javelin. Claude immediately dodged out of the way, letting Dmitri nail an assassin who had been coming up behind him through the face. Linhard quickly cast a heal spell on the slightly bloody-looking prince, earning a friendly clap on the shoulder and an encouraging smile. Ash's blood and bones, that smile should come with a warning. Giving his head a quick shake, Claude scanned the room again. He saw Happy cast Banshee on an assassin, leaving the man strangely struggling to walk. His movements were like he was submerged up to his chest in water. Not that it mattered, since Geralt rode by, skewered him, and dragged the body along for several feet before throwing it at the backs of a pair of warriors. Before they could recover from the shock, he promptly impaled one on that same lance and had his horse stomp on the other's back, breaking their spine in more than one place. Byleth darted in front of Ash and launched the Creator's sword forward, jamming its blazing blade through the shoulder of the grappler that had been trapping him between a wall and Balthus's fight with another warrior. She wrenched the blade free, shouted something Claude couldn't catch over the chaos and swung it again. This time the relic took the man's head clean off. Then she spun around and pressed a hand against Ash's shoulder, clearly healing him of something. "See Claude?" Bernadetta's voice broke through the chaos. He turned and saw he pointing over at a group of warriors advancing on Happy and Yuri, who'd appeared to give her some cover. "Help me." "Got it," he called back, pivoting on one foot and taking aim. Just as Yuri disappeared in a flash of teleportation, taking Happy with him, they unleashed a storm of arrows onto the warriors, killing or at least incapacitating most of them. For a moment, the room was empty of everyone except them. Claude took the moment not just to breathe, but to hurry and try and recover some arrows lest his quiver go empty. Ash and Bernie were both doing something similar, with Bernadetta climbing up into the box to pick up one of the downed archer's quivers. Dmitri caught his breath and looked ruefully down at the snapped remains of the steel lance in his hands. Geralt brought his mount to a stop next to the prince and tossed him down a replacement. Byleth handed Edelgard the short axe she'd retrieved while Hilda bemoaned her bloodstains on her skin. Balthus was buttoning his coat closed with a rueful look while Constance repeatedly raked her fingers through her hair, trying to put it back in a proper bun. Yuri appeared in a flash on the raised arena, frowning at a bloody gash that had been cut into Happy's shoulder. "I thought I told you to stay close to Balthus," he grumbled, sounding slightly aggrieved as he raised a hand and the bright flare of recover surrounded the injury. "You do remember you're not built to have axes hit you in the shoulder the way he is." "If I hadn't jumped in, you would have been in trouble, warping or no warping," was Happy's only rejoinder. Yuri muttered something Claude couldn't catch but said no more as he finished healing her. No sooner had Claude halfway refilled his quiver did a burst of noise and activity sound at the far west corner of the arena. More mercenaries poured through, all the same as the previous, or were there more mages amongst this group? He couldn't tell, but he thought there might be. "This can't be the way to the treasure, can it?" one of them wondered, somehow not immediately seeing the scene laid out before him. "All we have down here are your buddies' corpses," Happy responded dully, turning to face the new foes while the others scrambled to reorganize around her. "Why don't you just give up and go home?" Naturally, the mercenaries responded to that with various cries of outrage, as if they hadn't ever been responsible for a scene like this, and to charge forward. Claude let out a tired sigh, caught his breath and readied his bow again, still on the lookout for other archers. "Father, watch out!" Byleth's yell was quite timely. Geralt yanked back on the reins just in time to dodge the arrows that would have killed his horse, or worse, hit him the leg and incapacitated him. The man quickly followed that up by urging his horse forward again, running right under the archer and expertly spearing the man through the shoulder despite the height, movement speed, and the abortive dodge attempt making for shaky variables. Linhard, heal Edelgard. That leg wound is bad. Teach added quickly before throwing an Nosferatu at the assassin who would have finished the princess off otherwise. He'd caught her off guard and slit her leg, dropping her to the ground. The white magic staggered him, and then the blade of the sword rammed through one ear and halfway through his skull, killing him and inadvertently dropping his corpse on Edelgard's legs. In spite of this, as Linhard cast Physic and Byleth kicked the corpse aside with a hurried apology and an offered hand, Edelgard accepted it with the same desire-laced, starry-eyed look she'd had in the forest. Claude chalked Byleth's obliviousness to this as part of her unfamiliarity with emotions, yet doing so did not help him ignore the stab of frustrated jealousy that lanced through him at the sight. Dimitri! Heads up! He yelled when he noticed a pair of mages converging toward his prince. The prince, he reminded himself as he fired the arrows that took one out and bought Dimitri enough time to deal with the second one himself. Not your prince. Thank you. Dimitri called back, before running up onto the platform to join him. Claude was about to ask what he was doing, only to be surprised when the blonde grabbed his arm and pulled him down to his knees, allowing an arrow to whisk past his head. Nice, he said, looking up and suddenly finding those worried blue eyes inches from his own. For a split second he could drink them in, his heart hammering. Then Dimitri stood and raised him back to his feet as well. Ash or Bernadetta had countered the sniper and brought him down. Managing. Yes, the blonde panted. Claude had expected him to look weary or even pained in the soul, but instead Dimitri's eyes were almost blazing with feverish enthusiasm. Yourself. Well, I haven't unexpectedly run out of arrows yet, he tried to joke, startled and a little off balance by his observation. At that, worry promptly became the dominant look in Dimitri's blue eyes, tamping down that strange and uncharacteristic glee. Ah, that's not good. Stay close to me, I'll guard you. Linhard had gravitated over to Hilda, meaning he was taken care of for now. Claude started to protest, why, he wasn't certain, but a fireball whipping past them reminded him what his priorities should be. Thanks. I'll cover you. And back into the fray they went. Dimitri rushed past Constance and blocked the blade of the three assassins trying to make their way toward her via a stairwell. Claude shot the first one who tried to bypass the prince by climbing up onto the platform. It took 2 arrows to get past the helmet, but the man dropped. Constance said some grand thing about showing them with appreciation that Claude's attention span was not good enough to catch before her hand cracked and yet another bolting crashed into the arena floor, killing 3 brawlers in a single blow. She must have great magic reserves to be throwing so many of those around. Or maybe it's her crest dash. Ah, focus. Claude nailed the archer trying to take advantage of Dimitri's preoccupation with the assassins in the chest, killing him before he could fire his own sally. Bernadetta fired another ghostly volley, thoroughly skewering a brawler who'd been chasing a bleeding Yuri as he weakly teleported to stay ahead. Byleth skidded to a halt next to him, took hold of his arm and cast Recover. Moments later, Yuri straightened up and grabbed his sword off the ground. Then he leaned over, gave Byleth a quick kiss on the cheek, and vanished. The way she jolted suggested she hadn't expected that reaction and was at such a loss for how to respond that she momentarily forgot she was on a battlefield. Feeling a sudden jolt of pain, Claude winced and looked down at his hand. The arrow he'd been preparing to use was snapped in half between his fingers, and the splinters were stabbing through his damaged gloves. Arg, picked up a cracked one, he thought before snorting. Oh, to the blazing flames with that, am I really trying to bluff myself? I should have been, damn it, focus Regan. Again, fireballs are a good reminder of one's priorities. Claude spun, shot the mage down, and followed after Dimitri as he cut across the arena towards Balthus, who was holding the stairwell against a couple of assassins with Happy's interspersed help. Another bolting came to their aid, smashing one assassin into the floor. Dimitri threw a sword he'd grabbed along the way, taking out the man who'd been trying to hit and run against Balthus, allowing the taller man to throw the guy he was holding like he weighed no more than a baby lamb and then stomp on his fallen body for good measure, taking him out. Happy threw Miasma off at an angle, earning a scream of pain. Claude followed her line of sight to see an Fortress Knight staggering, dropping his spear as he clawed at his helmet. Happy promptly followed up that attack with another one, and this time the man was taken out. Bernadetta, heads up. Ash's voice made him turn around, Bernadetta was preoccupied taking care of a mage while an archer lined up against her. Ash was having none of that. He took on a stance Claude recognized as Deadeye and fired. The enemy was physically thrown backward into the wall by the impact. Bernadetta finished off the mage with her sword. It seemed her quiver was momentarily empty, and stammered out a thanks to the gray-haired boy when he trotted over to join her. Byleth was circling around Constance, who seemed to finally be feeling the effects of using bolting so much. The blonde was swaying just a bit and rubbing her hands together as though trying to get them to stop shaking. A couple fresh corpses by her feet suggested that she'd doubled back to guard her when the use of the siege magic rendered her an easy target up close. Geralt was still making the round on the Colosseum perimeter, taking out a few mercenaries who had recovered from their initial defeat and were preparing to make another attack. Linhard was leaning on Hilda, who looked a bit drained herself. Edelgard was standing tall and sure as ever, her heel planted on the back of a warrior who'd been reaching for his discarded axe. "Mind yourself, handsome," Yuri's voice came from directly behind him. Startled, Claude spun around to see Yuri grabbing a kneeling assassin's head in his hand before it was flooded with white light, causing the enemy man to scream and drop the sword he'd held at the ready. Casually dropping the head, Claude winced when he saw the blackened mess the flesh around the now blank eyes. The disarmingly attractive ashen wolf winked at him. "Don't sacrifice all of you self-defense for keeping an eye on your allies." "Easy for you to say," Claude complained. "Oh yeah, who can turn invisible and effectively negate that concern completely?" He twirled his, slightly stressed, bow around his hand before saying, "But thanks, really." Yuri smiled lightly. "Does that buy me an honest conversation over dinner?" he asked playfully. "Maybe half of one," Claude responded, raising one finger. He couldn't help but smile as Yuri's innocent grin turned into a pleased smirk. "It's nice to have someone exclusively speaking your language, huh? Perhaps you can have this conversation later?" Dmitri asked, with a strange and noticeable strain in his voice. "We don't know if there are more of them or not." Claude twisted to look over at the prince, frowning in concern. Dmitri looked, strangely stony-faced. "Are you okay, Mitya?" he asked in concern, wondering if the fight was getting to his friend. The prince blinked twice and shook his head. I'm a little out of breath, I admit." He looked down ruefully. "And I've broken yet another lance." "Well, let's find you one, and quickly," Yuri decided, jumping down the stairs. "If this is just another brief lull, we need to reorganize again." "Can't this just be it?" Happy protested. She sounded more worse for wear, and Balthus was keeping close to her as they made their way to the raised arena platform again. "We've gone through dozens of them by now. We're doing very well, considering the comparative numbers between us and them," Byleth noted. The visible relief in her eyes was almost stark. Geralt dismounted from his horse, which was frothing a bit at the mouth, and walked over to her with a very curious look on his face. "It's a good thing we came prepared." "I told you we'd manage," Yuri said lightly, smiling at her. "You see." Hilda made her way across the arena and presented Dmitri with the horse slayer he'd lost in a cavalier a while back, and a short spear one of their enemies had dropped. He thanked her profusely and asked if she was all right, given the amount of blood stains on her clothes. She insisted she was all right, and Linhard assured them that he was keeping up with the injuries. Claude was a little surprised to feel the warmth of heel rush over him, and even more surprised to turn his head a bit and see that Balthus was the one providing it. "You didn't notice that magic hit?" The very strange, because if swordsman wielding magic was strange, this was far more bizarre than that, Brawler chuckled. "That's pretty impressive, because that burn looked like it hurt." Claude rolled his shoulders and was duly impressed to notice that it was moving more easily than it had been a few seconds ago. "Must have been battle fever. I usually notice that sort of thing." His resistance to magic wasn't unforgivably awful, but he had to admit that it wasn't his strong suit. This time, he only managed to grab just over a handful of retrieved arrows from Byleth when, once again, from another part of the room, yet another flood of mercenary reinforcements spilled into the arena, fresh and ready for a fight. "All right, where's the treasure?" the lead assassin demanded. "I've had it with this abyss." "Geez, will it ever end?" Balthus demanded, half in shock, half in frustration. "I love a good brawl, but I'm getting sick of looking at these fools." I know, Yuri said with a sigh. Thankfully, he raised a whistle to his lips and blew it. Almost all at once, warriors, assassins and rogues, all dressed in colors Claude had seen in the abyss, burst out of seemingly every corridor in the room at once. Surprise was total, and they fell on this new wave of reinforcements with the anger that only abused and harried people could muster. We're not alone, Yuri finished, sounding satisfied. Shall we help them clean up? Claude stretched, wincing at his aching muscles. Well, I've got a few more knockouts left in me, but I think I'm going to sleep for a while after this. He lined up another arrow. Shall we? Tired but determined sounds of agreement came from all his fellow students. Byleth, looking a little tired but no worse for wear despite how bloody her clothes had gotten, merely nodded her agreement. I really hope I can sleep later, Claude thought dryly as he made his way forward. And not be kept awake wondering who the hell paid for that many well-trained assassins to go poking around in a place that most people don't or wouldn't believe exists. Check the description for the links to the author.